Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for being a few minutes late. Um, Welcome back to the coverage, and welcome back to the coverage. And we'll be getting the data up onto the screen very shortly, in approximately 20 seconds or so. So just give me a moment, and I'll get everything sorted. Because right now we've got the data from 2025. All right, here we go. Okay. Oh. Brilliant, and hope you've all had a nice day so far. All right. Yeah, good morning, folks. Good morning. Okay. Thoughts on McLaren's strategy this year due to lack of wind tunnel time? I don't think McLaren will, have too different of a strategy due to the fact that they've got less wind tunnel time. Of course, it'll be a factor that they have to take into account, but in terms of how they design their car and things like that, maybe they'll play things a little bit more safe before they put things in the wind tunnel because they've got only a certain amount of time in there. But I can't think of too many other reasons why things would change all that drastically for the McLaren team. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just adjusting a few things here or there. Good morning, my friend. Yeah, hello. Right. Yeah, testing starts in 11 minutes. I will double check who is driving when. If I can figure that out. Oh, here's my phone. Okay, right. Let's figure out who is testing, and well, we know for a fact that Verstappen's driving today. I know that some of the teams are definitely alternating their drivers in terms of who's driving in the morning, who's driving in the afternoon. But let's see. F1 haven't posted anything just yet. So we'll probably get the information coming through in a little bit. And of course, we can just wait for the drivers to come out onto the racetrack, and that will be sufficient information. Okay. Let's move my webcam over here. And let's move the speed trap data back down here. Right, I think this works okay. Yeah, not perfect, but alright. I think during the Bahrain poll time, we'll probably be near the 1 minute 31s, if not lower than that. Yeah, it seems about reasonable to do that, to say that. Okay, as you can see there, Alex Albon has started his car. He's at around 4,000 revs, so it seems like Alex Albon will be the driver that comes out in the morning for Williams. Verstappen is driving for Red Bull all day today. Hey man, hope you're having a fun day. I have a feeling that this year the fight for the constructors will not even feature Red Bull in the top three. Thoughts? Well, it's difficult to say. They've had a few reliability issues here and there, and when it comes to the constructors, firstly need a reliable car, and secondly need two quick drivers. And again, Isaac Hadjar performed well last season, and we sort of called him the rookie of the season, and fair enough, he's done a very good job last year, but does that mean he'll be able to then go up against Max Verstappen and score an equal amount of points as him? It's still yet to be seen whether that is the case. So who knows? To be honest, who knows if Verstappen or if Hadjar will be able to do that. And yeah, if Hadjar can't do that and Red Bull haven't got the most reliable car, the quickest car, then it's unlikely that they will be in the top three for the constructors. Who will drive today for Ferrari? Both of the drivers will drive today. It'll be Hamilton, I think, that drives in the morning, and Charles Leclerc that drives in the afternoon. And again, buddy, there's just no need to type in the chat 100 times to get your question answered. One time is more than enough, especially when there are hardly anyone's typing in the chat right now, because we've only got 300 or so people watching the live stream. But do appreciate all 300 of you tuning in. Yeah, even though, testing hasn't even got underway. Red Bull in the top three for sure. Yeah, I mean we'll sort of have to see really. And what was I going to say? I also think that I think yesterday I mentioned that the cars aren't allowed to use the electric motor under 50 kilometers per hour when they do the race start. I would like to sort of add a correction to that. And they aren't allowed to use the electric motor at any point when they're under 50 kilometers per hour. So may that be, the turn one apex, or may that be them coming out of the pit lane, or whatever it is. During any point of the race, they're not allowed to go under. Well, they're not allowed to use the electric motor under 50 kilometers per hour, and the reason for that is with the way the electric motor sort of it has its instant torque capabilities and things like that. It makes it very easy to have this sort of traction control-like system. So that is why they have banned the electric motor under 50 kilometers per hour, to ensure that we still have the drivers actually driving off their own skill, rather than them sort of relying on traction control, or like a fake electric motor traction control to keep them to keep the car under control. Could you give a rundown of what people missed yesterday? Well, it was quite the not exciting, but there was quite a lot of issues yesterday. So we had issues for Cadillac in the morning and in the afternoon. We had issues for Ferrari at the end of in the afternoon session, where Hamilton didn't get that many laps completed. Who else do we have? Aston Martin had issues. It seemed to be some sort of combination of the active aero not closing or not opening up. So the active aero was folded downwards and it wasn't opening up when Stroll got onto the brakes, and something being wrong with the Aston Martin gearbox meant that Stroll locked up, spun around, and found himself in the gravel trap. So there's some sort of issue that happened there at Aston Martin, and they managed to come out and do a few more laps, but not a huge amount. Then which other teams did have issues? Hadjar had quite a few issues. Apparently it was cooling problems, but I couldn't get a confirmed information on that. And yeah, so we had a reasonable mix, but overall still a fairly decent day, especially for the Mercedes power unit teams. They did their compression test at 95 degrees Celsius and it passed it, and now there's a vote that's going to happen. Well, I don't know why I'm doing this, but there is a vote that's going to happen about whether the Mercedes team its engine is legal, and they are going to add a new test in at 135 degrees Celsius, and they're going to be doing that from the 1st of August onwards. So for the first 13 races of the season, Mercedes will not have to pass 135 degrees Celsius, and then after, they will have to pass 135 degrees Celsius. So potentially that means that they are going to have to change their engine a little bit later on, but yeah, that is yet to be seen. That vote will happen. I suspect the vote will go through because Mercedes is the only one that's going to vote against it. It's not all of the teams, it's just the engine manufacturers themselves. So yeah, I don't see why Ferrari or Red Bull or Audi would say, actually, no, we want the Mercedes to have a compression ratio trick. They're obviously going to say no. So I think that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, man. Night shift has had me missing most of your testing coverage. No worries, buddy. No worries. You just know how the vote is going to go. Yeah, exactly. So you know the vote's going to go that way. So there's no sort of need to even worry about it. And they will have to pass that engine test at 135 degrees Celsius. Now Mercedes, I'm sure themselves will carry out the test. And try to use as similar equipment as possible to the FIA to see firstly if they're going to pass the test or not, and then obviously if they are going to pass the test, then they're not going to change the car. If they realize, oh, we're going to fail the test when they increase the temperature further, then they will be making some modifications to their car rather soon to ensure that they are sort of covered in that regard. And you've also got to consider, for example, let's say they do have to change their engine after that test, then Mercedes may also have to have engine penalties, because they are only allowed 4 power units for the season, but let's say in the first half of the season they use 3 power units, and not all of them have broken yet, but because it might fail the test, the new sort of test that gets introduced at Hungary, I think it is, or after Hungary, then they'll have to get a brand new set of engines again for the second half of the season. So that could introduce quite a few engine penalties, but of course that could also increase their reliability towards the end of the season. It's loads of different factors at play, but it'll be interesting to see how that works out. You can see there Max at the top, he's got his engine revving up in neutral, and with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go on the clock, he'll be coming out rather soon. Okay. Stroll telemetry data bug showed he was in 60th gear before the accident. Lol. Oh, did it? Yeah, up here it was showing he was in second gear and it was 0 RPM, so it was definitely a glitch. Different layouts for trying different layouts for the stream. Yeah, exactly. Just given that for the first half of testing we're only going to have 11 drivers out on the track, it makes sense to sort of have everything cut off at the top 11, and all of their information will be up there and as big as font as possible, and then we'll figure out the rest of the things later on. Hey, I'm from India, thinking of starting a channel around F1 and would like some advice from you. I mean, I guess I sort of got lucky in the way that this channel has grown at a ridiculous rate, so I can't give you, the best possible advice. But one thing I'd say is you definitely have to persevere and try a lot, because it took me around a year or so to get to 1,000 subscribers, right? So it's a year, and it definitely during that year it was a bit demotivating, definitely, but yeah, you sort of got to continue on it and make the videos that you're interested in making. Okay, timer has hit 0, and you can see there we've got Norris, Verstappen, Bortoleto all revving their engines. Verstappen, in fact, making his way out to the end of the pit lane. You can see here Verstappen in second gear at 7,200 revs, or in first gear at 8,800 revs. So it's but yeah, he's as he's on the pit lane speed limiter, and then Behrman's out and Bortoleto's out, and I think that's Hamilton coming out as well, and Norris also making his way out. How are the tyres old? Just to confirm, folks, the teams have, I think, 24 sets of tyres to use across the 3 days. And, some of these tyres will have been used yesterday. Some of them will have been used for the first time today. And clearly, if the drivers are coming out on used sets of tyres, it's the tyres that they were using yesterday that they're using right now. Okay. Will the customer teams have the same problem? Yeah, the customer teams will have the same problem. If, of course, that issue goes through and they realize they're going to have to change the engine, that could. Oh, that's actually yeah. There are going to be quite a few engine penalties then if Mercedes realize that they're going to have to change their power unit throughout the for the second half of the season. So it's a good point actually. Don't know how I forgot about the customer teams. All right. But yeah, we've nearly got. This is quite good actually. We are what into the 2 minutes into testing, and we've already got 9 cars already out onto track, which is great to see. Is it 9 or is it? Yeah, it's 9. Oh, Verstappen, is that Verstappen? Oh no, Verstappen's just GPS is glitching out a little bit. Yeah, 9 cars out onto the track. Who are we waiting for then? We are waiting for the Aston Martin team and the Cadillac team. Yeah, it looks like these two. Well, Alonso's idling his car and he's in first gear now. So I have a feeling he's going to be making his way down the pit lane pretty soon. And Perez and Bottas at some point will be finding themselves will be coming out of the pits as well, but it depends on the issues that they've got with their car. They had quite a lot of technical issues yesterday, and, well, are they resolved yet? We don't know. He'll be driving a Ferrari. Is it split or just Lewis all day? I think it's Lewis in the morning and Charles Leclerc in the afternoon. Are you able to watch with a VPN today? Yes, you are. In fact, let me drop the links in the chat and in the description so you guys can check out the VPN if you're interested. But yeah, I'm not gonna make too many further I'm not gonna talk about it all that much because I'm sure that loads of you heard about it yesterday and are not. Well, if you didn't get it yesterday, you're probably not all that interested in getting it today. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Got 1,200 viewers, much appreciated, folks. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and look forward to commentating for you guys today. Take some time to figure out that mirror behind you and not a hole in your wall. Yeah, I mean, I think the mirror's in an okay location. It's just that obviously it reflects what's on my monitor right now, but there's only lap times on my monitor, so. Oh, is it Lewis all day? Broadcast just said so. Okay, apologies, folks. Don't know where I got that information from. Oh, okay, yeah, no, Ferrari posted an hour ago saying that Lewis is driving all morning and all afternoon. So there you go, Lewis Hamilton's driving, and I'll get the information for all of the other teams as well. Okay. But yeah, Verstappen and Lewis have got their times on the board. Also, I should probably change the lap time. Yesterday we had a 1 minute 33.46, right? We had that from Piastri. We had quite a few drivers actually improve yesterday. So I might put the best time up from yesterday's stream because, well, I think the drivers are going to go even faster today. Tire age is not broken. It's just they're using old sets of tires from beforehand. Okie doke. So that's pinned in there. Bro, I see you kind of locked in this year. Yeah, I guess I'm doing a lot more streams, being a bit more consistent with it. Why not? I've got some time on my hands, and it's not going to be every day year of my life that I'm going to have loads of times on my hands. So, hopefully, next year I've got a job, and that probably means that I won't be able to stream as often. And for all of the practice sessions and things like that. Of course, I would love to, but I'm also conscious of the fact that I'm sure the people that are employing me will also want me to, do some work. So, yeah, might as well enjoy it while I can. Max for the full day. Yes, Max is for driving for the full day. Yeah, all of the drivers will do, a few install laps, a few laps around the circuit, check everything's working as expected, come back in, and then once they've got the go thumbs up from the team, then they'll go out and they will. Once they've got the thumbs up from the team, that's when they'll come back out and do some more consistent laps. So, yeah. Okay, well, this is it for Aston Martin. This might be a make or break day. They don't want any more issues, any further issues. Fernando Alonso, I think, is driving for the whole day today. Yeah, Fernando Alonso's in for the whole day, and it looked like. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have. Okay, let's see who's driving today, actually. So we've got Norris driving in the morning, Piastri in the afternoon, Russell driving in the morning, Antonelli in the afternoon. Then we have Max all day, Lewis all day, Alex all day, Lawson all day, Alonso all day. Then Behrman in the morning, Ocon in the afternoon, Bortoletto in the morning, Hulkenberg in the afternoon, Franco Colapinto all day, Bottas in the morning, and Sergio Perez in the afternoon. So yeah, quite a lot of drivers actually doing the entire day today. That will be Verstappen, Hamilton, Albon, Lawson, Alonso, and Colapinto. Those drivers are doing the entire day. Okay. All right. Cool, cool. Every driver pitted. Is it a standstorm? Not that I know of. Let me just get up the footage. I haven't actually got the footage up yet. Yeah, to watch the footage today, you'll need to connect to an Italian VPN server, and then go onto Sky Italy. Go onto YouTube and then search Sky Sports F1 Live. But for the normal races and things like that, it will be an Austrian VPN server. Yeah. Okie dokes. There we go. Just adjusting a few things here and there. Okay, very nice, very nice. What was the fastest time yesterday? Oh yeah, that was what I was loading up on my laptop. I'll load up what the fastest time was yesterday, and I heard that ExxonMobil got the green light from the FIA for sustainable fuel. Yeah, that I think is correct. So now that is Red Bull powertrains that have got their fuel approved for with ExxonMobil. Scuderia Ferrari have got the whole of the Ferrari power unit have got their one approved by Shell, and the Audi power unit have got their one approved as well from BP. So Petronas is the only remaining engine. Well, Mercedes is the only remaining engine, and Petronas being the fuel supplier. Yesterday's fastest time was a George Russell 133. Okay, fair enough. Thanks for the info there. Let me just change what's up on the screen. So, uh, okay. Okie dokes. So you've got the time there from George Russell. What does homologated means? Homologated means that it's been sort of it fits within the rules that have been specified. So yeah, that's essentially what the fuel has been homologated. Essentially, just saying that you've got the whatever the rules are, the fuel fits with the rules. Marty Pepe, thanks again for the fantastic stream. Checking in from Tucson, Arizona. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Sure, it's must be pretty hot, no? In Tucson, Arizona. I think it's normally pretty hot in Arizona, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Just Russell out on track for now, and we'll have the other drivers making their way out soon enough. We've got Behrman coming to the end of the pit lane. It means that it's legal, yeah, fuel homologation. It means that if the fuel has been homologated by the FIA, it's essentially it's all been ensured that they're all at a similar level and they're all legal to take part in the races. Because definitely, I think back in the maybe 80s and 90s, you could. I don't think the fuel laws were as strict about what you can and can't have in the fuel. So I think the teams were mixing a few other chemicals into the fuel in such a way that you could get extra horsepower out of your engine. I don't remember the exact chemicals. Maybe it was benzene. Is the name of one of them, but you can definitely mix a few other things into fuel to make it give you more horsepower. And the teams were doing so, and then you get into a race of more and more exotic, compounds and chemistry to get more power out of your engine. But it's just not very practical. We and you in our road cars and our motorbikes, we're not going to be adding this sort of stuff into our engines, and hence it's not very applicable to the real world. And for that reason, nobody that's why the FIA have changed it. Benzene's was bad for the drivers. Yeah, I think it was bad for the drivers as well. But it gave them more horsepower, so the teams didn't care and the drivers also didn't care. It's 9.4 Celsius right now at midnight. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm sure it gets quite cold as well overnight, doesn't it? They had the there are some chemicals I can't even pronounce here, but they had the methanol fires as well. Can you explain Ferrari's new upgrade? Ferrari have added this sort of mini wing on the end of their exhaust, which sort of blocks a little bit of their exhaust, but then it redirects the exhaust flow into a different area of the car. And it has been approved by the FIA. There's no sort of like they're cheating about it or anything like that. The FIA checked it. They said, thumbs up, you're good to go. And they've been driving around on the track for yesterday. So things seem to be all right. They would have probably taken it off the car pretty quick if they realised it wasn't giving them the downforce that they wanted. But I'm sure they sent Lewis out and they had the downforce sensors on there, and they realised that they got getting more downforce than before. I meant to type toluene as an additive. Yeah, I think toluene is one of those additives that they probably could have added as well. But yeah, no, I'm not really a chemistry expert, to be honest. Haven't done chemistry in a very, very long time. Do you think adding a little wing on top of the halo would really add much downforce? Yeah, I mean, relatively, right? If you look at the halo, it's quite high up on the car, and it sort of gets this undisturbed airflow because you've got the front wing and the wheel sort of disrupting the airflow in the sort of the lower levels, but on the higher level, the halo is a little bit further up, and it's we've got relatively clean airflow, so you could add a little mini wing to it, and it could generate you more downforce, but then you have the problem of that you could generate downforce there, but then it messes up the air for the actual rear wing. So yes, you get more downforce from the halo, but then you get worse downforce from the rear wing. So is that something that you really want to do? Yeah, that's sort of yet to be seen. Is Red Bull facing an issue today? Well, it's a little bit too early to tell. Verstappen did 3 laps and has come into the pits, but he could also just be making a setup change from Hadjar's car yesterday before he goes out onto the track for a long run or a short run. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer to realise if these drivers have any problems and if they're sat in the garage because of those. Yeah, Alonso, he's done 2 laps, he's straight into the garage. Albon did an install lap, so did Colapinto, but this is standard procedure for the start of the day. I thought Pirelli was planning on a wet tyre test this week before the Australian Grand Prix using sprinkler systems. Um, Maybe they were, but I haven't. I haven't. I saw that Pirelli were going to do a wet tire test somewhere, but I did not know exactly. They know. I also knew they were going to do it in Bahrain. I just don't know how they were exactly were going to do it. But Bahrain wet weather. Um, so supposedly, what are they going to do? Yeah, there are a few different racetracks that have the ability to artificially soak the circuits with their own sprinkler systems, but the Bahrain International Circuit has not got a sprinkler system. So, how are they going to organize a wet test? I think what they're going to do is that, well, let's see. This is something that doesn't happen very often, so we have the opportunity to use it in the best way possible. I don't think they've specified in terms of how they are going to actually make the Bahrain circuit wet, but I do suspect it will just be with water tankers, and they will have they'll have these huge trucks that are full of water, and they'll get them to drive around the circuit, and they'll do the wet weather test that way. By making the track wet. There's not much else that I can really think of. They haven't got inbuilt sprinkler systems or anything like that. So yeah, we will see. The team, Pirelli especially wants to do a wet tire test at a racetrack which is very rough on the tires. We know that Bahrain has got a very rough, abrasive surface, so they want to see how the wet tires perform in these sort of conditions, because this is the worst possible scenario, because the wet tires and the intermediate tires as well, they're very, very soft compound, because they have to warm up, well, they have to work in cold conditions, right, because they're wet tires and the water's of course going to be cold. So for that reason, because they have to work in such cold conditions, they have to be a very soft compound, but that soft compound could get torn apart by the Bahrain circuit, because, of course, it's a very rough surface. So there are things to sort of balance there, and that is, I think, why Pirelli is interested in doing a Bahrain test, for a wet tire test in Bahrain, because of the track surface. Yeah. Okay, Lando Norris, a 135.4. I mean, we're still 2 seconds off the pace compared to yesterday's timings, but very quick through sector number 2. Again, similar to Oscar Piastri, it seems like the McLaren team find it optimal to deploy some more battery coming towards the end of the second sector, whereas a lot of the other teams decide to save it for the end of the third sector. Already said they're trying to make a super intermediate tire, get rid of all wets. Yeah, they said something about the crossover period and things like that. So yeah, Pirelli is determined to improve the full wet tire so it's more usable. So I don't know exactly what we've tried to do is reduce the crossover time between the wet tires and the intermediates to make the wet tire more usable. The point is, if you're in a race condition and the expectation is for the track to dry, they'll put on the intermediates because they want to minimize the number of pit stops. So yeah, potentially making a better crossover window so it's more likely that the teams are actually going to use the wet tires rather than just, oh, we're not going to use them, we're going to stick to the inters and drive a little bit slowly. Okay. But I don't think that's they're going to conduct a wet tire test for the first time at the end of February. So that must be, well, the end of February could be next week. I don't think that they have picked the date yet or the day. At least this is not in this news article. Let me check the Bahrain weather. Is it likely to be raining in the next week? Bahrain weather. No, it is nice and sunny. 22 degrees today. Air temperature 23 degrees right now, and yeah, it's unlikely that it's gonna be raining for the next week or so. Well, I'm not particularly surprised given that it is a desert. Bro, I'm also using Multiviewer. Can you tell me how to use all the data? If you load up the main screen of Multiviewer, and then at the top right there is the three dots. If you click on that and then press live timing, that's how all the data comes up. When will Max come out on the track? Well, there you go. Max is out onto the circuit, folks. And you know, I cannot tell you for I do not have Red Bull's run schedule, right? I do not know what they're planning for the day, what changes are being made. So, in terms of asking me when Max is coming out onto the circuit, I have as good as idea of you as you do. Yeah. Looks like we're getting a few more upgrades here and there. Let's see. There's a Oh no, I think it's the same one. With the one that I was talking about by sort of this mini rear wing from the exhaust. That's the thing that this article is talking about. New technical upgrade. Um, yeah. Okie dokes. Very nice. Very nice. Can you explain how to get Multiview? Well, you download it off the website and then you log in with your F1 TV account, which you have to pay for, and then you watch the coverage. Verstappen actually stopped there? Yeah, Verstappen going extremely slowly. First gear, 60 kilometers per hour, tiny little bit of throttle. Is that him recharging the battery? Is that an issue with the car? Albon across the line, second position there. Verstappen, is he pulling into the pits? No, Verstappen seems to be continuing onwards. Looks like he's potentially on for a push lap here as well. 295, 310, 318 before he starts clipping back down for Max Verstappen. All right, not too shabby. Let's see what he can do going up the hill towards turn number 4. Albon gets out of the way, and Verstappen has got some pretty nice traction. Gets onto the nice entry there into turn 4, and is doing a-okay, to be honest, as he makes his way through the middle sector. 30.5 in the first sector. That is about 4 tenths down on Lando Norris, and Norris, who is also on a push lap, he's going up towards turn number 11. But Verstappen down onto the brakes at turn number 10, and things look all right for him actually. Not. That was a little glitch there with the active aero, but everything seems to be okay. And then he gets onto the brakes, everything flicks back up. He gets the downforce back, and he's now going up the hill. Okay, Norris, let's see what he can do. It's purple sector 1, purple sector 2, and Norris is quickest in all 3 sectors as of this current moment. Here he is coming across the line. His best lap before was a 135.4, now it's a 134.6. And Max Verstappen is now approaching the final corner. What can the Dutchman do? Oh my goodness me, Lando Norris, do you see this, folks? 267 kilometers per hour through turn number 12. That is some ridiculously fast speed through there, but you can clearly see that it has compromised his final sector. He deployed a lot of his battery coming through turn number 12 to reach that 267 kilometers per hour through this speed trap over here, but then clearly didn't have enough battery to deploy on the exit of 13 and deploy on the exit of the final corner to go purple in the final sector. So there's a balancing act obviously to be had there, but that is the quickest we've seen out of anyone go through this speed trap. It was Piastri yesterday who was quickest, and now Norris has gone and beaten that. So the two McLarens pushing quite hard through turn 12. Okay. Will Ford build an off-road version of their car? Might help Verstappen in the corner cutting. Yeah, there's definitely been some interesting corner cuts that have been had over the years, to be fair. Not just from Max Verstappen, but I think also from quite a few other drivers at different racetracks, at Spa, at Abu Dhabi, at Mexico. Yeah, lots of different corner cuts have worked out. Is Lewis on track right now? Well, folks, as you can see on the map, there is no Lewis Hamilton out on the race circuit. He's done 5 laps and he's currently in the pit lane. Alonso said that turn 12 you're about 50 to 60 km/h slower than last year's car, so making the most of using the battery is... Yeah, so that's the thing. So, when Alonso said he was 50 to 60 km/h slower than last year's car, he was slower than last year's car, but that's because the team hadn't decided to deploy their battery through that sequence of corners. So... McLaren have clearly decided that that's a good place to deploy their battery. Aston Martin thinks not so much, and that's why you've got such a big speed difference there between the two teams at the same corner. Verstappen's new braking style, I mean, it's really not that different. He just downshifts a bit early to get more revs into the engine to charge up the MGUK more effectively. Ford engine is a monster. Yeah, it's pretty good, to be honest. It's pretty good. But they've still had some technical niggles, and they're also suspected to have some overheating problems as well, with the Racing Bulls car especially. So, it may be good in terms of its power and the quickest speed that we've seen down the straight, but it also has its downsides, and the team will need to design the car around that, and if it needs more cooling, then that affects your aerodynamics a little bit more, and you're not as slippery in a straight line as you would like to be, and that sort of thing. So, things change, obviously. It's a Red Bull engine, not Ford. Well, it is Red Bull Ford powertrains, as far as I know. Yeah. Pretty sure it's, Red Bull and Ford have partnered up. So, I could call it a Ford engine, I could call it Red Bull, I could call it both, so, it is what it is. Can the team restrict the battery deployment from the pits to override the driver? No, I don't think the team can themselves override it from the pits. However, the teams can tell the driver to switch to a different engine mode, which in that case will also, change the battery deployment around the circuit. So, that is the situation there. The drivers will, of course, have their own button to deploy the battery, but for the most part, they'll have a mode that they change on the car that will modify at which point in the circuit is it going to be deploying the battery. Red Bull engine is nothing compared to the Mercedes engine, as we'll see in Melbourne. Yeah, maybe Mercedes are sandbagging. Like, maybe they've never gone over, the bottom 3 engine modes in all 3 days of test. Well, all 4 days of testing so far. It is it's tough to say. Only time will tell. Max is flying well. Let's have a look at his first sector. 30.237. That's about a tenth down on Lando Norris. But let's see what he can do through the middle sector. That's where Isaac Hadjar was struggling a little bit. Couldn't get close to the 40-second mark in sector number 2. Max Verstappen's previous best second sector was 42 seconds. So he's still a ways away from the 40-second mark as well. So, yeah, let's see. Red Bull, the DRS opens on the front and the back, and then he gets onto the brakes for turn 11, taking quite a lot of the curb as well. It's not too vicious around here in Bahrain, and then he goes up the hill. What speed is he going to do through that speed trap? 241. You see, at that point in the racetrack, Lando Norris went 26 kilometers per hour faster than Max Verstappen did. So, But now Verstappen, I'm sure when he's coming out at the final corner, will have a lot more battery to deploy and will cross the line with a much higher speed. So here he is then, fifth gear, sixth gear, crossing the line at 279 kilometers per hour, and overall goes 5 milliseconds faster. He may not have been quicker in sector 1, 2, and 3 at all compared to Lando Norris, but he hooked up all three sectors, whereas Lando Norris was really fast in sector 2 and then really slow in sector 3, and Max Verstappen goes 5 milliseconds up on a set of medium tyres that are 5 laps old. How long do you think Hulkenberg will be in the sport? Been years now and very minimal results. Well, Hulkenberg, I think it's very clear to say that Hulkenberg isn't sort of a championship winning driver. He hasn't got the raw speed that, say, Verstappen has or Russell has. But in terms of delivering consistent performance for the team, in terms of giving good driver feedback to the engineers on what things can improve, what can't, he's been there in the midfield for a very long time, and I suspect as his contract will continue with Audi, of course, the fact that Audi is being a German team, he being a German driver, is will help the contract negotiation things. I think Hulkenberg will continue on for quite a while. So, yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not too sort of concerned about him leaving the sport or anything like that, because is there consistently delivering in the midfield. Not every driver can be a championship winning driver. Some of them will just be in the midfield for their entire careers. And, the same could be said for Romain Grosjean or Kevin Magnussen. And that is, that's fine. Max was 18 kilometers per hour faster on between the 13 to 14 straight. Well, there you go, folks. So there you go. So you've got he's slower in one part of the circuit, but faster in another, and overall it works out to be slightly quicker. But here we go. Norris again. I think he's going for a reasonably quick lap here, but now his tires are a little bit old, and he's just decided to come into the pits. I'd rather keep the veterans than have 20 rookies. Yeah, no, I definitely think there's definitely think having some of the older drivers around is quite nice. Okie dokes, that is, we are about, half an hour in. Everyone is back into the pits again, so only 2 laps completed for Aston Martin. So again, however, you can just see there, not Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso is revving his engine, or his engine is idling at 3,500 RPM in the pit lane, so he'll be coming out onto the circuit soon enough. And I suspect he will be. Same thing for Alex Albon, and no sign of any Cadillac just yet. Bottas is meant to be driving in the morning, and his engine isn't turned on. He's not in first gear or anything like that. So we'll see what Bottas is doing in some time. Goldjohn 8506, thanks for the donation, buddy. I would love to see some supercharged V6 or twin charged engines as an option in F1. A hybrid internal combustion engine power option 2. Well, I guess this is sort of, what we've got right now is a hybrid power system, but yeah, supercharger would be cool. But I think, again, Formula 1 wants to stay relevant, and I think turbos are better and a lot more common in sort of road cars. I think a lot of road cars nowadays are also getting turbochargers. They make the engine smaller, and then they fit a turbocharger. It passes the emissions regulations a lot better. But no, I do agree with you. I would quite like to see a supercharged Formula 1 car. Potentially, 2 different options of engine, but I have a feeling that either it's just going to become really obvious that one of the options is the better one. So, or you could have the option, you can have a V6 supercharged car, or you can have a V6 hybrid car, and it has to be naturally aspirated. And I think the way that would work is that the teams would figure out, this one by default is just going to be very loads faster, so we're just going to pick this. Who knows? They're adding party mode on Lewis's car. Oh really? Okay, fair enough. I'm sure they are. I'm sure there's lots of reliable information suggesting that Ferrari are going to fit a party mode. All right, Fernando Alonso out onto the circuit now. Let's see, does he continue on for a lap? Does he come into the pits? And half throttle, full throttle, up to speed now for the Aston Martin. 300 Ks, 310, 313 is the max that he hits before he starts clipping back down again for Fernando Alonso. Onto the brakes on a set of medium tyres. And yeah, accelerating up the hill. Braking the exhaust air to make area low pressure generating downforce at the rear. Yeah, I think that's what the new exhaust that Ferrari have fitted. The new exhaust sort of exhaust rear wing, if you want to call it that. That's what it's trying to do. It's just generate some more downforce. Is there a way to see the tyre compound rather than hard, medium, soft? Unfortunately not, but the hard is the C1, the medium is the C2, and the soft is the C3. You know Matt Armstrong, British mechanic. Bro is repairing a Bugatti. Do you know him? Well, I don't personally know him. No. I think I may have seen a YouTube thumbnail about it, but I haven't really seen much more than that. Okay, Albon purple in sector 1 actually, 30.056, about half a tenth up. And let's see what Alonso can do as he comes across the second sector line. It's 238 Ks for Fernando Alonso there. He gets onto the power and he goes towards the final corner. He gets up to 300 kilometers per hour in 8th gear as well before getting into the brakes for the final corner. And where's he shifting again? 11,800, 11,500. So he's sort of shifting in that sort of range. But oh my God, Alonso crosses the line at 263 kilometers per hour. That is... yeah, that isn't great, is it? That is not very good whatsoever. 263. Verstappen crossed the line at 279. So that's a 16 kilometer per hour difference coming across the line. Now, again, different fuel loads, different engine modes, but yeah, either they're sandbagging really hard or much more likely that they're just screwed. Albon crossed at 280. Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying. Like Max crossed at 279. Albon crossed at 280. So let's see what Russell's doing. Russell's starting a flying lap, so this is slightly different. And he's going up till 315. He starts clipping much earlier on in the straight. So he gets up to 315 very early on and then starts clipping back down again to recharge the battery from about the halfway point even. Whereas a lot more of the drivers start clipping down near the pit lane exit, but Russell clipping very early on. And he's on the hard tyres, of course, so potentially he's on a long run plan and also doing different sorts of things. So, yeah. Fernando faster than Max in the 13 to 14 straight. So this is what I'm saying, right? So we've got... Max being quicker across the line. We've got Alonso being quicker between the 13 to 14 straight. We've got Norris being quicker in the 12 to 13 straight. So different areas where you can push and different areas where you can go quicker. But overall, it's your final lap time that matters. And the final lap time for Alonso isn't looking so good, is it? What do you think about the FIA changing the rules on the compression ratio in August? Is it too late? I don't think it's too late. I think changing them in August is fine. Doing them right now would be way too short notice for the Mercedes team. If they were to fail the test, right? If they change the temperature to 135 degrees Celsius, Mercedes fail the test, then they have to redesign their engine and manufacture not only an engine for themselves, but also an engine for all of their customer teams and also a spare engine for all of their drivers, right? So you've got to have... So Mercedes will have 2 drivers. Then you've got 2 for McLaren, two for Williams, 2 for Alpine. So that takes you to 8 drivers. And then you also want to manufacture spare parts for all of them and spare engines. So that takes you to 16 engines that you want to manufacture in the space of potentially 2 weeks, and also redesign it before you start manufacturing them. Like it's doing it in August makes a lot of sense, and it could potentially even spice up the season if there's a close battle between a Mercedes powered car and a non-Mercedes powered car. Then that will really mix things up. Whereas the Sector 2 speed trap, it is just where the line changes from blue to yellow, just at turn number 12, just past turn number 12. It's not like a white dot that you can see there in going in towards turn 1. It's just where the colours change. Mercedes could win the championship by August if they are not nerfed, assuming they're quite dominant with 30 to 40 horsepower more than everyone else. Well, yes, but that's also 13 out of the 24 races, right? There's a lot of races after August. Well, there's 11 races after August, right? So yes, they could do very well in the first half of the season, but then if they suddenly lose 30 horsepower after August, then it will still mix up the championship, won't it? Well, the 2 green dots on the right-hand part of Sector 3, that is the overtake detection point and then the overtake activation point. So if you are within, a second or 1.2 seconds or 1.5 seconds or whatever the FIA decides for that racetrack, then you'll get access to the overtake button for the next lap after the second green dot. So the first dot is detecting it, like the DRS detection points, and then the second dot is from that point onwards, you can use the overtake button if you would like. They also have to work on a new engine too, right between that time, so that could hinder their performance, potentially. So we do not know if Mercedes are going to pass the test at 135 degrees. They did pass it at 95, but again, a further increase in temperature means the metals expand more, means that they could fail the compression ratio test. Now, we are not sure for certain, but that is what is speculated. And if they have to then redesign the engine and change quite a few things, then they will have to then they'll have to stop focusing on upgrades for the first half of the season, and they'll start focusing on redesigning the engine, and then they will bring all of the upgrades in the second half. Okay. George is doing all right, but to be fair, he's on a long run, so his lap times aren't going to be all that quick. 137s is still some pretty good pace though for the long runs. I think the Aston Martins are doing 137s on their reasonably quick run, so yeah, not great there. What's the main problem with Aston Martin? Is it just the engine not having enough cooling, or is it the engine just sucks? Well, supposedly they've got gearbox problems, and their power unit also is a little bit down on power. So, it's a bit difficult to tell, really. You also, your energy efficiency is going to have a big factor in how quick you are over the course of a lap, or how quick you are over the course of a race, which sort of pains me to say a little bit, how efficient you are with your battery, but if your MG UK, for example, right, charging up your battery, if that is 85% efficient on the Mercedes power unit, but on the Honda power unit it's only 70% efficient or 75% efficient, then they're going to have to spend a lot more time recharging their battery to actually get it up to 100%, whereas the Mercedes power unit have to spend less time so the drivers can push more, and that will be one of the factors. So increasing how efficient your MG UK is, firstly at deploying the battery, and secondly also at recharging the battery, will be a really big factor. Also, when you're recharging the battery at such a rate, I'm sure a lot of you folks have used, your phone and you've charged it up with a fast charger, and if you're also using it at the same time while charging it up, your battery gets super duper hot. So managing the battery temperature, making sure there's enough cooling for that. A lot of, I think, some of the new phones nowadays, they come with sort of 2 separate battery packs. So rather than just charging one up, you can charge 2 separate batteries up, and that helps with the cooling aspect of things. So maybe, Aston Martin have got, or Mercedes have got, 2 separate battery packs that they both charge up at the same time, but that means that they get less heat coming out, and that makes their battery charging more efficient. And It's there's so many different factors at play that will decide whether you're going to be quick or not. Okay, Norris purple sector 1, and let's see what he does up the hill now. So the previous time, between 12 and 13 when he was pushing, he did 267 kilometers per hour, and here he is then through 11, through 12, foot isn't planted, he isn't flat through there, lifting a little bit actually, and he does 262 this time. So, but I guess he's not flat because he's actually going that quickly. A lot of the drivers that are doing 240 at that speed, you've got enough downforce to just make the car turn. But when you're up at 260, you're having to lift a little bit to keep the car actually going in the direction that you want it to. And Norris oh my goodness me, a 133.453, 1.1 seconds quicker than Verstappen. And that goes just a few milliseconds up on George Russell's time. So Norris top of the times overall for all of preseason testing. How to stream this? If you get Proton VPN using the link in the description or the link in the chat, then you connect to an Italian VPN server, and then you go over to YouTube and search Sky Sports F1 Live. And as long as you're connected to the Italian VPN server, you'll be good. Okay. Let's see what Max can do. He's on a reasonably quick lap himself. I don't think it's going to be as quick as Lando Norris is, but there he is within a tenth of a second. So that is it's good to see. Hopefully that doesn't mean that we've only got one team just running away with the championship. And also, it's way too early to tell. Mercedes could be right there. So could Aston Martin for all we know. I think Ferrari is changing the floor, the power unit. Well, if they have got the sort of barriers up in the pit lane, that normally means that they're doing some sort of power unit work and something at the back of the car. So once we get the next shot of the Ferrari pit lane, I'll try and work out what's going on. All right. Norris is 20 kilometers per hour slower than Max on the 13 to 14 straight, and so he's faster everywhere else. Well, but that it doesn't matter overall. If your lap time is only a tenth apart, you can be faster at a different part of the circuit, and still lose time overall. F1 Gamer, do they get special fire extinguishers so the drivers don't get electrocuted in case of a crash? No, there's no sort of thing like that. And actually, this is quite an interesting point. So the drivers, there's the lights that they have on the car. I think they will flash a special color if it's detected that there's an electrical fault with the car, and there's a chance that someone who touches it could be electrocuted. And there'll also be something that flashes up on the screen for the drivers, saying that there's some sort of electrical fault, which means that once they get out of the car, they have to climb up onto the car, but then they cannot have one leg touching the car and one leg touching the ground, because that would mean they get electrocuted. So the procedure is you literally have to jump off the car, both feet, and get as far away as possible to make sure that you don't get electrocuted. And then they try and switch off the engine and everything to prevent anyone else having any sort of issues. But yeah, that is there's some sort of like procedure for that if the whole car becomes electrically charged or live. And yeah, it was definitely a big worry when the first time the electric things were introduced into Formula One in 2014. I know for a fact, I don't know for a fact, but supposedly when Fernando Alonso crashed the McLaren Honda in pre-season testing in one of those new years for the regulations, I don't know if it was 2014 or maybe 2016, but Alonso crashed, and supposedly, this is the conspiracy theory, that Alonso crashed, he got electrocuted by the Honda power unit, and then got taken to a hospital in Spain, because apparently the crash wasn't that big when Alonso actually crashed in Barcelona testing, but then something went wrong with the electrical unit, and Alonso got electrocuted, and that's why he was taken to hospital. And that is why Fernando Alonso never ages, because he got electrocuted back in 2015, and that's why he's racing still to this day. So that's the conspiracy theory. I don't know if you guys have heard of that one. 2015 Alonso preseason crash. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure some of you guys have heard of it, but yeah, I know a lot of the newer folks will not have heard of that one. What if there's another Grosjean crash and the car rips apart in the barrier? Would the car no longer be grounded properly? Again, I don't know the technical details of this sort of stuff, but I suspect that when the teams have their crash tests and certain things have to be safe within the crash test, I think the batteries are also part of that. Another thing is the fuel tanks that we have in Formula One aren't rigid. So in your car you will probably have a fuel tank that is relatively solid. It's just a piece of metal that's got a hole, and you put your fuel into it. But in the world of Formula One, we have got sort of flexible fuel tanks where they aren't a set, rigid shape, and they actually will deform. So if you put a lot of force into them on one side, rather than there being a crack, rather than there being a hole, it deforms and stretches in that way to prevent a fuel leak. So if you have something rigid and you get hit into the barrier, it's quite likely it's going to crack and fuel's going to come out and it's going to cause big problems. But because if it's a bit flexible and it can absorb some of that force, it won't crack, and that's why we have had a lot less fires in Formula One due to crashes, because of these sort of flexible fuel tanks that prevent fuel from leaking out. Now, of course, it doesn't work in every single scenario, and we saw that with Romain Grosjean, when the car sort of split in half and the barriers got sort of punctured the fuel tank, it can still leak out and you get these big fires. But there's lots of different interesting technologies that they use to make the sport safer. Yeah, the fuel tank is composed of Kevlar and rubber. Okay, I think Aston wants Fernando to drive their car for a year more. Yeah, well, it is. Maybe they'll be really fast at improving this year. It's tough to say. Wait, so streaming they'll be streaming the entire season on Sky Sports F1 Italian VPN? No, it's just testing that will be streamed with Sky Sports F1 on the Italian VPN, but you can watch the rest of the season on an Austrian VPN server on Service TV or ORF, right? So you can still watch everything as long as you have a VPN. I can't watch the Sky Sports F1 live feed on YouTube. Well, there must be some sort of problem with your VPN, because I'm watching it right now and it's up on my laptop. So yeah, Colapinto driving very slowly through Sector 2. What would be interesting? That if the cars in the sprint races start on the other side of the track. Well, okay, just a bit of a pointless question, isn't it? I don't think that's very, very interesting. Okay. Yeah, Russell making his way out to the end of the pit lane. Oh, sorry, no, coming into the pits right now. What was wrong with Lewis? Supposedly they're changing some things with his car right now. So that's what's going on. Okay, so also we've got 3,000 people tuned in. Very much is appreciated, folks. If you haven't hit the like button already, be sure to do so. It goes a long way to helping out the channel, and hopefully, this year we can maybe reach 300k. I mean, we'll see how the growth goes, what Formula One is looking like. Of course, if Formula One's really interesting, then it makes sense that we'll probably get more people watching the channel. If Formula One's really boring, then we'll see what else happens. But would be much appreciated, folks, if you have hit the like button and if you have subscribed as well. Is the Ferrari blown diffuser trick? Well, I don't think it's a blown diffuser trick. I think that's a bit of an over exaggeration. But yes, I have seen the new upgrade that Ferrari has brought, and it has been approved by the FIA with a thumbs up. So we'll see how it goes. I heard sprints will be doubled. Yeah, there was someone in the chat yesterday that was also suggesting that we were going to have 12 sprint races in the season rather than just 6 due to fan demand, which, yeah, sure, mate. Whoever is coming up with this fan demand numbers, like, clearly, I don't really know what they're talking about, but yeah, we'll just sort of have to see, really. F1, let me look it up. F1 sprint race news. Yeah, F1 Commission talks open the door to potentially more. So I think they were talking about it potentially. I don't think so. They are considering it to increase the number of sprint races to 12 per season in 2027. However, I think a lot of the teams will oppose that. So we've got 6 sprint races across the season. We've got the Chinese Grand Prix at the start, then Miami, then Canada, then the British Grand Prix, then the Dutch Grand Prix, and then the Singapore Grand Prix. And that is double to what we had in 2021, where we only had 3 sprint races. I think the first one was Silverstone, the second one was Monza, and the third one was Interlagos in 2021. We went from 3 to 6, and now they're supposedly talking about going up to 12. Let's see, because that's gonna be half the season if they go up to 12. Sprints are exhausting for the team, exactly. You've got a lot more work to do in a much more compressed time frame because you've only got one practice session, which means you have to do 3 times as much preparatory work to ensure that you're good for the first practice session. And then after the first practice session, you've got to do all of this data analysis within the space of 2 hours to figure out the best possible setup to then go into sprint quali. And then, you've got the sprint quali, then the sprint race, and then again, you do all your setup changes again between sprint quali and... between the sprint race and normal quali, which is again 3 hours or so, and then you do the race as well. So it's a lot of work for the teams, and the comments that have been made about sprint races still hold true to this day, where you have a sprint race on a Saturday and you work out who's the quickest, who's the slowest, and then you have the same race on Sunday and the same teams are going to be the quickest, the same teams are going to be the slowest. So it sort of gets rid of the excitement that you have on the starting grid, right? So going into Melbourne on the opening for the race, when there are going to be 25 points available to you on the starting grid, there's so much uncertainty about who's going to be the quickest, who's not. But then if you have a sprint race to start it off, and the driver gets 5 points or 8 points for coming first in the sprint race, you lose all of the excitement for the main race itself, which is I think it should be better that we just have more excitement for the main race. Do they win anything from winning a sprint race? Yeah, they get 8 points for winning the sprint race. Alpine is a contender. Yeah, I mean, Colapinto, put himself up into 4th position there. I mean, still 2.3 seconds slower, but still going in the right direction. And the Alpine with the Mercedes power unit is looking pretty good. They've got some interesting aerodynamics as well for their rear wing. So who knows? After seeing the shakedown in the first Bahrain test, which team do you think has the edge in terms of reliability? I think Ferrari has been pretty issue free. Also, so the Ferrari power unit has been pretty issue free, with the exception of Cadillac. But I think Cadillac have got more so their own problems rather than the Ferrari power unit being the source of their problems. And they still haven't come out onto the racetrack yet. It's been an hour, and no Perez, no Bottas. It'll be Bottas that comes out in the morning session, but no sign of him. And I think the Audi engine has actually been the most reliable out of them all. Why did Hamilton do only 5 laps? Because Ferrari want to change something on their car at the and that's why Hamilton's still in the pits. Is it only Carlo Pinto today for Alpine? Yeah, I think it is. What other sports do I watch beside Formula One? Not a lot, to be honest. Not a lot of sports. I think I'll watch. I think I'll watch the Football World Cup this year, and yeah, I normally watch the Cricket World Cup. At least the ODI. I don't really watch the T20, and sometimes, yeah, that's about it really. Normally, sort of the big world events. Is the rule regarding jerky driving to be changed this season? Because what if someone starts charging their batteries in a strange place? I don't know exactly what you mean about the rule regarding jerky driving. I think, if you're talking about changing direction and things like that, in terms of changing direction, of course, you don't have to change your direction when you're charging up your battery. But suddenly braking or something like that, those rules will definitely have to be reassessed and looked a lot more carefully by the stewards. So of course, we've got those rules where you're like, don't brake check the driver behind you. But if, your car is on mode 5, and mode 5 means that halfway down the straight, you're going to start recharging your battery, and then the driver behind you doesn't know that, and they get brake checked, is that your fault? Do you get a penalty for that? What's the outcome? Because, the driver behind you has still lost their front wing. So do you say there's no mistake of your own? Yeah, it's a bit difficult to say. I mean, what would you sort of say in that scenario, right? You're going down the start-finish straight, and there's a driver behind you. You're in mode number 5 for your car. So halfway down the straight, you start recharging, and you slow down a little bit, and the driver behind you goes into the back of you because you started recharging. Is that the penalty for the driver ahead? Is that a racing incident? Is that something that we'll just have to that the drivers will have to adapt to for 2026? Yeah, what sort of penalty would be appropriate? Sebastian Vettel, Lewis Hamilton in Baku. Yeah, I mean, it's similar to that. I think in that situation, of course, they were behind the safety car and they were both following so close that, even if Hamilton didn't tap the brakes and he just lifted off, it would be so difficult to tell. I mean, that's why they tell you, right, when you're doing your driving lessons, don't tailgate someone, because even if they lift off the brakes a little bit or lift off the power a little bit, you're going to go into the back of them. So I don't know what you'd really do in that scenario. Adrian last night was spotted rubbing his head and forehead when talking to Alonso, so not even knew he's happy with the Aston Martin. Well, I'm sure he's not happy because he wants to design the car that is the fastest of all of them, and currently they're in 7th position. Why did Verstappen pit? Well, again, the teams have their own run plans, so I don't know why the drivers are pitting, but they have obviously got something to do. As to regards of whether Max has done some mileage, you can see there on the first column right next to the driver's name how many laps they've completed, and yeah, that is 15 laps completed for Max, so that is, second most. What happened to Cadillac? Yeah, they've had issues all of yesterday, and seem to be all of today as well. So they will have to get those sorted out, and all of the team will be working on full cylinders, full power. All of the engineers, all of the mechanics to get these things sorted. But a Formula One car is a very complex beast, and it's difficult to know what's gone wrong at what time. I noticed Ferrari has an upper wing element which rotates at 270 degrees, basically turn upside down and open and close. I have not seen that. I will potentially watch a replay and see what you're referring to, but it might be very, very similar to sort of their DRS system rather than it folding flat. They could have it fold the other way around, but yeah. The track is slower than yesterday. Track temperature is up at 39.2 degrees, so definitely the track is slower because the drivers can't push as much over the course of a lap. The tyres start to overheat. Oh, look at that. Albon is third fastest in all three of of sector 1, 2, and 3, and well, he's in third position currently on the screen as well. It was when Lewis came out onto the track. It's a new rear wing upgrade for Ferrari. Oh, is it? Okay, I will. Well, maybe they're changing the rear wing. Maybe they're adding some more sensors. They might be fitting an aero rake, actually. I'm sure you guys are familiar with what an aero rake is, but with they'll have all of these sensors behind the rear wing to try and work out, is this doing what we expect it to do? Is it generating as much downforce as we want? Is it helping our top speed situation? So yeah, we'll see what the Ferrari team come out with, but it's a thing that just goes. It's just been on Sky and goes upside down, creates lift. Yeah, it could help. It could help, of course, because you do get the more force you've got pushing down into the surface, you get more grip, but grip is essentially just friction, and friction is, of course, slowing you down. So potentially going down the straight, it might be a good idea to counteract the downforce that is being generated a little bit by the car and the diffuser with a rear wing that's producing a little bit of lift, so you're not squeezing as hard as you are onto the tires, and that means you've got less friction. That means you can go quicker in a straight line, and reduce your rolling resistance. But yeah, there's also the risk that you go too quickly and it starts generating way too much lift, and you've got no grip on your rear tires, and you take off. Like, taking off is a bit of an extreme circumstance, but yeah, the teams will have to make sure the angle is absolutely perfect, because if it's a little bit too steep, then that could have some catastrophic issues. Thanks for the coverage. Wish you all the best from Germany. Well, much appreciated there, buddy. Much appreciated. Aston back to the 4-second gap. Yeah. Well, is that them doing it on purpose? Are they sandbagging? Are they pretending for all of the mechanics, all of the engineers, all of the drivers, all pretending? They've instead of been preparing for the season, they've all been giving acting lessons, and they're all sandbagging. And then arrive in Australia with zero problems. P1 practice, P1 in quali, P1 in the race. That's just not really going to happen, is it? But Alonso's making his way out to the end of the pit lane here. Also, this is interesting. He is in second gear at 6,800 revs. Also, he's just shifted into neutral halfway down the pit lane. Oh no, is that an issue for Fernando Alonso? Neutral, no revs, and he's halfway down the pit lane. Unless he's doing a practice start in the middle of the pit lane, which doesn't seem all that likely. You can see there on the GPS, he's only halfway down. So let's get currently they're showing an advert on Sky Sports, so let's wait till we can see what's going on the actual circuit itself. But yeah, that might be a breakdown for Alonso. Okie dokes. Yeah. What happened to Hamilton? They're changing some things on the car, guys. Changing some things on the car. Verstappen is out on a fresh set of medium tyres. Interesting. All right, what was his most recent lap? 1:33.850. So he's about, 3/10 or so back from his personal best. And, doing okay. Why can't Williams and Cadillac keep up with the pace of the Merc and the Ferrari, even though they use the same power unit? I'm new here. Well, it's not just the power unit that will dictate how quick you are throughout the corners. Your aerodynamics plays a big factor. How light your car is also plays a big factor. So it's not just the power unit that is deciding how quick you go. And yeah, for all we know, this is the first time Cadillac have designed a Formula One car, and maybe it's just way too heavy, or at least right now, Aston Martin could have up to 20 kilograms worth of sensors on the car, and so could some of the other teams. Like, it's because you've got to understand with these sensors as well. All of these sensors have loads of wiring to go and connect it to one sort of chip that saves all of the information. So. Wait, is that Liam Lawson who's asleep in the car? You've got to respect the grind. You've got to respect the grind. Take a nap wherever you can. Um, oh wait, no, I'm. Oh my god, I'm actually such a moron. Alonso was coming into the pit lane. He wasn't going out of the pit lane. He was coming into the pits. Yeah, apologies for that, folks. Apologies. It's been. Yeah, I don't know how I missed that one. I thought he was coming out of the pits. Okay. Let's see. Could the 270-degree flat by Ferrari be a possible counter to Mercedes' extra 30 horsepower? That's designed very extreme and pushing it with the regs. I mean, I think the wing that Ferrari have designed is still within the regulations. I don't know exactly what the rear wing regulations say about the active aero, but if it rotates the wing and it allows them to go quicker down the straights, I wouldn't see why it's not allowed in terms of the active aero. I have F1 TV Premium, but it doesn't give me all the features. They do not work during practices. No, F1 TV Premium should let you watch the preseason test. It should give you access to it. So I would probably look into that. Stupid question, but why don't all the teams just use the same engine? Because Scuderia Ferrari will never ever use any other team's engine. They will always design their own. Because that is the nature of the Ferrari team. And the same thing for Audi. They don't want to they want to show off their own engineering capabilities, right? Formula One is essentially a big old advert, potentially for other companies, but then when you're an engine manufacturer or car manufacturer yourselves, it's an advert for yourselves, and that's why you would manufacture your own engine. Is Cadillac even going to Australia, or are they refusing to test their car? Well, I think what's going to happen to Cadillac is that they're going to use the American date system. So the first race in Australia is actually on the 8th of March. But I think the Americans are actually going to show up on the 3rd of August because yeah, they have their month and the month and the days flipped around in their calendar, or the you know what I mean. So yeah, Cadillac are just a little bit behind schedule. Okay, track temperature up to 40 degrees Celsius, so nice and toasty on the circuit right now. Can you switch driver TV pods on this practice session? I don't think for practice or for test. Well, I don't think for testing you can do that. I think in the actual practice sessions you can when the season begins, but not in testing. They want to advertise themselves, but also gain technologies and developing F1 engines can be carried over to road cars. Yeah, that's also true as well. Mercedes, they will have developed a lot of their hybrid systems, and the technology that they learned and the things that they learned from that will then get passed down to their road cars. You know, not everything, but there will be certain things that get passed along. And yeah, whether that's just, oh, how do I make a component for lighter? And teams, even road car manufacturers don't care that much about things being light, but if things are lighter, that means it uses less raw materials. If it uses less raw materials, it costs less. And well, we all know how much engine manufacturers love, well, not even engine manufacturers, car manufacturers would love to reduce their manufacturing costs. So yeah, if they can make parts for lighter, if they can do things like that, then all of that technology gets passed along. I mean, the brakes that we've got on all of our cars, right? We've got those disc brakes where you've got the caliper clamping down onto the brake disc. That was first invented, I think, in Formula One. It was, invented a very long time ago, but that technology was invented in Formula One. Now, of course, not every safety technology was invented in Formula One. I think, was it Volvo? Volvo invented the seatbelt. But yeah, it's technology gets passed down. Did Ferrari bring any major visible upgrades? Yeah, they've got a rear wing that changes around and is different to what they had before. Mate, how's Audi and more specifically Hulk doing in all these test days? Well, been doing pretty well. Audi showed the full power of their engine yesterday. They were really getting up to some pretty high speeds. So, in that sort of regard, they've been doing pretty well. Their reliability has been very solid as well. So, it's been pretty good. Today, they've not done so many laps. Bortoletto's only done 8. We don't know if that's an issue for them or that was part of their plan and they're waiting for the track to cool down a little bit. But yeah, they've been very solid overall. So things are looking good for Nico Hülkenberg. How much quicker will Ferrari be per lap with the wing that they added behind the exhaust for downforce? I don't think it will be a huge amount, to be honest. That they are going to gain from that, maybe half a tenth at max. I'm not. Again, it's so difficult to know how much extra downforce that is producing without actually looking at the numbers. So, yeah. Where can I watch the broadcast? What you can do is you can get Proton VPN using the link in the description. And once you've done that, you can download it onto your computer, connect to an Italian VPN server. And once you've done that, you just go over to YouTube and search Sky Sports F1. Right when Lewis came into the pits, they put screens up and instantly, so clearly, so this is something experimental that they will bring to Melbourne and don't want to show for its full potential. Well, maybe, but it's, if we are here on a YouTube live stream chatting about what the Ferrari new rear wing is like, all of the other teams have seen it. All of the teams have now started looking at the data to see, was Hamilton quicker accelerating down the straight? Did he have more top speed? Can we try and guess what fuel loads that they were at to work out, is this having a big effect or not? Or maybe they're adding some more things to their car. So if they've put the screens up, that means they're changing something with the power unit or something underneath the car or something right at the back with the rear wing. And, they don't want everyone to see. Half a tenth, you're joking. I mean, like a lot of these things have very, very tiny performance increases. Like it might not even be half a tenth. It might be even less than that over the course of a lap in terms of added downforce. Because, yeah, I don't really know exactly how much air would be coming out of the exhaust. I guess if you've got a 1.6 litre engine and it's revving at really high, well, it says, revving at, let's say, 10,000 RPM, that's a lot of volume of air passing over that rear wing. But compared to the volume of air that would just be passing over the rear wing, I'm sure it's pretty minuscule. According to the expert, it would be 1.1 tenth, or 1/10 to 2/10. Okay. Well, I guess according to the experts that probably run some more calculations than I have, will probably have more accurate numbers. But Bottas has started his engine. His engine is in neutral now, idling his car. So I think Bottas will be coming into the pits soon enough. Yeah, that flow would be contributing to forwards thrust without the wing. Yeah, again, in a very minor way. The exhaust from the car, sure, it's coming out the back of the car, and it will have a small impact on the thrust, but again, it's relatively minor. And the other thing is, what speed will the exhaust be coming at? So of course, downforce is affected by how much air is passing over the wing, what angle the wing is at, and also how quick that air is. So if the air is like half the speed or a quarter of the speed of what the rear wing is seeing, then it's really not generating that much more downforce. If the exhaust flow is super fast out the back of a Formula One car, then potentially it could generate some more downforce, but I don't have the numbers. Ferrari have the numbers, so it's difficult to say. But there we go. Valtteri Bottas making his way out onto the circuit. Yeah, the turbo extracts a lot of the energy from the exhaust. So, if it was a 1.6 litre naturally aspirated engine, then all of that exhaust is being shoved out of the engine at insane speeds, insane, really quick temperatures. But then because you've got this huge turbo that is extracting a lot of energy out of the flow of the exhaust, then the temperature will drop a little bit, so will the speed. And if the speed drops, then will it generate as much extra downforce? It's so difficult to know. Maybe the teams will have seen it, and Mercedes will implement it as soon as they can. Maybe Audi will implement it as soon as they can. But let's see. Norris just went faster than yesterday's fastest lap. Was that on fresh softs? No, Norris did his lap on mediums, yeah. And track conditions were relatively hot as well. Yeah. Okay. Colapinto out on the track, and Behrman as well. We'll see if Bottas comes right back into the pits, or if he does one extra lap. But they've been working for an hour and 20 minutes on whatever issues they had, and I'm sure quite a lot of them will have been working overnight as well to try and fix the car and whatever was going wrong with it yesterday. So let's see, Bottas. Coasting onto the brakes, and yeah, back down to 80 kilometers per hour as he enters the pit lane. So there we go. Back into the pits for Bottas. What is gearbox desync? I've actually forgot what gearbox desync is. I definitely used to know what it was, but I have forgot what gearbox desync is. Let me check. The next gear isn't at the optimal point, meaning it takes slightly longer to shift. Okay, so it's sort of like, yeah, desync means that the mechanism that you have to shift the gear, shift from one gear to the other, isn't properly meshed up, so your gears aren't going to shift as smoothly as you would like. So potentially it takes a little bit longer to shift, or it might not shift when you ask it to shift, and you lose a little bit of speed in that process as well. So that's about as much information as I can give you. Is Aston suffering from gearbox desync? No, I don't know. Someone just asked it in the chat, so. Can you explain the use of FlowViz? I mean, FlowViz is used for Behrman 326 kilometers per hour down the straight pretty quick. FlowViz is used to work out what the air is doing on the surface of the bodywork. So there are two different elements to sort of the aerodynamics. Firstly, working out what's going on around the car and sort of far away from the rear wing and far away from the front wheels and away from the actual surface itself. But there is also elements of aerodynamics where you need to know exactly what is happening on the surface, and you can't put sensors right next to all over the front wing or all over the side pods. So a much better way of doing it is putting FlowViz paint there and then seeing in which direction does it move. How is it all sort of coming together in a particular pattern? Is it all moving away from each other in a particular pattern? And that helps the aerodynamics team confirm what they have in their simulations. They check if the wind tunnel is also working as expected, because the teams aren't allowed to test full-scale parts in the wind tunnel. They have to test smaller parts, smaller versions, so maybe 1/2 size, or I think maybe even 1/3 size. So they need to check that, does the thing in the wind tunnel, our predictions, do they match what happens in the real world? Yeah. Ollie Behrman across the line, 4th position for him. Pretty nice on the test Pirelli compound tyre. F1 Gamer, do you think they will push out all out tomorrow? Well, I think the teams that have the soft tyres will definitely do some running tomorrow to make their prospects look a little bit better than they already are. So let's go over to, this is the tyre situation. And as you can see, we have got Williams, Aston Martin, Alpine and Cadillac all with one or two sets of C5 tyre. So I personally think that we may be getting, we may get some glory runs. I think Aston Martin will have selected those tyres hoping that their team will be really good and then they can do a glory run to sort of just cement it and put themselves in the headlines. But if Aston Martin were to go out on C5s and go quickest at the end of testing, I think everyone would know that they're sort of sandbagging. Well, it was a glory run and they're faking it, but who knows? Williams were the quickest in testing last year. Maybe Cadillac just want to get themselves in the headlines after having a few issues here and there. Oh, Cadillac first ever time they built a Formula One car and they go top of preseason testing. Of course, it's not going to mean anything by the time they get to Australia, but the glory runs are essentially to get some more eyes on the sponsors. Aston Martin still not pushing 12k. Well, unlikely that they'll be trying that hard right now to go higher than 12k revs. They've got other issues to sort of work out first. Alonso, previous lap, their personal best 137.4. Don't discount Honda. No, I'm sure Honda could find some more improvements to make to their car, and they've done it in the past, right? 2018 season with Toro Rosso. Over the course of the season, they found 40 to 50 horsepower, and over the course, I think it was maybe 4 engine upgrades or 5 engine upgrades. Or maybe even 3, but over the course of the season, they brought some major engine upgrades, found an extra 40 to 50 horsepower in the 2018 season. So Honda know how to make an engine, and even if they don't start out the season strong, Fernando Alonso has said all of the issues that we've got are short-term to medium-term. Now, again, we don't know if this is a PR representative telling Fernando Alonso to say this, so people are happy with the Aston Martin team, or if this is actually the case. But that is at least the information that we have been told. The Aston rear wing doesn't open wide enough. Anyone else notice that? Well, I'll have a look. Let's see when they bring up the Aston Martin next. Currently, we're following Alex Albon as he makes his way down the main straight. Oh, sorry, the back straight. But we'll have a look. Is Ferrari stuck again? Well, they're making some changes to Hamilton's car. Albon is way down on the timings, and Fernando Alonso back into the pits. Second gear there. And slowing down into the side of the circuit. I don't know how I missed that one when... Okay. Is it me, or can you clearly see the difference between the balance of the Cadillac and the McLaren? You definitely can see differences in balance. Some of the cars look super duper stable. Some of them are a bit more twitchy. And, it could be down to the drivers. The drivers may be happy with that. Maybe Cadillac isn't so... isn't able right now to focus on changing the setup that is perfect to make it perfect for the drivers. Maybe they've got other things to look at. So, you've got a limited amount of resources, and you've got to spend those resources as effectively as possible to make sure that you get your as much performance out of the people, out of the managers as possible. Did you get your sleep today? Relatively decent sleep. Still not a huge amount, but it's all right. How do you describe the Red Bull balance? It seemed fine. Like, there was still some more twitching of the rear, but that is to be expected now that we've got less downforce and less wide tires as well. Getting the rear twitch out ever so slightly is to be expected. So And again, the balance will change with temperature. We're up at 40 degrees Celsius. Once the temperature drops down to 27 degrees Celsius on the track, balance is going to shift again. Hey, the sector times is way out versus the gap. Look at George Russell versus Norris lap time. I don't know what you're referring to. These sector times here, if you look at the differences, it adds up to about 7/10 of a second. They've got half a second or 4/10 of a second here. You've got, how much have you got there? 6/10 of a second, and then Russell being 1/10 slower. Yeah, so it's over the course of different laps, because Norris's best three sectors haven't come all on the same lap. So Norris did this sector and this sector on one lap, and then did this sector on a different lap. So that's why the numbers don't add up. Yeah. Okie dokes. Lewis's rear wing definitely failed. Well, maybe it did, but Ferrari aren't going to tell us that, and they've hidden everything away from us. So, yeah. I will try and find an image of the Ferrari rear wing if I can do so quickly, and give my thoughts on it. So, hold on for a second, folks. But no, I've seen you guys talk about it, and I can sort of understand what you guys mean anyway. So, Max Verstappen saying that that I already said in 2023 that the rules were going to be like this, but nobody listened to me, and yeah. Sure. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's an image of Ferrari's upside down rear wing, or here's a shot of it. Let's see. It's an interesting one, isn't it? It's a bit difficult to tell from so far away. Oh yeah, you can definitely tell it's an upside down rear wing. So again, it's trying to reduce the downforce levels on the straight, which means that there's less rolling resistance, which means that they've of course got higher top speeds. But I'm sure it'll be quite the complex system to get something to rotate 270 degrees while also being able to resist that level of force, right? Because sure, when the flap has been rotated, it's not resisting a lot of force, but when it's in its normal position and you've got huge amounts of downforce squeezing down on it, you've got to make sure your actuators, your whatever it is that's doing the rotation, can actually survive that level of force. There's one thing I'm betting on. What the rear wing is doing is creating lift, so lifting the car slightly will get rid of engine clipping on the main straight. I don't think lifting the car is going to get rid of engine clipping. However, I do think that it will give them more top speed, make them more efficient, so potentially, a little bit less drag, and maybe using a little bit less battery to get to the same speed. Do you think Red Bull are sandbagging because after going 344 kilometers per hour, Max didn't touch that kind of pace? I think that maybe they are, but again, I would like to be clear with this. The teams can only deploy a certain amount of battery charge over the course of the lap. So maybe, when on day one of the test, Max went to 344 kilometers per hour, maybe he was just seeing what would happen if he deployed absolutely every bit of his battery down the start-finish straight. None of the drivers are deploying their battery in its entirety down the start-finish straight, right? They're all deploying maybe 50% of it or 60% of it and then recharging it and saving it for the rest of the lap as well. But it could have just been on day one. Red Bull wanted to see, they want to calibrate some numbers, and they were like, all right, let's see what happens if we deploy 100% down the start-finish straight. And that's how he got up to 344. But since then, he's never reached that speed because, well, it doesn't make any sense to deploy 100% of your battery down the start-finish straight. Right, so I think that makes sense. Red Bull could just have been trying to calibrate something, but equally it makes sense that they could have just been sandbagging. They found out that, we can go super quickly, and maybe we'll, hide our pace, not deploy as much power as everyone else is. Hamilton's not coming out onto the circuit because they are changing something with the car. But why would you sandbag? Because engine, if they tested their engine and they realized that they were going really, really quickly, then firstly the teams would again try to look for more performance rather than look for reliability, because they realize, we're behind on performance, so let's start trying to get more horsepower. And the other thing is, then they would have started looking at the Red Bull aerodynamics with as much detail as possible, try and work out, is there any special thing that they're doing to reduce their drag, to give them a bit more top speed. And if they find something like that Red Bull is doing, then things can get copied. So it's the same reason why they're sandbagging. But they are not sandbagging. How do you think they would test for reliability? They are not just going to be running optimum fuel for lap times or using full battery power. I mean, it's up to you guys to decide. I've sort of given my take on it and sort of explained what I think could be happening in both scenarios, but it's up to you guys to see who you think is sandbagging, who you think isn't. Max is, he's on a pretty good lap so far, 29.66. Oh, sorry, 688 through the first sector. What's he going to do through sector 2? 244. Yeah, so he's fully flat there. So going at 244 kilometers per hour, you can go fully flat. Norris, when he was doing 260 or so, had to lift a little bit because he was going that much quicker and the car wouldn't turn as much. What fuel issue Petronas is having? No, unfortunately, I haven't got any details regarding what the issue specifically is that Petronas is having, but Petronas has got a very big R&D department, and I think they'll figure it out in time for the Australian Grand Prix. The batteries the teams are using, are they supplied by the same manufacturer? I think the Mercedes power unit themselves will have their own battery supplier and it'll be the same one. But with regards to, the Mercedes power unit, is they're using a different battery to Ferrari, most likely they are probably using a different battery, yeah. And it doesn't even have to be the exact same battery charge size as well. So there is a limit on the amount of battery, on the amount that your battery can charge up from. So for the example is not the example. The actual limit is 4 megajoules, right? So megajoules is a unit of energy, and between your lowest charge percentage and your highest charge percentage, you can only charge 4 megajoules up. But some teams may opt to go for a battery that is actually 8 megajoules in size. And why would you say that? And why would they do that, really? Because the rule says from the FIA that you're only allowed your lowest charge percentage and your highest charge percentage to have 4 megajoules between them. And the reason for that is it will allow your battery to last a little bit longer, because these batteries are going to have a lot of work put through them, right? They're going to be charging up and then discharging themselves in the matter of a few seconds here and there. And they're going to be doing this for, upwards of thousands of kilometers in a Formula One race. And I don't know how familiar everyone is with sort of battery science and stuff, but especially with your phones and things like that, it's always a bad idea to let your phones fully discharge to 0 or fully charge them up to 100%. It causes extra damage, extra heat, extra wear and tear. So the teams, what they could do is get an 8 megajoule battery, but then have a software limit to say, oh, we're only going to deplete it down to 25%, and when we charge it up, we're only going to charge it up to 75%. And that way they have they're not pushing the battery right to its extremes where it's fully charged up, and they're not putting it right to limits where it's fully empty. It's sort of staying in this little middle ground, which means it will last a little bit longer, produce a little bit less heat, have less wear and tear. But of course, the flip side is that because it'll be a bigger battery, it will weigh also a little bit more. So Williams use Duracell? I knew Williams used Duracell. I trust your sources. Well, maybe they are, right? Duracell is their sponsor, so potentially it could be Duracell. I mean, in the same way, Ferrari were sponsored by Lenovo a while ago, and all of the laptops that they got were Lenovo laptops. I'm sure Ferrari sponsored now by HP. Maybe they'll get all of HP laptops, but it's not always a given that they will use the things from their sponsors, but quite often it is. Ferrari is sponsored by Shell. Now they use their fuel. Yeah, rechargeable AA batteries. Who knows? Maybe that's what it is. Where have I got any rechargeable batteries here? No. Yeah, who knows? Maybe everyone's using rechargeable AA batteries because you can spread them out all over the engine, and you don't have this one big block of battery. You can spread them all out into tiny little parts and compartments, and just sort of glue them down and call it a day. So that could be it. Who knows? But yeah, I think much more likely is that they've got one big battery pack. Apple is sponsoring all the teams and streaming F1 on Apple Live. Yeah, exactly. So, Rolex was the sponsor of quite a few Formula One races, but that doesn't mean all of the F1 organizers get Rolexes. Toyota are working with solid state batteries. Maybe Haas will end up with that. Maybe they will. Maybe that'll get so much lighter with solid state batteries. But again, will they be practical to use in racing? Toyota are trying to figure it out. The T tyre is the test tyre. Pirelli have provided the drivers with some test compounds that they're looking to get some more information on, some data on, and that's why Behrman's driving around on them. What happened to Ferrari? They're changing something on Hamilton's car. It's been, nearly an hour, or even a bit more than that, and they've been changing something on Hamilton's car. So, have they done another race start? Yeah, they were doing a race start. They did a race start yesterday. All right, here we go. We got Alonso going down in towards turn number 10, and he misses his braking point and doesn't lock up this time, but goes wide. So that's Alonso's lap ruined. But things look okay for now. Well, they look all right for now. He's 4 seconds off the pace, but I don't think he's trying too hard. He's on a set of medium tyres. His first sector was a 30.7. It's about a second off Norris's first sector. The batteries are quite insane. Imagine fully charging and discharging a cell phone battery in like 30 seconds. No, it is definitely quite crazy. And it's not, right, we have, 20 watts charging our phone chargers, right? They have 350 kilowatts charging their cars. Now, of course, I think with electric cars as well, you've got I don't know actually what the maximum charging speed is. Let me look at the maximum charging speed of some of these Tesla superchargers, because I know Tesla supercharger max capacity charger max charging max kilowatts. Let's see. Yeah, see the Tesla superchargers at least currently can do up to 250 kilowatts. I think, or maybe 150. I'm not 100% certain. The website on here, yeah, the Tesla support website says that they can do up to 250 kilowatts. The Formula One cars are charging up the batteries at 350 kilowatts. So when I'm sure a lot of you have seen these supercharging things, and they've got these big old stations and a lot of electrical heavy duty wiring and things like that. And Formula One cars have now essentially got these on wheels moving around at ridiculous speeds. So the technology is very, very crazy indeed. Why have no other tyre manufacturers like Michelin or Dunlop been able to get contracts with Formula One? I'm not so sure, really. I must be with Pirelli. Maybe they just develop things in other motorsports, and they're not so interested in Formula One. I think Pirelli also pays quite a bit. I think Pirelli pays, right? I don't think it's the other way around. So, not particularly sure, but Pirelli have been around for a long time. The drivers seem relatively happy with it. So we haven't had anything else. Is there a regulatory limit as to the battery type teams can use? Can they use solid state if they have a supplier? I think I haven't read the regulations regarding that, but I was looking at the battery regulations and the charging regulations, and nothing did I see saying that you have to use lithium ion. They could use silicon carbide, they could use solid state. So there's different potentials with what they could do, or they could use lithium polymer, right? So I know that some phones use lithium ion, some phones use lithium polymer. It's 350 kilowatts of power, but not the same as 350 kilowatts of charging speed. Oh no, it is 350 kilowatts. At least that is what the limit is. That doesn't mean the cars actually have the capabilities to charge up at 350 kilowatts, but I think that they actually do. So yeah. The teams, of course, when there is a limit set in Formula One regarding something, right? You've got a minimum weight limit, you've got a maximum power limit. The teams will do absolutely everything they can to reach that limit. I keep hearing about C4, C3 tyres. I understand it's different compounds, but which is faster and slower? What's the difference? So the bigger the number, the softer the tyres are, and the more grippy they are, and they wear out quicker. But when it's very hot, like it is right now in Bahrain, with the track temperature up at 41 degrees Celsius, the softer tyres, they also overheat very, very quickly. So in these current conditions, I suppose the C3 tyre is probably quicker, or maybe even the C2 tyre. And then as the temperature gets lower towards, the end of the day, when it becomes nighttime, that's when the C4 tyre and the C3 tyre will be much better suited. Yeah. Why are they taking so long? Clearly something is broken, right? On the Ferrari car, they did 5 laps. Something must have broken, and that's why they're in the pits. Michelin was a tyre supplier in the 2000s, not an exclusive contract, but look at the 2005 US GP to see why some don't want the contract. Yeah, no, it definitely has its own problems, and Pirelli has, of course, a lot of knowledge about Formula One to be able to do this. However, I'm as far as I know, I think Michelin, Dunlop, Bridgestone, quite a few of them do take part in other motorsport categories. I think Michelin especially. So yes, of course, there'll be challenges to Formula One, but they won't be too dissimilar to other motorsport categories. So, they could still develop things if they want to. Did you see the rotating rear wing? Indeed, I did. Indeed, I did. Right. F1 Gamer has nothing against Ferrari, just answered the same question 30 times already in the stream. Yeah, I think that, Hamilton has got a big fan base, and that's why we get a lot of questions about Lewis Hamilton. We got a lot of people for supporting Ferrari as well. But yeah, it is pre-season testing at the end of the day. If they're sat in the pit lane, it's either because they're changing setup, they've got a different run plan to do, or they've got an issue with their car. And given that Hamilton has only done 5 laps and it's been 2 hours since the start of the test day, it's quite likely that he's got an issue with his car. Yeah, Audi's been in the pits for a while. Maybe they've got an issue. Liam Lawson was sleeping in the car in the last shot that I saw of him. So yeah, the mechanics were working away though, so potentially further issues. We saw issues with the Red Bull car yesterday with Isaac Hadjar, and they sort of got those resolved, I think, towards the end of the day. But Max is in the pits right now. He's only done 26 laps compared to George Russell's 35 and Albon's 34. But that again could be part of the Red Bull plan. Track temperatures up at 42 degrees Celsius. It's not going to be as relevant as running when the circuit is at 30 degrees Celsius or 35 degrees Celsius, which is typically what the track temperatures we're going to see all around for the rest of the season. So the teams, they want to gather relevant information. They don't just want any old information. So maybe that's why they're just sat in the pits. But yes, Cadillac still have issues. Bottas has only done 2 laps, as you guys can see. Hamilton has got issues. Bortoleto only done 8 laps as well. Indicates some sort of problem there. Yeah. Yeah, so this might be, if I think Audi haven't had that many major issues, especially on the circuit itself, but potentially, they could be sat here in the garage trying to fix something on Bortoleto's car. First of all, Aston Martin needs to be running more laps than yesterday, informing more about the gearbox and power unit. Yeah, they do need to be running more laps, but there's also a chance that a new gearbox has just arrived and it has been flown in from Silverstone. Who knows? I don't know actually if the teams can definitely fly stuff out, but I don't know if they can fly stuff out, have it arrive in the middle of the day, and then fit it to the car. Yeah, who knows? What is Ferrari doing with its rear wing? So you know how we have a rear wing and it's sort of angled like this, and it pushes the air upwards and the car gets pushed downwards. And you have 2 elements to the rear wing. You have one sort of lower element like this, and then behind that you've got a sort of a steeper element like that. So what Ferrari have done with the upper element, instead of having it like this and then dropping it flat when DRS gets open, or rotating it upwards when DRS gets opened, or slipstream mode, or whatever you want to call it, straight mode, they have it so it flips around in its entirety and it starts actually generating lift and pushing the car upwards, which means that the tyres have got lower rolling resistance and means that they should, in theory, get better top speeds. But again, we do not know what has gone wrong with Hamilton's car. It could have been the rear wing, it could have been the power unit. So yeah, but he's in the pit lane after testing out this new rear wing. Who do you think will be faster, Haas or Williams? Oh, that's a tough one. I think Williams, though. I agree with the statement that the fact that Mercedes are still hiding some horsepower. I think they've also told their customer teams to continue hiding the horsepower that they've got. And yeah, so for that reason, I think Williams will do better than Haas. Okay, we got 3,300 people tuned into the live stream. Much appreciated, folks. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage. If you haven't hit the like button already, be sure to do so. Goes a long way to helping out the channel and keeping things going the way that they are, and hopefully still being the biggest F1 live streaming channel on YouTube. Yeah, with me yapping away, talking about whatever it is I'm talking today and talking tomorrow. Prepare for another 5 more hours of explaining how a test and how Ferrari and Hamilton are running tests. Yeah. No, I'll, especially for the people that have been listening in, all morning, people that have been listening in for the past 4 days of testing, I'll try and keep the mentions of Hamilton and what they're doing to a minimum. But I have I could potentially actually be getting sponsored by F1 TV actually, for the first few races of the season. I did get an email from them, so um, so that could be pretty cool, if we get sponsored by F1 TV for the first few races. Please, big news, yeah. Hopefully so. You should. My original F1 TV sub was using your link. Oh well, much appreciated there, Cameron. Yeah. So I will. If I can get sponsored by then, that'd be pretty cool. Proton VPN obviously is sponsoring testing. Things are going pretty well with them. So nice. How will 22 cars be seen on the screen? Right now it's only 20. There's just a zoom out button. I will zoom out like this, and 22 cars fit on the screen. But because only 11 are out on the track right now, I can zoom in, and still everything will be okay. Okie dokes. Hope it's not a power unit issue. Yeah, I mean, power unit issues obviously take longer to fix, and the fact that they've been in the pits for quite a while indicates that it could be a power unit thing. But again, difficult to know. Alrighty. Yeah, just Oliver Behrman out on the racetrack right now on his test tires. 14 laps completed, shifting at 11,700 revs. 11.7k revs is the shift point for Ollie Behrman by the looks of it. Not too shabby there on a race run, doing lap times around about 4 seconds slower than his best time for his race run. So it seems about in line with the pace to expect there. Do you have a Stream Deck? No, I don't actually. Don't have a Stream Deck. To be fair, I don't have a lot of the stuff that normal streamers have. So, yeah. What team do you think will have the most progress? I think Cadillac. Cadillac will definitely have the most progress. They're clearly not having such a good day in testing. Well, not even yesterday was great for them. Today also isn't looking to be too amazing. So they will probably have the most progress to make over till Australia, and I think they will make that progress. Yeah. Okie dokes. Which tires is Ollie on? The round tires? Yeah, no, he's on the test tire for Pirelli. Pirelli wants some information on a new tire compound, so Behrman's driving around on them. A lot of drivers drove around them on them yesterday, but yeah, Behrman's doing it today. So strange. Audi just sitting in the garage doing nothing. Wheels of almost nobody in the garage, according to the pictures on X. Yeah, I mean, maybe they are just waiting for the track temperature to drop. Like, it isn't the most relevant information that they are getting right now, with track temperatures being up at 42 degrees Celsius and the surface being super rough, the wind speeds being at 11 kilometers per hour. So for that reason, they can just wait a little bit till the second half of the day, or till the temperatures go down, and get more useful information then. Where is Sebastian Vettel? Sebastian Vettel, well, I don't know where he is right now, but yesterday he was talking about doing Le Mans with Max Verstappen, and Max Verstappen was like, "Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Sign me up." And then also asked Fernando Alonso, and Alonso was like, "Yes, sounds good." Alonso said, "Oh, I've got a 100% record of winning Le Mans, so if we're going to do it, we're going to have to win." And well, that'd be fantastic to see Sebastian Vettel and Fernando Alonso and Max Verstappen as a Le Mans team. How does that normally work? I have not watched the 24 hours of Le Mans, at least for an extended period of the race. I've maybe watched an hour or so. But does that, so if they've got, is it normally 3 teams per car? And then they will do 4-hour stints. So they'll do 4 hours, then take a break, and then another driver will swap, then 4 hours. Or is it 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours? How does that sort of work? Because I know for a fact that, of course, the Le Mans cars are slower than the Formula One cars, and the drivers do around about 2 hours or so in a Formula One race, maybe 1.5 hours, and that's reasonably physical on them. But with, I guess, slightly slower cars, maybe they could go for a longer distance. Okay, so it's 3 cars per car, and the stints are at their own discretion. Okay. But then I know, of course, the strategy will be dependent on the weather and the things like that, but is it normally sort of 2-hour stints for the drivers, or is it normally 3 hours or 4 hours? It'd be quite interesting to know. Yeah. Each car must have 3 drivers. A single driver cannot drive more than 14 hours in total, and no more than 4 hours in a 6-hour period. Right, okay. And it's normally 2 to 4 hours, I believe, in a 24-hour race. Fair enough. I mean, you don't want to wear out the drivers too much, right? If you do a 4-hour stint and then let the drivers have a nap and then wake up again for the next 4-hour stint, they could be okay, but 4 hours is a very long period of time. It might be better to then, because you're going to have to come into the pits anyway, I guess, to change tyres, potentially to change quite a few other things. So, yeah, I guess we'll see. Oh, Bottas out onto the circuit as well now. Let's see. Is he going to... Because he's just done install laps, right? He's done 1 lap, then straight back into the pits. 1 lap, straight back into the pits. He's done that twice. Now let's see what he does this time. They're joining WEC or just Le Mans? No, just Le Mans. They'll just take part in the 24 hours of Le Mans. F1 Gamer, hello bro, long time no see. What happened with your interview? How are you doing? I'm doing good. My interview, I'm supposed to hear back maybe today, maybe tomorrow. So I've been refreshing my emails and things like that, to see if I've got any answer. But apart from that, no, things are going all right. And hope things are going all right for you guys as well. F1 Gamer, will we get a discount if we purchase F1 TV subscription from your affiliate link? Please answer. No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not getting a discount. At least not with the link right now. When they sponsor me potentially for the first few races of the season, I will ask them and see if I can get you guys a discount. Yeah, the dreaded waiting. I mean, yesterday, I thought maybe I'd hear back yesterday, and I had my phone in my pocket, and I was feeling these fake vibrations, right? Like, oh, I thought my phone vibrated, but in reality, my phone did nothing. But I was thinking, oh, my phone vibrated. I should check my emails. Yeah, long time, bit annoying to wait, but it is how it is. Interviews for what? Well, I'm not going to specify what company or what sort of job, but I do a mechanical engineering degree, so you guys can sort of guess for yourselves. And then with regards to the interview with the Mercedes F1 engineer, still in the workings, working out when a time when he's free and I'm free, because, well, as you can imagine, I'm sure he's very busy right now, working on the car. Your teachers and classmates know that you have a YouTube channel? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure my friends definitely know I've got a YouTube channel. I think, why wouldn't I tell them, And as for my teachers, yeah, some of my teachers in high school sort of know, but I don't think any of them sort of check the channel very regularly or anything like that. Yeah, Bottas. Here he is then, driving around, coming towards the final sector. Let's see what it's going to be for him. Is he going to come into the pits again? Is he not? He is off the throttle and onto the brakes and coming back into the pit lane. Yeah, if you want to watch Formula One race for free, well, you've got to pay at least $1 for Proton VPN, but then you can watch the testing on an Italian VPN server on YouTube, and you just go onto Sky Sports Italy F1. And if you want to watch the race, then you go onto an Austrian VPN server and you search Service TV. Yeah. Okay, Russell out onto the circuit, so is Colapinto, so is Norris. Bottas came into the pits and then went straight back out again, so I'm not sure exactly what he's doing there by coming into the pits and then going back out, but at least some more laps on the board for Valtteri Bottas. Alright, here comes Russell then. A reasonably quick lap for him in the first two sectors. Third sector's alright as well. And it's a 134.356. So, he's 2/10 off his personal best time, but with track conditions so much hotter than what his personal best time was, what they were when he set his personal best time, it's to be expected. Is Lawson still asleep? Well, there must be something going on with his car because, not a lot of laps up on the board. Same thing for Alonso. He's been in the pits for a while, as far as I can remember. Do you know any other streamers personally, like Stuffy, Not Applicable, Dan No Skills? No, I mean, I don't personally know them. I've got Stuffy on Discord, and I occasionally send him a message here and there, but no, I don't know any other streamers. To be honest, I haven't really met any other YouTubers either. But I think that's to be expected. There really aren't that many of us. But I would quite like to get in contact with Super GT. I do quite like Super GT's videos. It would be cool to have him on, sort of commentating with me. I think that'd be nice. Okay. Yeah, Colapinto driving very slowly again. I don't know. Oh, he's at 74 kilometers per hour on purpose, maybe, or is he doing a test run of the car at 70k? Interesting. When are they doing the flying laps? Well, Verstappen is currently on his outlap, and here he is out of the final corner. He's full onto the power though out of the final corner, and he crosses the line at 260 k's, which indicates to me he's doing a long run, because he would have definitely crossed the line at a much quicker speed if he was doing a short run. Yeah, he doesn't even shift up into 8th gear and gets onto the brakes at 280 k's. So yeah, Max is doing definitely a short run. Let's see if I catch Steve's stream to ask him about it. Yeah, I've been on a few of Steve's live streams, but I haven't sort of worked up the thought the best idea to really ask him. I guess I could have just put a message in the chat and say, "Oh, do you want to stream with me?" But I don't think he really knows who I am. So try commentating with Rick's F1 Addiction. I've seen Rick's F1 Addiction's videos a few times. Quite good videos. Wait, why do the cars have 4 wheels? Yeah, I don't know actually. I think it would be definitely much more beneficial to have 6 wheels on the car, extra grip. Actually, they have 5-string wheels, guys. They have 4 wheels and a steering wheel. Thinking outside the box, aren't we, folks? Okay. Yeah, five wheels. All right, Verstappen. Yeah, he's really not driving that quick. And that's because he's doing a race run. Franco Colapinto is crawling back to the pits at an extremely slow speed, but he's fully now onto the power. And here comes Max Verstappen. Is he going to breeze past him? Yes, he is. But I think Colapinto is going to breeze right back past him because Colapinto is on a quick lap and 320. Oh, Verstappen's deploying quite a bit of his battery now to stay ahead of Colapinto. Colapinto to the inside, sends one down the inside. See you later to Max Verstappen. Is Verstappen going to try the switchback? This is just ruining his long run, to be honest. Verstappen wanted a bit of a clean air for his long run, and he's not getting that. So, or maybe that was the plan. Maybe it was to sit behind Colapinto for the long run, see how the tyres would get affected in the dirty air, see what the aero's like. A little twitch to the rear for Colapinto on the exit of turn 4. And yeah, Verstappen using a lot of the racetrack there to make his way through turn number 8 and going quite wide. In towards turn number 10, Colapinto's car looks a lot sharper than the Red Bull does, but Red Bull has got a lot more fuel in the car as well. What do you think about Red Bull this year? They look decent. Yeah, well, that's as much as I can say. Their engine, I think they've still got some more things to work out with their engine, but so do quite a lot of the other manufacturers as well. So I think it's all right. Are you ever going to bring your steering wheel to university? Probably not, to be honest. There's just not a lot of space here in my room to have a steering wheel and pedals, and to put them somewhere. So yeah, do we have team radios? I haven't actually checked, but I don't think we do. Yeah, no team radios, folks. Apologies. Leclerc is not driving today, folks. Hamilton is driving all day today. Leclerc is driving all day tomorrow. Has Ferrari got issues? Well, they have closed up their garage, so you can't look inside, which normally means that they're disassembling the car in quite a major way. Yeah. And again, we do not know the battery percentage of each car either. Why can't I see Sainz or Piastri? It's because they are. I've zoomed them out on the thing. If I zoom out, I've not clicked on the. If I zoom out, you can see Sainz and Piastri there at the bottom. But just to make the font a little bit bigger, I've decided to just zoom in. Yeah. I'll get Sainz and Piastri up onto the screen for the afternoon test. Well, to be fair, I think Norris is driving all day today, and Albon is also driving all day today, so they're not really even needed really on the screen. Max is driving the whole day today. Yep. Not looking good for Aston Martin Racing. No, it is not. Well, actually, Alonso's back out onto the circuit now. So he had done 19 laps before, and now he's back out onto the track. So, whatever they were having problems with seems to at least been partially fixed. But yes, overall, for them, things aren't looking so great. What will you do for the actual race for the font issue? Well, I will. I'll zoom out, and then I will also adjust the size of everything else on the screen to make sure that it's fine for the race. Yeah. So I'll adjust everything, and it'll be okay. Australia is on the Friday testing, Friday practice in Australia is on the 6th of March. The race itself is on the 8th of March. I guess it will also depend on which country you're in. That will slightly adjust that will affect the time zone a little bit. So you might just want to double check those dates, but it could be one day before, I guess. If you're in America on the West Coast, it might be the day before. But I don't know. What's happening with Mercedes compression ratio? Mercedes are good to go racing in Melbourne with the engine that they've currently got. However, there will most likely be a rule change for the second half of the season, and Mercedes may or may not have to change their engine depending on the rule change. So, yeah, that is still yet to be seen. I don't see the indicators on the cars. Yeah, the indicators are only used if there is a yellow flag, or if there is a red flag, or a safety car, or if there's been a crash. They aren't on normally. Cadillac, yeah, more problems for Bottas. He's done, he had done 2 laps or maybe 3 laps, and then yeah, he's gone around the pits a few times, and then yeah, it's just come back in. So more sort of issues for him. If the car's below 50 kilometers per hour, the blinkers go on. Okay, 50 below 50. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much stopped. The drivers are never going really below 50, unless you're in Monaco, in which case we may see some random blinking of lights below 50 while they're in Monaco. And I guess that will also mean if they are below, if you can see the lights blinking at any point, that means that they aren't using the electrical power, because you're not allowed to use the electrical power below 50 kilometers per hour. Audi, yeah, Audi seem to have some problems as well today. Audi, Red Bull, and Ferrari and Cadillac all seem to have issues. You compare the driving between Hadjar and Max. Well, I don't think there's much point comparing right now, given that they're probably on different test plans. But I think that going into Melbourne, there will still just be a big gap, like there always has been between Max and the second Red Bull driver. Maybe the car will be a bit more stable, so Hadjar can get closer. But it's Hadjar's second season in Formula One. Are you really going to expect him to match 4-time world champion Max Verstappen? Probably not. Honda engine still 300 under 300k down the straight. Well, they are clearly not deploying all of their power, because I've seen it go to 325 myself. So yeah, Alonso is definitely not pushing too hard, because he's just gone 224k's through sector number 2 speed traps. That's extremely slow. The VTEC did not kick in. Yeah. He's still shifting at 11,000, 11,300, 11,100, and clipping at 302, but it also seems like he's doing a long run in the 1 minute 43s. I mean, Albon is doing long runs, and those are in the 1 minute 41s. 1 minute 43 long run. Damn. Why did they choose this track for testing? Well, you can guarantee reasonably good weather. It's a relatively good circuit. It's a purpose-built racetrack rather than a street circuit. It has lots of runoff, lots of straights, lots of different corners, lengths. So good mix of corners, and they agreed to host preseason testing. Really, I'm sure a few other places would have liked to, but Bahrain is a nice distance where it's not too far away from Europe, and also it. And also, what's the other thing that? Yeah, the weather is consistently good. In Barcelona, at one point, it snowed in preseason testing, which obviously isn't ideal. I think that year Pirelli even had ice Formula One tyres. It was definitely up on their website when I looked, but I don't think they were ever made or used. But it was on the website, and yeah, there's not too many criteria that you need to host preseason testing. And yeah, it will probably be a big money contract. So, The teams have got a lot of data here before. They didn't want to go testing in Qatar, for example. It's a purpose-built racetrack. It's not too far from Bahrain. It's got good weather, but the teams don't have that much historic data about Qatar, so it makes it a little bit harder for them. And that's why the teams would prefer it for Bahrain. We've got issues, folks, for Hamilton, for Ferrari, for Cadillac as well. Making some changes to their car. Haas is pretty underrated, I feel. Yeah, I mean, Haas have been performing quite consistently for the past few days. Not too many issues, lots of laps under their belt. Race, their runs are looking pretty solid. So it's good for them, really. No. Yeah, I'm going to put it up on the screen. We've got extra space anyway, so might as well. Williams look good. Did they face any issues? Well, apart from missing the Barcelona test, they've been pretty good actually with regards to reliability, with regards to getting laps done and things like that. So, yeah, Williams in the Bahrain tests have been very, 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 very solid. Yeah, no yellow flags, no crashes or anything today, no VSCs or anything like that. So things are looking relatively good. Calling it Bottas will do a full lap. Okay. Well, let's see. Well, he's out of the pit style. He's on a fresh set of mediums, which probably indicates that he's going to go out and do a longer run. There's no reason to do install laps on a fresh set of medium tires. Okay. Yeah, top 5 cars out on the circuit right now, at least from the leaderboard, and then Valtteri Bottas. Do you think flip up, flip down will make a big difference? Yeah, I think it will actually. It will allow. Yeah, I think it'll increase top speed. It makes sense as well. Oh, why have they? Yeah, okay. Bottas going into the pits then, even with a fresh set of medium tires. Back into the pit lane he goes. What's the issue with Hamilton? Unknown. I mean, I'll try and figure out what's going on. It's an update. Ferrari have said it's being handled. No news for now. So that's all that we're getting from the Ferrari team. It's currently being handled. No news for now. There you go, mate. We are checking. Yeah, that's what Ferrari is saying then. Bottas makes his way back out onto the circuit. Show the Ferrari meme. If people are saying it's already over, well, where is it? It's absolute depression, isn't it? There you go. And yeah. What was the best time so far on both tests? It's Lando Norris's time, currently at the top of the times, with a 133.453, going 6 milliseconds faster than George Russell yesterday. And given that Norris did it in worse track conditions, it's definitely the quickest thing that we've seen so far. I think Bottas is simulating race starts. Maybe he could be doing that by coming in and out of the pit lane repeatedly. I don't know why they would want to simulate so many, but I guess it gives them the ability to just simulate them, then go back out, simulate, and change things very, very quickly rather than waiting for the next day or waiting for the next break in the timings to do that. So, fair enough. Nice idea. What else need to simulate race finishes? Yeah, they probably will be doing. I mean, to be fair, they have done race runs where they've done upwards of 20 laps. I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, that's nearly a stint also of the Bahrain race. Updates on Hamilton's race engineer. Well, they will be building up their connection, their working relationship. It takes a bit of time, I'm sure, as you guys will have experienced, new people joining your team, your friend group, your new co-workers and things like that. It takes a little bit of time to warm up to them and get comfortable. So, yeah, that's sort of just how it's going with Lewis Hamilton. We'll see, once the season starts and we get the radio broadcast coming through, has the relationship, is it better than what it was with Adami? But yeah, we are not. So I guess it doesn't really even matter so much now in preseason testing. It's much more, I think, in a high pressure environment, how they work together. Any major crashes or lockup? I mean, we've had quite a few drivers go off at turn 10. So lockups have been quite common, but in terms of crashes, not much to really see. Ferrari are installing a new floor. Okay, well, thanks for the interesting news. Again, Ferrari, when they said their official statement, they just said, "We are working on it. It will be fixed. It's being handled. No news for now." So, average Ferrari moment, but there you go. Oh, look, Bottas is actually doing some laps now. Okay, good to see. Good to see. 8 laps currently on the board. Still not a lap time though, but if he does cross the line this time and doesn't dive into the pit lane, he will get a lap time up on the screen. McLaren race pace looks worrying. I mean, the race pace is up in the 141s. Albon was doing 141s in race pace. Behrman is doing, 139. So it's it's different fuel loads. So you just don't know. The Merc seems very stable. How are they doing that? By probably having more downforce and not pushing as hard. Yeah. Russell's done 49 laps, right? If he's done 49 laps, they aren't quali laps where he's pushing relatively hard. It's all putting the laps in at 90% of quali speed, 95% of quali speed. So it's not too difficult for these sort of drivers. Red Bull sucks, question mark. Well, look, they're second on the leaderboard. They're about a tenth slower than the quickest time that we've seen in preseason testing so far. They have the quickest top speed that we've seen in preseason testing so far. So, I wouldn't say that they suck. I think Cadillac will finish as backmarkers this year. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if they finish as backmarkers. But if you look at the percentage terms of where they start out the season, of how many percent are they slower than the top team, whichever one's at pole position, and then they compare that to the end of the season, I think that number will have drastically reduced. Mate Crofty just said Ferrari having telemetry problems, nothing mechanical, nothing serious. Fair enough. I mean, again, telemetry problems are still technical things, ECU going wrong and things like that, and their radio transmissions. So, yeah, fair enough. But yes, the only but maybe Ferrari will come out with a different statement. But yes, to at least to Racing News, what they said to Racing News, or the people that asked them, was that it was, well, it just said it's currently being handled. Okie dokes. Yeah. What do you think about the Red Bull pace? I think it's good. Yeah, good pace for the Red Bull team. Ferrari's air fryer is so dead, Lewis is fixing it. Yeah, clearly, guys, clearly. Um, when you're a Ferrari driver, you're a strategist, you're an inspector, you're a driver, you're a race engineer, and you're also the person that fixes the air fryer. Clearly, clearly. All right. Take a nap, mate. Yeah, I probably will take a longer lunch break today, mainly because there really isn't so much to talk about. And also, yes, I'm a little bit tired, so I'll have a bit of a break. Rosberg seems to think Lewis will win this year. Well, we will see. We will see what happens in Australia. Ferrari could be really good, but you don't know for certain, do you? Ferrari isn't done installing sandbags yet. What do I think about the new teams? Yeah, I think that Cadillac are doing okay. They've managed to figure out their issues, and yeah, they are working through things as to be expected. Really, we're not expecting them to go out and perform incredibly well. Haas did have a very good opening debut race, right? Let me. I cannot remember because I obviously didn't watch Formula One back when Haas first joined. But correct me if I'm wrong. But Haas finished like top five, right, in their first race. They had the Ferrari engine, and I think they finished top five. So the other American team, they did very well in their first race. Maybe Cadillac will do similar, but with the new regulations coming in, it might be a little bit difficult. Apparently, it's telemetry issues, according to Crofty on Sky Sports. According to other sources, Ferrari just aren't telling anyone, or aren't telling a lot of people. They ran a B spec Ferrari, or more or less. Yeah, I mean that, to be fair, was what the Haas was in 2018 when I started watching. Haas was the fourth fastest car, and they were pretty much running a B spec Ferrari with just older parts and things like that. So had like well, in some ways, of course, running a Ferrari car, they'll have the power unit. They may also have the gearbox as well from the Ferrari team, but then the suspension and everything else that they're doing, that'll be their own making. Do you think the simplified aero package like the McLaren kind of has a way to go in the new era of F1 to develop quicker? Yeah, there is. When you have a new regulation package, you're not only looking for what is the fastest right now, but you're also looking for what has got potential to improve in the future, because you don't want to pick a design this year, be really quick in the first year, and then can't upgrade your car any further because everything's too complex and too impossible to get to work. Whereas you could have a car that's slightly slower in year one and then develop it and get it upgraded faster for year two and year three. But everyone else is also going to be trying to do the same thing. So it's your job then to make sure your upgrades work as well as they possibly can. And yeah, I mean, there are so many other factors at play. In the first race, they were 6th position, and in Bahrain, they were 5th position in 2016. Thank you, Toxic Edits, in the chat. Yeah, so they started out very, very strong, and well, they're struggling a little bit more in the past few years, but they'll be looking to return to form and potentially score some podiums here and there. Of course, they got that pole position with K-Mag in Brazil, so they've had their highs and lows. Yeah, definitely some of the lows is I think Ericsson hit me with what was it, Raymond Grosjean in 2018 while he was weaving behind the safety car. Okay. The news regarding the Ferrari, they are working on gearbox and suspension of the Ferrari. Okay, well, one person says that it is the gearbox, one person says it's the telemetry, one person says that Ferrari are giving us no news. So we'll just have to wait and see till they come out onto the circuit. And if they've got a new rear suspension and a new gearbox, well, we're not going to be able to tell if they've got a new gearbox, but a new suspension, we might be able to tell. Best in the midfield, I'm cheering for Haas/Toyota. Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got some good opportunities there. Of course, with Toyota sponsoring them as well, it's going to be a much more well-funded team and a lot more experts being made there as well. Can I give predictions for car rankings? I don't know. This is Alonso. Alonso's doing a practice start. Okay, well, let's have a look what RPM Alonso's going for his practice start, because a lot of people there was a clip floating around that the Honda only goes to like 9,000 RPM or 10,000 RPM for its practice start. Alonso here, 9,700, 9,800 RPM, and he drops the clutch and he continues on his way. So, yeah, Alonso, rather than going all the way up to 12,000 RPM like all of the other teams, or 10,000 RPM, he only goes to 9,700, 9,800, and yeah, still launches away fine, of course, and doesn't stall out or anything like that. But is there a reason? Is their gearbox not strong enough? Is their engine not going to be able to survive 12,000 RPM? Who knows? But some piece of information. And they were doing the same 9,700 RPM last week as well. So it's not like it's changed or anything. So they're still doing the same sort of start procedure. But it makes sense, they could, because they are, because it's a practice start, it's not for actual race start, run it at 9,700 RPM. As long as you're not going to stall, it's okay. Old fuel, maybe. Honda, who is Honda's fuel supplier, actually? Is it Aramco? Because I think Aramco sponsor Aston Martin, or maybe I'm just mixing that up because they've both got green as their main colours. Aramco, yes, okay. Yeah, so Aramco, I don't know if Aramco have got their fuel approved, because I think Petronas, they failed the fuel test, but I don't think Aramco have even submitted anything just yet. Thoughts on the rotating upside down rear wing? It's a nice idea, and we'll see if it works. We'll see if they keep it. That's probably because of Verstappen sector 2, check sector 2. They are. Yeah, Verstappen sector 2 is all right. Like it's what in terms of his previous lap, it was a 44-second sector 2, but yeah, his second sector here is 40.7. Still quite a ways off what the McLarens can do in the middle sector, but Norris was pushing so extremely hard going towards turn number 12. And Verstappen was much quicker in the final sector, so who knows? Aramco has more synthetic experience than others. Yeah, I think they do. They may have that. I'm not 100% certain, but there isn't that much performance, I think, to be gained by having a better a better fuel per se, because the regulations say what you're allowed and what you're not allowed. So there's only a limit that you can go up to, and it's well within reach of all of the fuel companies and all of their suppliers and things like that. It's not like they're pushing the boundaries of fuel chemistry. Yeah. How is Verstappen slower in all sectors in Sector 2 by almost 4 tenths, but his final lap's only 1.31? It's because this sector time here for Lando Norris was not set on the same lap as these two sector times. So Norris went quick, and then slow in Sector 3 on the lap that he's got right at the top, and that's why that's why they don't add up. Yeah. Let's talk about Ferrari's new active carbon suspension with differential mechanical grip levels depending on aero load. Well, thank you for typing that in the chat, but I have no idea, so I'm going to Google about this, and see if I can find any news. I think this is for one of their road cars. I think. I don't know if it is. Yeah, at least I can't find any Formula One articles about it. The general conclusion is that more than one team have said they've looked at the Ferrari rear wing solution, but have discounted it because of what you gain on braking. You lose a bit on acceleration. Yeah, but if other teams have discounted it, Ferrari clearly will have done a similar sort of analysis and found some performance improvement. Maybe they thought of it in a slightly different way to another team, or there's something different, right? Like whenever a teams make a decision, they have the data to back it up to prove that the decision makes sense. They're not going to make a decision that they think is a bad idea, right? But the other teams will have done analysis and said, oh, maybe this doesn't seem okay. It's a similar thing with the Alpine rear wing, right? The Alpine rear wing, rather than a lot of them, like we normally have rotating upwards, they have the rear wing rotate backwards. And the Alpine team will have done analysis and will have thought, okay, I think this is going to be better for us. And that's why they picked it. So no, Ferrari would never make I mean, the team think that they're making the correct decision, right? Like, none of them are going to think that they're making a bad decision when making it. Because, yeah, they think they're doing the right thing. It may turn out to be wrong, but at least they think that they're doing correctly. Williams having an issue or having an upgrade? Well, Albon's done 52 laps, so I don't think it's much of an issue. He's sat in the pit lane right now. That's the most laps out of anyone so far this afternoon, tied with George Russell. So, yeah, probably just taking a bit of a break. 52 laps is nearly a race distance or so, and they'll be doing some changes on the car, I presume. How they replace wings during the race with all the new electronics? That is a question that I have posed, and something that I have not got an accurate answer to. So, again, appreciate the question there, 1x Zach X1. And yeah, I'm not sure, because if they have a hydraulic system to actuate the front wing like this, to move it up and down, then, well, you're going to have to have the hydraulics pass through the front wing when you replace it, which doesn't seem like it would work. If it's an electric system, then it's quite easy. You just have electrical contacts on the part where you change the front wing. So when you change it, the electrical contacts touch again, and you can have the front wing move. So I think in an electrical sense, that's quite sort of straightforward to do. But if it was a hydraulic system that is pushing the motors up and down on the front wing, then I'm interested to see what solution that they've come up to the engineering challenge. They showed a wing change on YouTube, did they? Okay, I'll have a look at that video. But yes, for an electrical one, they will just have, how like on whenever you've got like an a battery or something, and one end is positive, one end is negative, they will have two separate connectors on the car side, and they'll have two separate connectors on the front wing side. And once they touch, the electric motors will still have electricity to then move up and down. Why is Bottas 8 seconds off the pace? Because they've been having quite a bit of issues with the car, so they're not pushing it as hard with regards to doing a lot of lap time, doing low lap times and things like that. Can someone say how to watch the live using Proton VPN? You connect to an Italian VPN server, and once you've done that, you go over to YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1 Live, and as long as you're properly connected, it will just be the first thing that comes up. Yeah, Hamilton has been sat in the pits for a while now. It's been, I think, maybe upwards of 2 hours, and Hamilton's been in the pit lane. So there is a pure speculation of what's going on in the garage. Some people think it's the gearbox, some people think it's a suspension, some people think rear wing. Ferrari are giving us no further information. So I guess you might as well decide what you want to decide. And, I don't think it'll be reducing a huge amount of drag, but then, it won't reduce a huge amount of aerodynamic drag, the Ferrari rear wing, but it will reduce rolling resistance, which will then, again, lead to higher top speed. What are they saying here with... Okay, so apparently Aston Martin's work for today is in the morning they're doing aerodynamic tests, in the afternoon they're doing long runs. That is the plan, at least for Aston Martin. So we will see with regards to if they follow through on that. But Alonso's done only 29 laps, so not a huge amount of aerodynamic testing done for the Aston team. Is Piastri just sitting out the session? Piastri's not driving today. He is just he's not on the screen right now. If I zoom out, he's there. But just to make the font a bit bigger, I can just zoom back in. Yeah. A lot of drivers aren't taking part. What's up with Red Bull and Audi? What is up with Red Bull and Audi? Well, Red Bull are fine. They're doing their laps. A little bit limited number of laps there from Verstappen, but laps are getting completed. And Audi are having problems with their car. I don't think anyone has gone out and figured out what is up with Audi. Actually, let me see. Can I find something about the Audi car? No, not at least on the source that I've been using. Yeah, I mean, they must have some sort of engine issue if they're sat in the garage for that long. New engine, new power unit. Makes sense. F1 Tech Talk from yesterday showed the front wing change at about 12 minutes 20. Okay. Cheers, Drew Blank Music. I'll check that out. I don't know, either tonight or before the season starts. Oh, Racing Bulls. Oh, Racing Bulls have got yes, again, more. It must be cooling problems. That's reportedly what Hadjar had yesterday, and they've of course got the same power unit, so makes sense. According to Motorsport, something TR, I don't know what that stands for. Scuderia Ferrari can gain 8 to 10 kilometers per hour more on the straights compared to the others, thanks to the new wing that they debuted today. 8 to 10 kilometers per hour is quite a substantial claim. So I guess we'll have to see it out on track. But we won't have anything to compare it to because the teams will not reveal the top top speed, like they're not going to start bragging about that. So what they'll do, they'll run the car in engine mode 1, like a very low engine mode. They'll figure out what the top speed is, and then they'll change the wing, and then they'll run it again, and they'll see the difference. So someone will go through the data, will go back, watch Hamilton's test runs, and have to figure out what the top speed increase was. I'm back on Proton VPN watching Sky F1 from Italy, which is great, but is there another country to watch from? Unfortunately not. If you're hoping for sort of English commentary, there's no way to watch it using Proton VPN, unfortunately. For the races, there'll be the Austrian VPN, where you can watch practice, quali in the race, but yes, for testing, it's just the Italy servers. Russell and Behrman both coming out the pits. Hello, MGC. Nice to see you back, buddy. What's the issue with the Hamilton? Ferrari have not said. Ferrari has said, we are checking. Oh no, they said it's under control, we're going to handle it, and you're not going to get any more information than that. So, yeah. There's a sim racer, come on, real racer, who every time says Audi, I swear it sounds like Aldi. Okay, I don't know who that is. Explain the new Ferrari rear wing. So there are two different types of drag that we've got in Formula 1 cars. You've got aerodynamic drag, so that's the air sort of pushing you backwards, slowing you down. And then you've also got the drag on the wheels, the friction that you've got from the tyres onto the racetrack that is slowing you down. Now, the harder that you press the rear wheels and the front wheels into the ground, the more friction you're going to get, which is, good in some sense. It gives you more grip, but it also slows you down more down the straights. So Ferrari, what they've done with their new rear wing is you've got your lower element of the rear wing, and then you've got your upper element. And what they've done is they've modified the upper element. So rather than it folding up, the upper element folding up like this and, creating a slot for the air to just flow through, they've had the upper element rotate like this, so it actually generates lift, and it pushes the car upwards a little bit. But of course, you've got the other element of the wing that's still pushing downwards, so it sort of balances out a little bit. But that means you haven't got much force pushing the car down, and because you haven't got as much force pushing the car down, you get more. You have less friction from the tires, and then you can go a quicker top speed. So that's the sort of idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the wing probably did break. It maybe it generated too much lift than they were expecting, and it was pushing the cars upwards, and it broke the points where it was attached. Maybe the suspension wasn't ready for it. Like there's just we've no way of knowing. Imagine if Lewis comes out with a new floor and goes fastest. I am delusional. Yeah, I mean. Imagine if Aston Martin come out with a set of soft tyres and go set a 1 minute 29 lap time. Like, we can always think of those things, but that's boggling my mind. High friction being greater than aero friction. It's not greater than aero friction, but the thing was, when you fold your flap up flat like this, you are still having quite a bit of aero friction, and when you rotate it around, you'll still have a very similar amount of aero friction. Maybe it'll increase a little bit, but it gets hugely offset by the friction that you get from the tires, or the friction reduction that you get from the tires. So that's why it works, right? I mean, that's why downforce works. You get a huge increase in grip on the tires, and you get a little compromise in terms of top speed and acceleration, but it's worth it because you can go quicker through the corners. So a very similar sort of principle applies. Bortoletto 330Ks through this first speed trap, 30.1 through the first sector. Not too bad there from Bortoletto as he makes his way through turn number 8. Let's see what he can do. I'm in Florida watching on F1 TV with Apple. Well, thank you for tuning into the stream regardless, Nice to hear that you prefer my commentary over F1 TV. Where can I watch pre-season testing in Greece? Well, you'll have to connect to Proton VPN and connect to Italy, and then you can go to YouTube and watch it that way. I don't know where you can watch it on Greece. You probably have to pay for it on TV, most likely. Maybe the heat shield wing send enough heat into the wing to trash it. Oh, yeah, it's we don't know. It's just testing until Ferrari did well. Yeah. It's always preseason testing does not matter whatsoever. The lap times are meaningless unless my favorite team is P1. In which case, I'm going to give you 500 reasons why preseason testing actually does matter, and but it's never that deep. It's never that deep. Oh yeah, literally any VPN will work. It's just that obviously Proton VPN is my sponsor, so go ahead and use whatever you have if you have a VPN already. Just posted last week's race sims as a plot on the F1 subreddit. If you are interested, take a look. We'll have a look there, buddy. We'll have a look. Have you just posted them? So should I sort by new? Oh, interesting here. Race simulations, Bahrain test 1, day 3. Much appreciated there. Okay, let's have a look at these images. Well, it looks like Williams are slower than Mercedes, McLaren are faster than Mercedes, and what else? What other information have we got? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's a bit difficult to sort of interpret here, but Ferrari seem to have more tyre wear in the earlier stints. Like it's so it's hard to tell. Larry, do you know if they've been using the same car for all of testing starting in Barcelona? Yeah, most likely they will have had the same chassis, because, again, when they want to compare data between the cars and between test sessions, it's much, much better to have the exact same chassis, keep everything as the exact same and then change the one thing you're trying to work out. Is this better? Is this worse? I mean, that's sort of what a control experiment is, right? Are you using OBS? Yes, I am. Any update on what Hamilton has? No, Ferrari have said we are checking. At this rate, Aston Martin won't be finishing races. Yeah, only 29 laps completed. They were supposed to do aero testing, and in the afternoon they're supposed to do long runs. We'll see how many long runs that they get done, but yeah, not a huge amount. I suspect with the way that the power unit's been behaving, and the times that they've been shifting at early revs and things like that. But Bottas, 26 laps, he's been catching up nice and quickly now. The first half of the session wasn't ideal. A lot of install laps, a lot of driving through the pit lane, but things are on the up for Valtteri Bottas. Gabriel Bortoleto is, I think, on a flying lap here again. Yes, on a slightly, this is again a used set of tyres. His previous lap was on completely fresh tyres. This time a bit more used, but he's only going marginally slower in the first sector. Max is out onto the circuit. Let's see now. Max revs up to 12,000, then 11,000, jumps up to 13 there momentarily. But he's still holding the revs, and then he goes. Okay. So it took a while there, but we've seen it drop down to 11,000, go up to 13,000, depending, of course, on throttle input and things like that. All right. I like your stream. Good job. Well, thank you very much, King Fred. Much appreciated. And yeah, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Goes a long way to helping out. And if you haven't subscribed, then be sure to subscribe. Hopefully we can make our way towards 231k. It'd be quite nice to hit 250. I mean, saying 250 and then thinking 250,000 is just crazy. But it's been going on, so the channel's been continuing on. Can we get a Max Verstappen? Well, there you go. Why is there a question mark on Russell's tyres? Because the data is glitched out. Okay. Yeah. Driver's just driving, you know? It's like Ryan Gosling in the movie Drive. I drive. Um, but yeah, what can you really expect from the drivers? No team radios here to read and to see what they're complaining about. That would have been quite nice actually if they had the team radios so we could figure out what they're complaining about. Did they confirm the issue at Ferrari? Well, supposedly the issue is telemetry. A few other people have said gearbox, suspension. Some of the people think it's the rear wing, and Ferrari have not confirmed, as per the information that I've at least been looking at. Yeah. Track temperature up at now 45 degrees Celsius. The wind speed's also at 12 kilometers per hour. So I'm sure that's not helping Aston Martin's sort of testing plans with trying to get aero data by the wind sort of affecting all of these things. Is Alonso doing another race start? Alonso is first gear on the brakes, 7,000 revs. Is he actually doing a race start from 7,000 revs? No, he's back down to 5,000. Okay. Right, he's in neutral now. Don't know what's going on there with Aston Martin. Building up the revs. 10,000 this time, so building up an extra 3,000 revs than he did on the previous occasion, and then goes pretty quickly. Yeah, Alonso would be like GP3 engines, yeah. There you go. So, yeah, don't know exactly what the start procedure he was trying to follow there, but he definitely did go higher in the rev range than previously. So, there we go. Bro, Aston better set some competitive times. I think a lot of people here are rooting for Aston Martin, and why wouldn't you? You got Fernando Alonso there. A lot of people want to see him do very, very well. Any news for Hamilton? Ferrari confirmed they have a small chassis issue, so no engine-related problem to keep them in the garage. Okay. Again, is there any person that you've read this tweet from? Is there a website that you've found this information from? That would be much, much appreciated. Okie dokes. Yeah, a small chassis issue taking 2 hours to fix. I mean, sure, Ferrari, sure. I 100% really believe you. What else are you going to tell me next? Um, yeah, I don't think the person told me has said which tweet that has come from or which person, but I'll keep checking F1 Twitter and see if there's anything. But Verstappen only 314, Aston only 290. Guys, how many times do I have to say this? They are doing different run plans. You can see Verstappen is doing a long run, and that's why he's only going to go 314 on a long run, because he needs to make sure that on the next lap he still has battery remaining. And Aston Martin are doing aerodynamic tests. He's only in 7th gear, probably because they aren't bothered about. They want information on what he's doing at 290 or 280, right? Like there's different things that they're looking at, and that's why they're not deploying all of their battery. I'll die laughing if that heat shield wing did some bad damage. Potentially, but I don't think it restricted the airflow that much. Of course, there are issues with restricting airflow around the exhaust, and that could cause, issues for the engine. But it didn't seem like the wing that they had was significantly going to restrict the airflow. Yeah, like, okay, once we get to quali in Australia and you see the top speeds of each of the drivers and you see that, oh well, Aston Martin's only going at 10 miles per hour and Max Verstappen is going at 69,000 miles per hour, then you guys can start complaining about it in the chat. But for the most part, it doesn't really matter. George Russell was just hitting 290 before he gets onto the brakes at turn 14, and we've seen drivers go up to 300 there. Here he is now, Russell coming down the straight. Going down the straight, he goes to 321, and then he starts clipping down again. Is there any battery information? Unfortunately not. It's still yet to be decided whether that information is going to be public. So if it is, then I will, of course, get it up on the stream as well as I possibly can. But if it's not, then, there's not much that I can really do. All right, 3,800 people tuned in. Much appreciated. Okie dokes. Colapinto out onto Turkey. We're getting quite a few more cars out onto the track now. Okay. Is it fair to say that Ollie Behrman is showing why he was a top-rated rookie last year? Oh yeah, Ollie Behrman went toe-to-toe with Ocon and performed incredibly last season. So yeah, he's definitely a top rookie, and I think this season he may beat Ocon by quite the significant margin. And there were a few comments by the Haas team principal saying that Ocon isn't performing well enough, and well, we'll see how that continues, and if yeah. I disagree. The wing is covering half the exhaust. Outlet trackside comment said the cars even sounded different. Yeah, no, right. When you look at it from the rear, the images do look like it's covering half of it, and it is covering half of it, but it's not like a full-on blockade of half of the exhaust cover. It's more sort of like as a curve upwards, as far as I could tell. So yeah, I think the curve upwards sort of helps with that. Of course, if it was just a direct block on half the exhaust, then I think that yes, that would have been an issue. But maybe it makes it sound better, Ocon is one driver on the track that is a non-entity for me. Who even is he? All the drivers are characters and Ocon is a pure NPC. You'd forget him in a pub quiz, Well, yeah, I mean, it is... I think with the way Formula One has moved since Liberty Media has bought it, right? Since 2018, there has been so much more media coverage, so much more social media that Liberty Media has brought in the world of Formula One. Now, of course, they're a media company, right? They understand this, but they have... there are so many interviews and there are so many videos, right, of your favorite F1 driver being funny for 10 minutes, or Fernando Alonso complaining about engines for 10 minutes, or whatever, Verstappen being I'm not sure exactly, right, all of these videos, right? I don't really watch most of them, but it's so different to how it was, let's say, in the early 2000s, right? In the early 2000s, you would get a press conference at the end of each race, and maybe you would see the F1 drivers in an advert, right? You'd see, I think there was that Murray Walker advert with... who was it? Damon Hill. There was, the Nico Rosberg, Lewis Hamilton adverts in who's going to drive each other, who's going to drive that pregnant woman to the hospital. And I think that was the most sort of personality that you really got to see about the drivers. But since Liberty Media has come in, what they've done is they've made the drivers much more of a personable person that you can relate to, that you can laugh with, and that makes you feel like a much more of a stronger connection to them, and that gives you more of a reason to watch Formula One, because you feel sort of more connected with your favorite driver because you know more about them and things like that. And yeah, some of the drivers have adapted to that well, and really are very good in all of these social media videos. And then some of the drivers just don't really care. Kimi Räikkönen famously would not particularly answer any sort of interview question or care about any of these sort of social media things. But then some of the other drivers get on with it really well. So yeah, I think Ocon's just one of the people that doesn't care so much about the social media, doesn't really reveal much of his personality because he doesn't want to, right? Like, it is well within its rights not to reveal his personality to the entire world. And yeah, it's fair enough. But it's just not what Formula One ideally wants. Ideally, they want you to have a really strong, parasocial connection with your favorite driver. So then you'll watch the races regardless of if they're winning or not. Ocon is very simple, reserved, nice, kind, amazing person. He's just not very vocal about it. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? Like, I'm sure all of these people are nice when they're with their friends and they're with their family and whatever, but they don't have to present that out to the whole world if they don't want to. Will I watch Drive to Survive season 8? No, probably not. I mean, I've watched I think one of the seasons, and that was it. And I didn't even watch the whole thing, so I've never really watched much of it. Yeah, I'll probably get clips that show up and things like that, but um, you know, that's about it. Crofty is saying that they can kind of see what's happening in the Ferrari garage from the commentary box. The car is up on the stands. There's not much work being done on the car. Right. Well, they must be sort of investigating on something then. But thanks for the info. Yeah, if they've not got a lot of work getting done on the car, then they must be trying to diagnose some other problem elsewhere. They've got some issue with Hamilton's car. It's up on the jack stands. Does the Ferrari new wing allow them to run the car lower to the ground, reduce plank wear, increasing ground effect by increasing rake? No, because the because previously the issue was if you didn't have DRS and you were going 300 k's down the straight, you would be putting loads of force onto the suspension to get it close to the ground, and then that would wear out your plank. But because of the active area rules anyway, you're not having these really big loads on the rear suspension at top speed because you've got the active aero zones, and you just drop your rear wing to have no downforce. So yes, in a way, Ferrari's got even less downforce on the rear wing because of the new thing, but I doubt it's going to be affecting their ride heights all that significantly, because the issue is already solved, and we're barely seeing any sparks on the cars, right? Nowadays, compared to, well, not nowadays, but in preseason testing, we definitely in the past we've seen loads of sparks fly in Bahrain, especially when the drivers go off the racing line. But in these last few days, it's been relatively low in the spark department. Aston went 3:27, did they? Okay, that's cool. So I think that might be a new top speed for the Astons. Piastri is driving all of tomorrow, and it is Lando Norris that is driving for all of today. Yeah. Did what were all of the? Oh yeah, folks. Do you have any favourite adverts that you've seen the F1 drivers in? Because I've definitely I remember that advert of oh, was it? Oh, it was actually, yeah, Nico and Schumacher, wasn't it? They were like, oh, I'm the best Mercedes driver to drive this woman to the hospital or something. Aston have got a new engine tomorrow, have they? Oh, really? Where is this? Where has this information come from, folks? Well, I very much do appreciate you guys telling me that all of this new news. But again, I would like to sort of confirm this information before I, tell 3,600 people or however many people are listening that this is true. Yeah. Wait, McLaren originally said Piastri in the afternoon, and they split tomorrow as well. Has it changed? From what I saw, it was Lando Norris driving all of today, but I will double check. Or maybe I'm just, oh no, actually, incorrect, folks, incorrect. Piastri is driving the afternoon. Sorry, I misremembered. So yeah, Piastri is driving in the afternoon. So is Antonelli. So is Ocon. So is Hulkenberg, and so is Perez. All of the drivers. Yeah, if I haven't mentioned a driver, then they're either continuing on. Yeah, I think it was pretty self-explanatory. Oh. I remember that Schumacher ad where he was a cardboard cut out of the Shell garage. Yeah, that was pretty good. Oh yeah, I saw that Shell advert where they got a Ferrari pit crew when someone came into a Shell garage, they got a Ferrari pit crew to change out the tires and refuel them and everything. That was quite a good one. Yeah, McLaren are splitting their drivers every day. Yeah. Thanks, Olivia Brown, 8688. Whereas Science is just off the edge of the screen. And there you go. He's there at the bottom now, but I'm just going to zoom in again. And Science, is he driving today? No, he's not. Alex Albon is driving for the whole day today. And Science is driving for the whole day tomorrow. Okie dokes. F1 Gamer, I'm doing my on-guard woodwork test right now as I listen to this. Well, best of luck then. Oscar Piastri 81, MCL 39. Yeah. Top teams run long runs. They did 38s and 39s. And they did 42s. Is that referring to Aston Martin and their long runs being in the 1 minute 42s? Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see what the long run pace is looking like, but it's pretty bad if Aston Martin are that far behind. However, I don't think so. F1 Game Review thought of making a Discord server. I have a Discord server, but only for channel members. So if you guys would like to be a channel member, help out the channel. It's £1, $1, €1, I think, for a month, and helps the channel out. But don't feel obliged. I'm sure just hitting the like button in of itself is more than enough, really, to support the channel. So big thank you. Okay. 58 laps for Alex Albon. Very nice. Who's going to complete more laps, folks? Is it going to be Alex Albon? Is it going to be Lando Norris? Or is it going to be Oliver Behrman? Behrman on 56, Norris on 56, and Albon on 58. Russell's up to 65 already. So maybe it was George Russell who finishes the morning session with the most laps. Sky Italia have said Ferrari confirmed it's not a power unit issue, and Gazzetta Ferrari on Twitter said it's a chassis issue. Okay. Thank you, OJ. Much appreciated. So yeah, some sort of chassis issue there. There are some videos here on Twitter between. There's a meeting happening out in the open. Also, why would they have this meeting out in the open? I'm not exactly sure, but between Adrian Newey, Lance Stroll, Lance Stroll's dad and a different person called Cardile, who must be some sort of senior in the Aston Martin team. And they all seem very annoyed, and they're all just sat outside discussing something which is annoying them, presumably the Aston Martin car. But who knows? Why would you do that out in the open? If you're going to get annoyed, then you might as well just keep it quiet, keep it away from the press, and do it inside in your garage where you have space to do so. Okay, they're trying out different setups apparently at Aston Martin. So Fernando Alonso coming out of the pits here. Lando Norris is... Okay, they're both doing restarts here actually. So let's see. Lando Norris currently sat at 4,000 revs. And he's now shifts up into first gear. Let me get my stopwatch up, and there we go. Okay, we've started the timer here on my stopwatch of Lando Norris building up the revs. How long is he going to be building up the revs for before he drops the clutch? Oh, only for about 7.5 seconds. So Norris, Norris was building the revs there for about 7.5 seconds before he dropped the clutch and continued on. No team radio, yeah. Unfortunately, folks, no team radio. For pre-season testing, we'll have the team radio back for Australia, but for now, no team radio. Enrico Cardal used to be at Ferrari, but moved to Aston to take up the CTO role. Fair enough. Thanks for the info there, Alex. How much does the Discord cost? It's just the first one. The P1 Discord costs like $6 a month. Why'd I join that? I mean, you also don't have to pay to join my Discord server. Well, I guess it's behind a paywall, but I will probably set one up that's also free, so you guys can just yap away. Or maybe we should have a Signal group chat to discuss Formula One leaks. There's nothing has ever leaked from a Signal group chat, has it? Yeah. Who knows? Okay. We've got... Yeah, Alonso out on the track right now. Aston reached 12,000 RPM in the race start. Oh, did it? Okay, pretty good. I was too focused on Lando Norris, I guess, to look at what Aston were doing. But I guess if they've been able to build up the revs to 12k, then that's a good sign. Signal her. Well, if you don't know what Signal is, you can just search. What can you search? Well, if you search Signal group chat, you'll get quite a few news articles. You could set up a sub-only chat with a public Discord. Yeah, I could definitely get that set up. Again, it's on this super long list of things that I need to do, and to be honest, while currently at university right now, I've got I think the top of my list is going to be doing my projects, doing my deadlines, getting my reports in, and things like that. So I will, at some point, hopefully, these things get sorted out. But yeah, unfortunately, it's not top priority at this current moment in time. Bortoleto goes 337. Oh my goodness me, Gabriel Bortoleto. That Audi power unit got some serious speed. They must have done some testing on the Autobahn, guys. Yeah, 30.1 still in the first sector. But, that is probably going to compromise him in the second sector. In fact, he's backed out of it in the second sector because I think he must have made a mistake going through turn 10. But, yeah, he got some nice speed there, isn't he, down the straight? Why hasn't Ferrari done many laps? Because they have got an issue with their car. And Bortoletto's back out onto the track. So, yeah, he clearly had some sort of problem. But, he's back out onto the circuit doing some more laps now. So, fair enough. Bortoletto has hit 343. Did he? Did he hit 343? Let's hold up. Let me rewind the stream and figure out what speed did Gabriel Bortoletto hit. Or is he going to go again? He might just go again, to be fair. Half throttle, and... Oh, no, he's coming into the pits. Okay, let's figure out. What speed did he go? Bortoletto was... Yeah, he jumped from 306 to 320 in the... on the, so you know how the speed updates, right? At one point, it was at 306, and the next speed that updated was 320. That is pretty crazy. But yes, the top speed that we saw was 342. So pretty, so very solid, actually. Alonso doing an aero run. Yeah, he's apparently they're testing different setups. Now the wind has died down as well a little bit, so that I'm sure will help them out with getting more accurate aero data. Alpine seem to be doing good this year. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, Alpine have made some good progress. I think also last year, they had a relatively good car. On a few occasions, the car was really, really good, and Gasly did very well. So I wouldn't be too surprised now with a Mercedes power unit and the responsibilities of not having to deal with the power unit. That yeah, I sort of expect that they'll do a bit better. Oh my god, my face is lit up because it's not even sunny outside. It's just less cloudy than it was when I woke up. Crazy. UK man sees sunlight for first time in a month. Very unpopular opinion. Ferrari might not be running the car on purpose, so that attention can be taken away from them. Very unlikely, but could be. No, I think they also just need to do some... Ferrari have clearly done a lot of work, right? They've been bringing upgrade packages to the tests themselves, and they definitely need to go out and do some more analysis on are these things working, are they not? Yes, everyone was talking about their new rear wing, but I think there are other things that they could also... I think there are other things that they could be doing rather than sitting in the pits. Okay. Ferrari had a chassis issue, nothing major, but requires time to fix. That's why Hamilton's on 5 laps. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ferrari have said now that it's a chassis issue, so yeah. It's gonna take a while. Okay, so we got a reasonable amount of people actually out on the circuit right now, and Russell's on 69 laps completed, very nice, and Albon's done 64, Norris 61, so that's the top 3 drivers in terms of laps completed. Behrman a little bit further back with 58 currently in the pits. Audi can be our dark horse this year, I can't lie. Yeah, they've gone about their testing program. They had a few issues with Bortoletto earlier today, but things are looking pretty solid for them. And Sauber know how to design a car. They've been doing it for a very long time. So they've got the knowledge, they've got the expertise. If they get the regulations this year, with the power of Audi, they could be a team to contend with. Isn't it? I think someone said. I think someone said Audi have won in every motorsport category that they've joined. Um, is that correct? Or because they have definitely won in in endurance, and I can't remember any other categories. I think they've definitely taken part in GT3 and things like that. That is true, is it? They've certainly won a lot. Yeah, they've done a lot in rallying as well. The Audi Quattros, incredible cars, and good track record. Yeah, Audi failed Monster Truck Challenge. Okay, I think Monster Truck Challenge and Formula One may be a little bit different, but Formula One also the biggest challenge of them all, if you want to put it that way. Cadillac or Aston Martin backmarkers. I think if Cadillac and Aston Martin start at the same position, Cadillac will end up behind them by the end of the season. But mm, mm, I think Cadillac. I don't know. It's tough to say actually. Like Cadillac are very unexperienced, but Aston Martin looking pretty terrible right now. Um, yeah, I don't know. Ferrari versus Audi outside F1 is a big rivalry, is it? Well, I'm sure it's there's also a reasonably big rivalry between the German car manufacturers, right? Audi and Mercedes have got their rivalry. Is it more BMW and Mercedes, and Audi's sort of a little bit more separate, or is it all of them? That would be TGR, who have won everything they've participated in. Is TGR Toyota Gazoo Racing? Is that the short form of it? BMW, Audi, all of them. Porsche, Mercedes. Yeah, okay. It seems like all of them sort of, I guess, put together. All of a bit of competition. I know I've seen quite a few adverts, sort of like of um, I don't know exactly what it is. I think maybe it was the like I think it was a BMW thing, and they spun around the BMW logo, and then it looked like a Mercedes logo or something, and they were like, oh, this is why Mercedes is better than BMW or something. I can't remember. Binotto redemption arc. Yeah, Binotto. I mean, Binotto didn't have a great time as Ferrari team principal, but a lot of people don't have a great time as Ferrari team principal. Things just don't go well, and then you get fired straight away without having time to fix many things. But Binotto was the lead engine designer when Michael Schumacher was winning every single race that he could and every championship he could with Ferrari. So Matteo Binotto knows a thing or two about making engines. Now, of course, Audi is doing most of the engine work, but Binotto will be there, and hmm and I'm sure he's gained a lot of technical knowledge from the Ferrari team as well. Ferrari has too much politics going on. Yeah, apparently. I mean, the most accurate, or well, I don't know, one of the quotes that I refer to quite often is where you look at Ferrari from the outside and you're confused about how they don't win absolutely everything, and then you look at Ferrari from the inside and then you're confused about how they win anything at all. So yeah, apparently the politics inside Ferrari is quite a lot, but well, I don't know. I haven't worked for the Ferrari team. I don't know anyone that does work there, so I can't really make too many further comments. Please, can you do commentary for WER? WER. Um, what's WER? World Endurance Rally, or is that a typo for WEC? Yeah, 26 minutes remain, really. What else are we seeing out on the racetrack right now? 40 laps completed for Alonso, so not too bad there. I think Russell's going to lead the group there with 72, and yeah, he's continuing on quite consistently, really. 20 laps completed on his hard tyres, and then finally comes into the pits after a nice long run there. Alex Albon is 17 laps done on his medium, so I'm sure he'll do a few more and then come into the pits as well. Sainz is driving tomorrow, and he's off the edge of the screen. If I move, the bit of the screen where it says preseason day 2 and just move it down, that's where Sainz is. Gazoo means picture, does it? Okay, cool. WRC's World Rally Championship. Yeah, I mean, I would love to commentate all of the motorsports, but I have a feeling I wouldn't be able to finish all of my assignments if I was commentating on every motorsport under the sun. This year is Ferrari's year, trust. Well, I've heard that statement far too often. I've made that statement myself quite a few times. So, yeah. Trust what? Trust what? A clown. Oh, these we're getting some pretty solid comments going through today. It makes no sense for anyone internal to want to become team principal at Ferrari. It can be career ending. Yeah, I mean, it can be career ending. It can be team principal at Ferrari, but then most likely is you're either going to get a really big fat paycheck to once you leave, or you are going to get hired at a different team afterwards. So yeah. Okay. Russell is back into the pits. Is Russell driving into the pit lane every time? Because he drove into the pit lane last lap, no? Or maybe that was just one extra lap that he's done. Who knows? Alex Albon is completing his... Oh no, Russell's just switched onto medium tyres now, and then he's gone out. Okay. And Alex Albon is on 19 lap old mediums. There's no hype for Lindblad like the rookies last year. I want to see Lindblad impress everyone. Well, he's got to go head-to-head with Liam Lawson as his teammate. Lawson, who is relatively experienced, has come back from had a bit of a redemption arc last season as well. Managed to improve quite significantly. So we'll see how Lindblad does. Is he ready for the challenge of Formula 1, or should he have done an extra year in Formula 2? Ferrari's upside down wing advantage locked in for years. Maybe a bit of an exaggeration there. Copying an upside down wing is an extra. What's it called? 2 weeks worth of design work for a few Formula 1 engineers. Okay. Yeah. 22 minutes remain on the clock. Verstappen making his way out onto the circuit. Russell switched back to the hard tyres. Interesting. So he came into the pits after doing 20 laps, switched onto a set of mediums, then came back, then did a lap on the mediums, and then came back in and switched back onto the same set of hard tyres. What is Russell doing? Yeah, making his way through turn number 10 is Max Verstappen, and it is a 5-lap hold to a medium tyre. So, yeah, it could be, 10 laps or so he'll get done, 10 laps, probably in the final 20 minutes or so, and get some long-run info. Are they pit stop training? Maybe. That's definitely a good idea, actually. Just swap onto the same set of things. And they'll also be practicing adjusting the front wing angle. Because of course you have the actuators and the thing that adjust the front wing angle, but I think for the active aero side of things, but I also think that it'll be different for the what was I going to say? It will be different for the other. Yeah, when you want to change the angle of the little winglets themselves individually, then I think you just have to do that in the pit box. Also, George Russell will be practicing how not to stall. I'm just getting a phone call here. Give me a sec, folks. I think it's a spam call, though, but... Yeah, fair enough. That was a bit of a pointless phone call. Anyway, let's have it on a flying lap. Yeah, first sector looks all right, and second sector seems okay as well. Blue mini sector means that the drivers are coming in or out the pit lane. So you can see there Russell has got a blue mini sector at the start and the end. That means he drove out the pits and then came back in. You can see Behrman has got a blue mini sector. That means he's just come out of the pit lane. Hamilton takes time to understand the regulations. We nearly lost Max when he had engine and gearbox issues. Did he? Did Max have engine and gearbox issues? Fair enough. 19 minutes remain on the clock. Do you expect to see any race running or simulation, quality simulation in testing, or will that be reserved for practice in Melbourne? Well, we will see race runs. However, they will not be as direct correlation to what the race runs we normally see in practice sessions. In the practice sessions, race runs, you see, 15 laps completed. You see a very similar setup to what they're going to have in that race. And the quali sims are, pretty much the same. But here, they can do a race run, but they could just run super high downforce, something that is not normal for Bahrain, which means their lap times will be way off. But Ferrari wants some information on what their race runs will look like on high downforce. What is their tyre wear like on high downforce? What is their tyre wear like on low downforce? So, yes, they'll be doing race runs, but they won't be very applicable. Like, you won't be able to tell if this race run is for Bahrain or if it's for a different racetrack maybe, or a slightly lower downforce track. So, yeah. Hamilton back into... Or did Hamilton have his engine on? Okay, yeah, he did have it on, and then it's turned back off again. 18 minutes remain. We'll see if he comes out. If Aston Martin was practicing starts instead of doing laps, they're for sure sandbagging. Okay. Oh yes, the other thing that I want to say is, yes, Russell coming in and out of the pits for the team to practice pit stops, that's one thing. But the other thing is for Russell to practice not to stall, because with the different turbo rules and the fact that he can't use the electric motor when he's under 50 kilometers per hour and all of these different things, it means that it means that it's going to be slightly different in terms of coming away from the pit box. So for that reason, he will, he's got to do some practice, and the team will as well. Please add chassis. Yeah, I'll add chassis onto the text. Has a chassis issue. Oh, I can't type, and it's also on caps lock. Brilliant. Yeah, 16 minutes remain, folks, of the morning session. Mercedes is so far ahead, they're doing pit stop training. The grid is cooked. Well, they've got to do it at some point. And when the track is at 45 degrees Celsius, it's a pretty good time to do pit stop practice because, well, you're not going to get that much useful information out of running in such hot conditions. Can you inform Ferrari to let Hamilton make a hot lap? Yeah. Let me just call them up, right? I've got Fred Vasseur on speed dial, right? So I'll call them up and let them know for you guys. What's happening with Lawson? Lawson, he had some issues earlier on. Similar, he had 8 laps completed, same as Bortoleto when they both had issues, and now they're both on 27 laps completed. So yeah, some issues got fixed, but clearly sat in the garage for quite a while. I don't like it when Ferrari say no major problem and then they spend the whole week, the whole session in the garage. What is this? Well, this is why you don't believe the Formula One teams when they say anything during testing. It may be a major issue, it may be a minor issue, it might take 2 minutes to fix, might take 10, or it might take 2 hours. Who knows? All this aura farming to finish P6. Nah, Ferrari are 100% winning this year. Also, Bottas, mate, this guy's put in a pretty big shift. After the car not working properly for nearly the first 2 hours of testing, but Valtteri Bottas is up to 54 laps. Pretty solid job there. So that's nearly a race distance, right? 57 laps here in Bahrain is a race distance. Oh, Bortoleto improves up into 5th position. Test tyre here on Bortoleto's car, so a little bit more grip from the test tyre. I think it's a little bit more of a sticky compound than the mediums, but regardless, good lap from Bortoleto. Red Bull sandbagging, prepare for absolute cinema of 2023 repeat, if not better. Got some very strong, bold claims flying around with Mercedes potentially having 30 more horsepower under their belt that they aren't revealing. Yeah. Bottas is lifting a little bit going through 12, which is a bit strange, and he's not on a slow lap, so maybe he's doing tyre conservation. 13 lap old hard tyres, and he's lifting through 12. We'll check for the next lap if he does that again or if it was a one-off thing after making a mistake, but yeah, bit odd. Didn't Red Bull also exploit the compression ratio loophole? Supposedly not, because now they're on all of the other teams' side. They're on the Ferrari and the Audi side when they say, "Oh no, we don't want to have the compression ratio thing." So, yeah. Did Ferrari's rear wing fully rotate? It did, and then, I don't know, 2 laps later, Hamilton was sat in the garage all day, so... Audi's in the 135s. Yeah, maybe Audi will be topping the times. I think that Audi have got a fresh set of soft tyres, right? They've got Audi have the... Oh no, Audi haven't brought any C5s. They've got C4s though. So if they want to do a push lap on C4s, they could set a quick lap and do a glory run. The test tyre is a C3 made in Turkey. Dorley Flair, thanks for the info. Is that because it's made in Turkey, so they're trying out a different factory to see, can a different factory also make the same style and the same grip levels of stuff? But it wouldn't make much sense for them to do a test tyre and it'd be the exact same compound. Surely something will be ever so slightly different. Yeah, the Ferrari rear wing, they're showing it now on the replays. And yeah, it can fully rotate the other way. Also, folks, it was not against the regulations, quite innovative. Yeah, exactly. So it is totally fair enough to use. Oh yes, the other thing is, if you guys do want to watch the coverage on Proton VPN, the best way to do it, if you want to watch coverage for free, the best way to do it is Proton VPN. You can get it for $1 for the month. That'll let you watch this week's testing. You'll also be able to watch the Australian Grand Prix and the Chinese Grand Prix, and you should be able to watch all of those races. To watch it today, watch the testing today, you connect to Italian VPN server, and then you go over to YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1 Live, and it will pop up. And yeah. The Ferrari rear wing didn't have... Oh, you just deleted the message. Okay. First day Hamilton was alone and the car broke. Yeah, same yesterday when he was driving. Leclerc doesn't have problems and they do 70 to 80 laps every time. So what are you trying to say here? You're saying Ferrari is deliberately trying to sabotage Lewis Hamilton? Is that the claim? Because again, Ferrari aren't going to pay $100 million for a driver to then sabotage him. All right. These things happen. I mean, Kimi Antonelli last week had really bad luck. Whenever he was driving the car would break down, and whenever Russell was driving, it would be okay. So it's not yeah. Hamilton's coming out, is he? Well, his engine is still off, but if he's coming out, then we'll see. Really sad Apple has a 5-year contract, really screwed over the US audience they were building up, but I appreciate your coverage. Appreciate it. Well, thanks for tuning in. F1 TV said he's coming out. Okay, well, you can see a little bit of throttle pedal application there, just on Hamilton's telemetry. A tiny bit of throttle application. So he should be coming out with 8 minutes to go. We'll keep an eye out if that does happen. If he's in the pit lane, some people are saying he's in the pit lane. Well, unless he's got no revs in the pit lane, I don't exactly see how that's the case. The Ferrari rear wing didn't have a typical DRS actuator, as you can see. The actuator is very integrated into the rear plates, which is very ambitious, a streamlined solution. Yeah, that's the thing. The actuators typically add quite a bit of drag and things like that. So you've got to have a sort of a complicated system to sort of hide them behind the aerodynamics and still give you a bit of top speed and things like that. We are checking. Yeah, I think that's what Ferrari are doing. They're checking. There we go. We got the revs up for Hamilton's car, so 3,500 revs there, and then it'll be coming out of the pits, I'm guessing. Is Bottas pushing? Oh, well, Hamilton was coming out of the pits, but it looks like there's a red flag. Is Bottas pushing? His previous lap, 32 in the first sector, 45, 24. No, he's not pushing all that hard, really. You can see there his last lap was a 1:42, which is almost 10 seconds slower than the best time that we've seen from Norris. Okay. Why the red flag, folks? They do the red flag as a test procedure at the end of each test session. So they have a red flag. They bring everyone into the pits. Everyone lines up in the pit lane, and then they go out, do a formation lap, do a launch off the grid, then do an extra formation lap, another launch off the grid, and then the session ends. And nobody's crashed or anything like that. Yeah. It's just testing, normal sort of testing procedure at the end of the day. Well, at the end of the test session, yeah. Okay. Well, 6 minutes and 20 seconds remain. Norris, Bottas, Verstappen will be coming into the pit lane. They'll be lining up at the end of the pits and waiting for the green light to go out do the formation lap. Where is this advantage locked in for years meme come from? I've seen it around quite a few times, but I have no idea where it's come from. Does anyone know? When does the session end? The whole session? Well, you will have the morning session, which is going to end in five minutes or so. But we have the afternoon session, so we have a 1 hour lunch break, and then we have the afternoon session. It was from 2022 with the Zero Pod, was it? Oh, okay. Interesting. Yes, so at the front of the queue, we have got we've got George Russell there. So let's see. Actually, let's get my timer up. Actually, to be fair, we'll just wait around for when they come around to do the standing start. So session is restarting in 10 seconds, and we'll have the cars coming out onto the circuit. Which rear wing would you choose? The middle, upmost, middle, or lowest? I don't know exactly what you mean. If they invert it, it'll make lift, but, well, it will also create a little bit of drag as well. We will see. It's the year of the horse, of course, folks. It is the year of the horse. Hamilton's just gone and overtaken George Russell. Boom. Clearly, facts, easy victory for the Ferrari team. They've just gone and overtaken George Russell. Now, let's see what they do with the active aero. We're watching the rear wing on board of Lewis Hamilton as he makes his way through Sector 2. But we want to see what happens at turn number 10. On the exit of 10, there will be, an active aero zone. Will Lewis Hamilton use it? Will he show us what we want to see and see if the Ferraris have still got their actuators to flip the rear wing around. Here we go, and he has passed the active aero line, and he does it. And so there are three sort of elements. There's the lowest, there's the middle, and there's the top. And the middle and the top one flip around, or maybe they go the other way, but either way, they flip. Nice and interesting. And here he is again, coming out of turn number 13. Is he going to use it again? Yes, he is. Yeah, it rotates frontwards. So if this is the rear wing like this, it rotates like that. Okay, what are they doing? Standing start procedure. Okay, let's see how long it takes for them to build up those revs. Or, well, how long they actually are there waiting to build up the revs. So, Hamilton approaching, and first gear there. Max throttle, then onto the brake. So you can see there, burnout. So full throttle, then onto the brake. Full throttle onto the brake. Yeah, Russell doing the same as well. Okay, and here they are then, slowing down, parking up on their grid positions, and on the left-hand side in the shade a little bit, on the colder part of the circuit, maybe a bit more grippy. But let's see now. So, also, why is Colapinto at 230 revs? Clearly something's broken. He's also in the pit lane, so let's ignore that. Right, Lewis Hamilton, currently 10th position on the timings. We're having an extra formation lap. When does he start building up the revs? First gear. Yeah, the driver shifting into first gear, starting to build up the revs now. And then it just drives off. Okay. Looks like there wasn't a lot of rev building up that was going on there. Why they stopped? They are doing standing starts, practicing the launch from the lights. Did Norris stall? I thought Norris was maybe just You'll have to rewind, actually. I don't know. I thought Norris was just waiting around a bit more, but he might have actually stalled as well. Give me a sec, let me have a look. Yeah, if we see the revs obviously drop to 0 for Lando Norris, then Lando Norris, he was, let's see, 12,000 RPM, first gear, drops the clutch. No, it doesn't look like he's stalled. Wait, let me check again. No, not as far as I can. Or maybe. No, I think Norris didn't. I think Norris was just waiting around, but I also haven't seen the replay, so I'm just trying to just watch the thing on my stream, but yeah. Okie dokes. So yeah, as you guys can see, we're doing one more standing start, and then that'll be the end of the morning session. You remove that Hamilton as a chassis issue? Yeah, I should probably get rid of that, even though it took them a surprisingly long time to do. Only 5 laps completed in the morning. The race start's gonna be so messy. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna stall off the race start. You know, have you seen the drivers stall when they come out of the pits? Have you seen them stall coming out of the garage? No. Yes, of course they are driving much slower when they're coming out of the pits, when they're coming out of the garage. We've seen a few standing starts where they're practicing, and the stalls there, but they have anti-stall systems. They'll use them, I'm sure. Okay, lining up on the grid again. This time George Russell ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Let's have a look here. They're actually on the onboard here of Lando Norris. He's getting onto the brakes here as he comes in towards turn number. Yeah, as he gets into the brakes. Okay, not any turn. He's on the start-finish straight, of course, and moves them forward just a little bit. They've got the drivers waving the green flags. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights, and it is lights out, and away we go. Lando Norris again, just way back there, behind everyone else. Don't know what he's really doing, but there's a yellow flag for some reason. But I think they're just going to deploy the VSC and bring everyone back to the pits, because it is the end of the session, folks. Maybe stalled, maybe a slow start. Who knows? But they've got some time. They've still got some time to fix it, right? They've still got all of today to do practice starts, all of tomorrow to do practice starts, and then Australia as well. So, okie dokes. So, folks, that has been the morning session. The afternoon session will be beginning in 1 hour's time. I myself am going to take a little bit longer of a break today, mainly because, well, firstly, there isn't that much to talk about, given, you know, there's the Ferrari rear wing, but we've also talked about that for ages. So I will most likely, you know, be back in about, I don't know, I'll say maybe 30 minutes, 35 minutes, I think. Yeah, 35 minutes, I'll take a bit of a break. And then I'll be back for the afternoon session. So, you know, I'll get some lunch and things like that. Hope you guys get an all right lunch. And yeah, the red flags just to bring everyone back to the pits. No one's, you know, got a damaged car. Nobody's leaked oil all over the circuit. Nothing like that. It's just the end of the session, so they're coming back to the pits. Yeah. Okay. I think that is. I think that's all from me. So if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. We got 3,000 people here for the stream. And yeah, in 1 hour's time, or in 56 minutes' time, we will have the second half of testing. Yep. Okay. Countdown timer there. And yeah, bye-bye, folks. Hello, folks. Hello. Where's my webcam? Over here. Right. So we're back. Back for the afternoon session, and 21 minutes remain. Yeah, hello. Yeah, I did read the chat a little bit. And to be honest, folks, you guys could probably find some better things to do. To be honest, discussing 2021 again. I mean, it's just a little bit pointless. Yeah. Whoa, headphones. Yeah, I got some headphones. I decided I might wear some headphones. Just listen to some music for the afternoon session. Yeah. Hope I had a nice lunch. Well, thank you very much. I did have a nice lunch. Hope you guys have had a nice break as well. Nice break from my voice. Hopefully it hasn't put you to sleep yet. Did you speak about the spinning Ferrari wing? Yes, I did. Ferrari have got their wing that flips around to give them a little bit of lift, reduce the rolling resistance on the rear wheels, and give them, hopefully, some more top speed. What music do I listen to? I don't know. Sometimes I listen to English music. Sometimes I listen to Hindi music. But in terms of English music, it's mainly sort of just your basic pop songs. Really, I'm not into anything out of the ordinary. I think Piastri is driving this afternoon. Let me just double check. Yes, Piastri driving in the afternoon session. He will pop up on the screen shortly once he goes out onto the circuit. And yeah, but we have still got quite a few drivers just continuing on from the morning session. So in that sense, we've got Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Alex Albon, Liam Lawson, Fernando Alonso, and Franco Colapinto continuing on from the morning session. So that is 6 drivers continuing on and 5 drivers getting swapped out. Okay, let me continue blocking these adverts. Apologies, folks. Again, yeah, you will have had a few adverts played during the break that I took. So yeah, hopefully that is all right. Do you watch the actual F1 stream while streaming to us? Yes, I do. I have the the thing that I've been talking about, Proton VPN, and being able to watch the footage that way. That is what I've been. That's what I've been doing to watch the cars go around the track. Yeah. If I'm going to advertise it, then I feel like it's my responsibility also to make sure it works and things like that. So, can you expect Leclerc driving? No, Hamilton is driving all day today. All right. When does testing wrap up completely? It is tomorrow. So in around 28 hours. Yeah, 28 hours and 18 minutes. That'll be the end of testing for the year, and we'll go into the teams will start preparing for the Australian Grand Prix. Ferrari's new rear wing is very nice and innovative. Indeed it is. Indeed it is nice and innovative. But we will see whether it is beneficial, whether, they've tested it out now, and if they see downforce increases, then, top speed increases, then they'll keep it. If not, then we won't see much of it for the rest of the season. Yeah, it's quite interesting, really. How come Adrian Newey didn't think of this? Is Adrian Newey not cooking? According to Adrian Newey, he said that in 7 to 8 races, they are going to have the best car in terms of the chassis. Where have I heard this before? It is the McLaren Honda back in the day. McLaren would 100% claim that they had the best possible chassis on the Formula 1 grid, and it was just the Honda engine that was holding them back. And that's what they said in 2015 and in 16 and in 17, and when they inevitably switched from the Honda engine onto the Renault engine, it turned out this supposedly best car on the grid and the best chassis on the grid was no longer true. So, before everyone goes and starts believing, oh, Aston Martin are going to be winning all the races after race number 8, that is a little bit untrue. Well, it sounds like it'll be untrue. We will have to wait and see. He says the Austrian, not the Austrian car, the car in Australia will be totally different. So that's the plan. Let's see. It's going to be very different from the one in Bahrain, and they think they're going to all of the Alonso fans. They're all just repeating the "We trust in Adrian Newey, we trust in Adrian Newey," and we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Also, folks, if you are finding a few people in the chat annoying and you don't want sort of want to see their messages, you can block them on the chat so their messages don't show up on your screen. Yeah. So it's you guys don't get annoyed or bothered. So Charles is driving the whole day tomorrow. That is correct. Charles will be driving the whole day tomorrow. F1 Gamer, you should run for FIA president. Yeah, I know I should, because new rules I'm going to be adding in: second brake pedal, louder exhausts. Also, what else am I going to add in? I don't know. Get rid of this battery thing. Bring back the V10s. Bring back the 22,000 RPM V10 engines. NOS driver intercom. Yeah. No, tomorrow I'm definitely going to have up on the screen Hamilton not driving today. Yeah. All right. 15 minutes to go now. 15 minutes to go till afternoon testing. Yeah, do you guys have any predictions? Are we going to see some more issues? Or I think track temperature will continue to go down a little bit. So in that regard, things will get a little bit better for the teams. And yeah. Isn't the times for their fastest lap and the fastest sector overall? So this is the fastest sectors all on separate laps. So it doesn't have to be that all three of these sectors are on the same lap together. They could be from different laps, and yeah. Okay, what I am going to do now is reshuffle the screen a little bit to get it ready for some more cars and some more drivers being up on the leaderboard. So give me just a second and I will quite a few things actually that need to be adjusted about, but will get done, I think. There we go. And then we have got, I think it is five drivers continuing on, and is it 5 drivers continuing on or 6 drivers? That is 6 drivers are continuing on. So from 22 to 17, everything can be covered. I think that's okay. And then my webcam can move down here. Right. And then I'll move the fastest sectors depending on where the people are on the track. Okie dokes. Yeah. Fantastic. Cool. I think that's most of it. F1 Gamer update the time. By the way, Lando beat it. Yeah, I mean Lando's time's anyway up on the screen, right? So I think it's okay. Do I expect 132.5 in testing? No. I could expect a 132. Maybe a 132.5 is a bit of a stretch, but it's also hard to say. Like, if someone tries to do a glory run to get top of the times, like, they can easily get 132.5. So, is this session available on F1 TV? It should be, yeah. It should be available. This afternoon we'll be able to find out how effective the rotating rear wing is. Yeah, I mean we should be able to see if the top speed increases. But again, I don't think they're going to do a side-by-side comparison. So what they will have done is yesterday they will have done a run. They will have noted down fuel, engine mode, and the speed at the final corner, and like what point, and how much the battery got deployed, and they will have checked how quickly the car goes. And then today they're going to do the same run with the new rear wing and see how quickly the car goes. But we are not going to know that because we don't know at which point yesterday did Hamilton do that run. F1 Gamer, I have a question. Since you study mechanical engineering, I thought you would know something. Say the Ferrari wing gets stuck while rotating back. Will it have major issues? Yeah. I think relatively straightforward to say that, yeah, if the rear wing gets stuck, even if you've just got a normal, like a DRS flap, and it gets stuck, you've got problems. Like, it's not specific to the rotating wing. Yeah. Please explain the Ferrari wing. It flips around. It generates lift, and after generating lift, it increases. It allows the drivers to go a quicker top speed down the straight. That's about as simple of an explanation as I can give you. Yeah. Yes, Lewis Hamilton will be driving the afternoon, guys. That is what all day means. The upside down wing defeats the purpose of having the flap because it will reattach to the airflow. Well, if you think that that's going to work, then maybe you should be a Formula One aerodynamicist. Because Ferrari will have run their simulations. They're not going to manufacture all of the systems, the electrical wiring, and all of that to have a thing that goes slower. At least not in there. And, they're testing it for a reason. It's not going to be that much worse if it is worse. Right. By the way, I'm new to Formula One, so do you predict pole positions? Does testing predict pole positions? Well, from our outside perspective, we cannot get a pole position time prediction. The teams, what they will do is they will run a variety of different engine modes, variety of different downforce levels, and from the information that they gather, they will be able to put together some predictions of what their car specifically will probably be able to do for pole position for most of the racetracks. So they gather this wide range of data, and then they sort of, put it together using, their complex formulas and algorithms and things like that. And then they can come to a conclusion saying that, oh, we think our simulated lap time will be XYZ around pole position. So the teams can predict their own ones, but because they don't have all of the intricate details of every other team on the grid, they can't predict the other team's pole position times. So, if the teams theoretically wanted to be transparent about what their predicted pole time is, then sure, we would know who has got the quickest car. But the teams aren't going to be transparent, and if they are going to tell us, they will lie about it. But they're not going to tell us in the first place, so yeah, it's not really much of an issue. Okay. Is Oscar racing? Not today. Oh no, sorry. Oscar is taking part today. He's driving this afternoon. On the Titan, where can you watch testing? You can get Proton VPN using the link in the description or in the chat, and then you can watch testing for $1, $1 for the month, and you also get the Australian Grand Prix and Chinese Grand Prix included. All you've got to do is go to an Italian VPN server and then go to YouTube and search Sky Sports F1 Live, and job done. What uni are you going to? I am not I'm not going to disclose all of the personal information about my life. I say a few things here and there, but as to where I live and which university I go to, not saying that. However, there have been a few people at university that have recognised me for my YouTube channel without knowing me, directly. So, if you do see me at university, then come say hello. Yeah. All right. So, track temperature is now starting to fall, so it's now 42.7 degrees Celsius, and it was up at 45 before, and now, it went from 45 to 43 to now 42. So by the end of the day, we'll probably be expecting temperatures nearly even half of that, around 26, 22, depending on, the conditions and things like that. So should be all right to watch, and we could potentially get some quick laps. Why is Colapinto driving so much more than Gasly? Well, because Colapinto is driving the car today, and Gasly is driving the car tomorrow. So obviously Colapinto is going to be doing more laps. Okie dokes, folks. Have you got any predictions, any things that you'd like to talk about Formula One? Anything you want to ask me? Because given the chat, it's rather empty right now. Probably got a pretty good chance of actually getting a question answered. Because for the most part, chat is whizzing by so fast that I can barely read it. So yeah, Bortoletto is looking very good in the top speed department. I would like to say that. So the Audis are getting stronger day by day. Well, they're looking relatively stronger day by day. We'll see. Antonelli, 40 kilometers per hour first gear. What? We are still 4 minutes away from the start of testing. How is Antonelli exactly going? 126 kilometers per hour. That's quicker than the pit lane speed limit. He's in 8th gear apparently. What? Okay. Interesting. Strange. Bro, can you live stream a Grand Prix on YouTube, but act like you're playing it so you don't get copyright or taken down? No, but I actually don't want to do that. Mainly because the channel's doing quite well, and I don't really want to get copyrighted. So yeah. And I'm also the people who are on Formula One management that manage the YouTube channel are quite familiar with me, and well, they know about my channel, they know about what I show, what I don't show, and yeah, so no, I can't. Okay. Who is driving in the afternoon? Let me cover that for you. So we have got Piastri in the afternoon, Antonelli in the afternoon, Verstappen, Hamilton, Albon, Lawson, Alonso, Ocon, Hulkenberg, Colapinto, and Perez. Those are the 11 drivers that are driving in the afternoon. Some of them drove in the morning, some of them didn't. Yep. What do you think about the Azerbaijan Grand Prix? I think it's good. This year though, they've changed it. I don't know. There's some national day in Azerbaijan. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but they've moved the dates because of this national day at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, and they've moved the Azerbaijan Grand Prix to a Saturday rather than a Sunday. So there's something happening in Azerbaijan on the 27th of September. Not 100% sure what it is, but because of it, they've shifted practice to a Thursday, and then quali to a Friday, and then the race on a Saturday. So yeah, surely they could have just scheduled it in for a different weekend. Like, you didn't have to schedule it in for that weekend necessarily, surely. Okay. Yeah, Colapinto's idling the car now, so it seems like he might be coming out relatively quickly. Who do you think is looking best overall? I mean, it's tough to say, isn't it? I think. I don't know. McLaren seem pretty solid. So do Mercedes. Ferrari's reliability has been relatively good, apart from today, which when they had some sort of chassis issue. Yeah, Audi have been nice as well. Azerbaijan paid a lot of money for that date change. Well, I'm not surprised. Azerbaijan pays a ridiculous amount for the Grand Prix compared to so many other races. And that is why we have, that's why we're moving away from tracks like Spa, because they can't pay all of these huge sums to Formula One to get the race there. So Formula One will just alternate them every other year. Ferrari, they had an issue with the chassis, but it should be okay now. It should be resolved. You can see there Hamilton, he is making his way down the pit lane. So we will see some driving from the Ferrari team. We will see some driving from Lewis Hamilton. We've had relatively solid testing, to be honest. So let me get rid of this countdown timer, actually. Yeah. Azerbaijan have a holiday. It's a war end date. Okay, I see. Is the pedals a new graph in 2026? I mean, I might keep it. I might keep it for practice sessions, maybe for quali, but again, I'm not 100% certain, because I think the mini sectors that we have up over there are definitely pretty important for quali. So I'll have a think, and I'll work something out. But there you go, folks. All of the Lewis Hamilton fans, he's out on the racetrack now. Yeah, use set of medium tyres, so don't expect any blisteringly quick lap times, but use set of medium tyres, probably continuing on doing a few maybe doing an install lap or something like that, and then going back out. But he's got his fancy rear wing on, so looks like the McLaren crew are getting their car set up as well. They've got the nose off. They're probably changing some suspension settings, and then they're going out. What's the difference between the test tires? Apparently, the test tires are made in a different factory, I think. I'm not 100% certain on this. Someone in chat said it, but all of the Pirelli tires normally just come from one factory, and now they're testing out manufacturing from a different factory as well. Stroll's total laps plus Alonso's total laps was barely 45 laps. And today alone, Alonso did 40. Yeah, I mean, but Stroll had issues yesterday, so, fair enough, isn't it? Is the Proton VPN thing on until the end of the month? Apologies, folks, for all of the sneezing. It is on till Sunday. But I'm sure if you get it till Sunday, you can still watch the Australian GP and the Chinese GP. I'm also potentially in the process of getting a new link for March, or like for the first few races. So we'll figure that out. But yeah, we'll see. You know that 2027 Turkey GP is back? Yeah, it is. that's great news, really. It is great news to see that. So yeah, I'm quite pleased. Quite pleased to see it. Like that racetrack. It's a good racetrack, nice and wide as well. So good to have it back. Okie dokes. There's a signboard that replaces our DRS and it says SM. What's that? That stands for straight mode. So when your rear wing's normally like this and it turns flat, or in the case of Ferrari, it flips around. But yeah, Alonso, the plan for Aston Martin in the afternoon is to do long runs. So we will see what the long runs are for Fernando Alonso and what the pace is like. He's coming out here on a fresh set of hard tyres. So we'll keep an eye out on the lap time, see what he can do. And yeah. Lewis is using the funny rear wing. Yes, he is. Portugal's back as well. Yeah, Portugal's a great circuit. Yeah. Okay. And Hulkenberg out onto the circuit as well. So that is good to see for the Audi team after suffering from a few issues earlier in the day. So Hulkenberg will be looking to make up for the lost ground from Bortoletto. Have they put the normal one back on? Fair enough. Well, it is allowed. They will have run some tests, and well, if they figure out that it's working better, then that maybe we'll see it back in Australia. Maybe this was just a test, right? At the end of the day, it's pre-season testing, and if it helps them, it helps them. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And now's a good time to check. Antonelli also out onto the circuit, so he hasn't driven all morning, but now taken over from George Russell, who completed the most laps in the morning, actually. 77 laps for George Russell, 72 for Lando Norris, 71 for Alex Albon, then 69 for Behrman, and the rest of the drivers were in the 50s or lower. Is Oscar racing? Yes, Oscar will be taking part in the afternoon test session, so once he comes out from the racetrack, he'll move up from 22nd up to further up. And for anyone wondering what the order is for all of these drivers, as far as I remember, it's the order of their driver number. So, you've got the drivers with the lower driver number further up. Out of the ones that haven't come out onto the circuit yet. So, Piastri's number 81, who's behind Carlos Sainz, who's number 55. I don't know what number Lindblad is, but, it sort of goes that way. Did I just miss? It'd be great to see everyone within 2.5 seconds. Yeah, that'd be ideal. Oh, no way. I've literally just got an email from Twitch. Well, maybe if whoever's emailed me from Twitch, maybe you're still watching the stream. Brilliant. Well, Twitch has just emailed me to tell me that I should stream on Twitch. That's pretty cool. The channel must be going pretty well if I'm getting an email from Twitch just now. Yeah. I'll reply to that once the stream's over. Lindblad is number 41. Okay, cool. How will you manage commentary of races after I get a job? Well, I think the job will still take, first priority. But, I will... I'll sort of have to see. Of course, most of the commentary is on the weekends, at least the important sessions like qualies and the races. So, yeah, it should be fine, really. F1 Gamer, seeing the same questions again and again, does it make you annoyed? I mean, look, it's my job here as a YouTube commentator to answer these questions for the new fans. You know, a lot of fans who are new to the sport will come watch the stream first before they go out and buy Sky Sports, buy F1 TV, and yeah, I think it's sort of a thing that you've got to do, really. So, sure, it's not the most fun every single time to answer what is Lewis Hamilton doing, or oh, we got a yellow flag. What's that for? No idea what that yellow flag is for. It also doesn't say which part of the circuit the yellow flag is for. So, all right. But yeah, in terms of answering those questions, I think it's fine. Like, it's not the end of the world. Should be fine. How was my job interview? Well, my job interview was it was okay. I think it went all right, but I haven't heard back from them. And every time I get a vibration on my phone, I think it's an email about the job interview. But no, it is yeah, I haven't got the email yet, so I'm just waiting about whether I got the job or not. So Aston are giving me the 2014 vibe of Red Bull. Nowhere in the preseason, and in Melbourne they'll be front row to podium. Well, who knows? Adrian Newey says it will be a totally different car in Australia. There have been a lot of statements coming about Aston Martin, and we'll see how many of them turn out to be true. Do you think the procedure will change or Ferrari will win the early game? I think Ferrari will win the early game. However, I don't know how big their advantage will be in terms of boost pressure and then, therefore, in terms of horsepower. Because your direct horsepower advantage will only matter up to 50 kph, and then it becomes a lot smaller in terms of a percentage difference, because after 50 kph, you can... your electric motor will kick in, so then you'll be deploying 500 horsepower in that regard, and you're still traction limited when you're going from 0 to 50, you're traction limited, so having the extra horsepower, is that really going to help you out that much? I don't know. I guess we'll see. You don't need a job, F1 gamer, just grow your YouTube channel and be rich. Well, maybe. But currently not on my plans right now. Yeah. Do you think fuel will be a big part of this season? I mean, you'll need fuel to obviously run the cars, but I don't think it'll be a big part as in, oh, Mercedes have brought a fuel upgrade and that's why they're going to be quicker this weekend. I think the fuels will be relatively set in stone. Even if Aston has the best chassis, if they don't have the engine power, it'd be kind of a waste. Yeah, I mean, potentially, but it is. Yeah, it's we don't know if they've got the best chassis, right? They can claim that they've got one. Oh, Hulkenberg, 340 kilometers per hour through the speed trap. Look at that. Audi's first and second position in the speed traps. Looks like they've got some serious speed. 30.4 in the first sector. Aston Martin RPM issue fixed. Well, they're still shifting at about 11.5, sometimes 11.3. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to really know. And oh my god, yeah, okay. That second, so Alonso's on a long run right now, and him going through the second sector speed trap is 227 kilometers per hour. Everyone else is doing 240, 243, maybe 235, 237. So Alonso's potentially one of the slowest drivers through the sector 2 speed trap on a long run. Now, as always, when I say something like this in testing, it's always different fuel loads, different different engine modes, and different tyres and such that, but it's something again to take into account. Hulk was 342 before the speed trap. Yeah, 342. Yeah. Bortoleto was the same. Bortoleto was 342 as well, but he started clipping a little bit earlier on, and that's why his speed dropped by the time he got to the speed trap. So, but both drivers reaching 342. All right. Nahulk was 343. Can you double check? I mean, it's fair enough. It's either 343, 342. Either way, like it's very close to the quickest that we've seen from the Red Bulls, and Audi seem to be able to deploy it pretty well and consistently. But that, again, could be compromising their second sector and third sector because they're on a lower battery charge. Alonso again 229 through the second sector speed trap. So. And his speed's looking 142. Just 8 laps for Hamilton. Hamilton had a chassis issue all morning, so that's why he wasn't taking part. Esteban Ocon coming out onto the circuit, fresh set of hard tyres, so more long runs. It looks like today we're going to have a lot of long runs to look at. Mercedes could only hit 50% thermal efficiency because the MGU-H, the internal combustion engines can hit higher power but use too much fuel. They could they could hit higher power, but we've got a restricted fuel flow rate. If the teams were allowed to use more fuel, then they could hit more RPM. If they could hit more RPM, they could hit more power. So, but no, they're not allowed to inject as much fuel as they would like because there's a limit. All right. I'll be quite interested to see what the Aston Martin looks like in Australia. Okay. And Verstappen out onto the circuit as well. Colapinto coming out. Okay, looks like we're getting quite a few more cars coming out. Brilliant. Does Williams look any better than last year? I mean, in terms of last year, they look very solid. Last year as well, they got those 2 podiums with Carlos Sainz. So yeah, Williams are looking good this year as well. With the exception of Barcelona, everything that they've done in Bahrain has been spectacularly great, and no mistakes, no issues. We had a few lockups here and there, but their lap times have been good, lots of mileage every day, not many issues. They've sort of just got their head down and got to work. So I think the missing the Barcelona test has, in a way, sort of motivated the Williams team to get everything that they possibly can out of Bahrain, and they're doing quite well. It is Sainz's turn. Sainz is driving tomorrow. Albon is driving today. Yeah. Has there been any quality hot lap simulations? No. Temperature's too hot. You can see over here 40 degrees Celsius. For the track temperature, it's way, way too hot to do quali sims. They'll do that. If they are going to do that today, it'll be right at the end of the day. Well, let's not forget the fuel tank itself is only so big. Yeah, they've reduced the size of the fuel tank this year as well. I think it went from... it might have went from 95 litres to 75 litres, or maybe 95 kilograms to 75 kilograms. I'm not 100% certain, but yes, we have reduced the size of the fuel tank because, of course, you're running with less fuel. You're running with less fuel on the... you're putting less fuel into the engine, so you don't need as big of a tank. Okay, Alonso 225 through that speed trap. Ooh. Big lockups here for the Audi. Getting used to that, really. They got the C2 tyres on. It's the C1 tyres on, I think. Or is that C1s or is that C2s? Let me double check. Yeah, C2 tyres is the one that the Audis have got on right now. Is 75 kilograms enough for the full race? Well, it is enough because we've got half the power coming from the electric motor. Yeah. But so that increases the overall efficiency, but it's still slower, right? Because the electric motor is only getting charged up by the speed that you get from the internal combustion engine. It's a bit of an energy problem, right? So you look at it in terms of what it was last year. Let's say it was 100 kilograms last year, right? So, and from each kilogram of fuel, you got 100 units of energy. So overall, the Formula One cars would have 10,000 units of energy over the course of a race, for example, right? Hypothetical numbers. And now, because they've got much more reliance on the electric motor, they will have only 7,500 units to use, because they've got less fuel, because they aren't making energy out of thin air, right? With the electric motor, the internal combustion engine speeds the car up, and then it recharges the electric motor, which then can deploy again. But the electric motor isn't making energy out of thin air. So the cars overall will just be slower, by default, using physics. But yeah, I think that's a little bit sort of besides the point. I think the efficiency will also be slightly lower, because we don't have the MGU-H. So the MGU-H was extracting some of the energy from the hot exhaust. I think that was the H, which stands for heat, I think. So yeah, we are extracting less energy out of that, and I think more of it's going towards the turbo. So Hulkenberg just hit 341 through the speed trap, but yeah, so slightly less efficient. Must be less than 50% maybe. How much do the bigger batteries weigh? We're not sure. The teams will have their own custom batteries, and as I was talking about in the sort of morning session, they don't have to have the what's it called? So let's say the battery capacity is, they can basically have a battery that's slightly too big for the regulations. So each team will have their own slightly different battery. Each power unit will. Yeah. What's Ferrari doing with the rotating wing? I think Ferrari got rid of the rotating wing. Let's have a look at Hamilton's rear wing. Yeah, they got rid of it. So maybe they just test it in the morning. Maybe they're going to continue on with it later on in the season. But for now, they're not using it. Have you seen the video on board of Hadjar attempting to overtake Bottas using push to pass, the battery running out, and Bottas using the battery and stopping the overtake? Yeah, I did see that. It is, it might be a sign of how things are going to come, but we will see. Audi developing their own engine and not blowing up potential top runners in a few years. No, but yeah, definitely. I mean, Audi have got the backing, the knowledge, the experience, the engineering capability to become a Formula One top team. So who knows? The battery should have the same kilowatts. No, so that's a different thing. So regarding the amount of kilowatts the battery will have, you can have, let's say, for example, these are made up numbers again, but let's say you have a battery that is 50 kilowatts. The rules say between 0% charge and 100% charge, you cannot have more than 25 kilowatts. But you still can fit a 50 kilowatt battery into your car as long as you make sure that you never drop below 25% and you never charge above 75%. So you can still use, as long as you use only 25 kilowatts of whatever battery pack you've got, it's okay. So you can have a 30 kilowatt battery pack as long as you only use 25. You can have a 45 kilowatt one and you can only use 25. Again, these numbers are made up, but the point is still true. You can use a bigger battery pack as long as you only use a certain percentage. But of course, the bigger the battery is, the more the heavier it is, and the problems that it causes there. It's 350 kilowatts. It's 350 kilowatts to charge the battery at a moment in time, but it's 350. It can be, when I say 25 kilowatt, I meant 25 kilowatt hours of battery capacity. Kilowatt is the amount of power that you can put to charge it up, but the capacity is different. So, yeah. Okay. F1 power units run very lean, road cars versus other road cars. Yeah, I think they do, because we are limited by fuel flow rate. I believe they have a minimum weight of 35 kg. Yeah, I did see that. I was reading through the regulations, and in the regulations they do dictate the minimum weight of a lot of things. I think that for the reason for that is to prevent super exotic materials being used to try and save off, grams here and there. Like in the engine, hypothetically, you could use some really advanced, I don't know, metal alloy or ceramic metal thing that will shave off 2 grams, but yeah, it just then it increases the price of the engine, and then teams like Haas have to put more and more of their budget just to buying up the engines from Ferrari, and yeah, you get into the cycle of just extravagant money spending, which is a bit pointless. So they have these minimum limits on them, or maximum limits on them. Minimum limits. What mic do I use? The Sennheiser E385S. Alonso faster than Ferrari? Well, sorry, not Alonso. Audi faster than Ferrari? They are looking good. We see on numerous occasions the Haas is quicker than the Ferrari as of the timings right now. So, clearly that doesn't really mean too much, does it? 2000 Mercedes beryllium piston V10, massive power, reliability, but exhaust gases cause cancer. Yeah. Okay, so that sort of thing. Exotic materials, unwanted side effects. They're trying to reduce that. Hulkenberg again, 341 through the speed traps. Oh, sorry. He just came into the pits at the end of that lap, so he hasn't done it again. But even then, just good overall pace, to be honest. Max's speed trap only 314. Well, the quickest that Max has done out of all of the tests here in Bahrain is 344. So we've seen it in the past, 344. So Max fans, Red Bull fans, don't worry too much. The test tyre is supposedly just the exact same Pirelli tyre. It's just manufactured in a different factory, and it should be the C3. Yeah, but it might be slightly different. How to see the live testing? You get Proton VPN using the link in the description or in the chat, and then you go onto an Italian VPN server and you go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1. And you see the cars go around the circuit. Yep, Oscar Piastri out onto the track. Good to see there for Oscar. Aston long pace is awful. Yeah, now they're up into 1 minute 43s. Alonso is still holding 226 through the Sector 2 speed trap, right? So this one here, 226. I mean, yeah, let's see. Let's try and find someone else on a long run, right? Ocon is on a long run. I think at least he is. Okay, I don't know about his first sector. Maybe he isn't on a long run. No, he's not. He's going half and off the throttle. Yeah, Hulkenberg was on a long run on hard tyres, and he was doing 233 through there. I think Russell, before he came into the pits, was on a long run, but to be fair, 24 lap old medium tyres, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. If they use 350 kilowatts for 11 seconds, that is just over 1 kilowatt hour. It might be, actually. I haven't done the maths myself, so I will, let's see. Yes, approximately 1.1 kilowatts, 1.1 kilowatt hours, or 1. So essentially, yes, 1.1 kilowatt hours, or 1.12. So very, very small batteries, right? I'm sure Teslas have like really, really big in that sort of regard. Biggest electric car battery. But of course, I think it's sort of obvious, really, when I say that the battery runs out in 11 seconds of full deployment. It's going to be a small battery. Verstappen, quickest in the first sector. And top speed of 319 through the speed trap. Yeah, 212 kilowatts. So you can get some pretty big ones, 220 kilowatt hours. There we go, Max P1 by 9 milliseconds. Just purple in the first sector. He's slower in the second and the third sectors. Wow. F1 Gamer, thanks for doing all the stream. Hope you get the job, but we'll miss you in commentary. Well, I'll still be commentating on the weekends, right? And we'll see about Fridays and how that goes. Ooh. Yeah, 9 milliseconds. I mean, it's the test tyre, so it potentially could be slightly grippier. It's apparently meant to be the same according to one person in the chat, but I really couldn't find much news about the Pirelli test tyre, because whenever I search Pirelli test tyre, it just comes up with the wet weather test rather than the info that I'm actually looking for. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. Is Albon having issues? Well, given that he hasn't come out yet, has he come out in the afternoon session? I think he had, right? Because he had done 69 laps in the morning, so I think maybe he is having issues. I'm not sure. Someone in the chat will probably have known. Or is the data having issues? No, the data seems to be okay, right? It's everything is moving about. Sector times, are they updating? No. Oh, sector times. Oh no, they are. Can someone put the P1 time from quali last season? I mean, the last season one isn't so relevant, but I think it was a 1... I can't remember, actually. Let me check. 2025. Bahrain pole time. It was a 129.8. 129.8, yeah. What is Oscar doing? Driving around extremely slowly. Yeah. Not much more further explanation, really. He's in first gear, second gear, driving around. I don't know. He's chilling. He's chilling, having some fun. I'm sure he'll do some push laps soon enough. Yeah, Verstappen makes his way out of the pits. Lawson ahead of him. Alonso 14 laps. Oh, his speed has now dropped to 216 through there. We'll check if was just one mistake on one lap, but yeah, that is suboptimal there for Fernando. How is Audi doing 10 kph faster than all the other engines? It's because they're deciding to deploy their battery there, right? They are actively making that decision. I want to deploy extra battery there, and then yeah, and they're deploying less battery in other places. So that's why down the main straight, where everyone's looking at the top speed, they go really quick. But then in the other parts of the circuit, they're not going so fast. Okay. All right, let's see what Piastri's doing then. Through the foot again, driving quite slowly actually. Is he doing tests at 170k? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, no, he's not doing a 170k fixed run. So yeah, let's see. Will Leclerc be driving today? No, Leclerc's driving all day tomorrow. Lewis is driving all day today. Perez yet to come out onto the track. Perez is set to drive for the afternoon session. They managed to get Bottas out, and Bottas did 58 laps actually, most of them in the second half of the session, and which is very good from him. You know, entire race distance completed in the morning session, and Perez yet to see the track half an hour into the afternoon. Okay, Alonso in the previous run 222 through that speed trap. It looked like Hamilton was back to using his old style wing now, is he? Well, I guess the team do want to get some actual data in the morning, what they did 5 laps, 10 laps max, including all of the safety car laps and things like that with the red flag. So, yeah, they probably want some more information. So maybe they'll keep switching. But Hulkenberg looks quite happy with the car, really. The Audi looks reasonably stable and maybe bouncing a little bit with the bumps there up towards turn number 13. But 250 kilometers per hour from Nico Hulkenberg. Oh my goodness me, this man. Yeah, you can clearly see that now he's compromised a little bit of his speed down the start-finish straight, and he's deploying his battery some more elsewhere. And let's see where the Hulk finds himself. Currently in 9th position, the Audi-powered car comes across the line, and it is 5th position, P5, ladies and gentlemen, P5 for Nico Hulkenberg. Okay. What data should people be looking at since the lap times don't really mean much? Probably look at the number of laps completed. Also look at the RPM that the teams are shifting at. What are they conserving the engine? Are they shifting at really high revs to push the engine harder? And again, just don't worry about it too much. If you want to get your Formula One in for the month, then listen to the streams. If you're not so bothered about testing and just will wait for Australia, then wait around. But it looks good from Nico Hulkenberg, and I think the Audi folks are happy. Their engine's doing good. Their first ever Formula One engine, and it's doing pretty solid. Less reliability issues than the rest of the teams. Yep, self-produced. No partnership, no nothing. Just German engineering. Because I think Audi is actually making their engine in Germany, as far as I remember. I cannot remember for the life of me which city it is, but Mercedes make their engines in the UK, whereas Audi definitely make them in Germany. This is the first speed trap here, just where Alonso, this white dot here, and the second speed trap is here, going between the blue and the yellow. In Bavaria, very nice. Oscar Piastri across the line, 9th position there. Germany's pretty good at making cars, yeah. They are pretty good at making cars, aren't they? All right. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream as well, folks. Good to see you guys listening in, watching along. Is much appreciated. All right. Yeah, the German sort of side makes the engine, and then a lot of the car parts are still made in Switzerland. That is correct. Okay, Alonso's out on fresh hard tires. So let's see. Is this a slightly different setup? Is it just lower fuel? But let's see what his pace is going to be like on these fresh set of hard tires. Have they changed front wing angle? We'll see. But he's currently just warming them up, getting ready to go start his flying runs. Hey dude, what's your name? My name is Larry. Definitely. My name is Larry. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Verstappen there on slick slap old test tyres, doing all right there. You can see, Verstappen doing about 239 on those test tyres. And Antonelli is out on a fresh set. Piastri is on a question mark tyre, so still yet to get that tyre information through for them. And Lawson, 14 lap old medium tyres, and he's also doing 236. So let's see what Alonso can do, if he can do any better through the second sector this time. You married, have a kid, question mark. No, I'm still at university. All right. What team are the fastest in the long runs? Well, it's difficult to say, isn't it? It is difficult to say. The Mercs look good. The Mercedes definitely look good. George Russell had some nice, solid long run times, and Yeah, I can't give you a solid answer because nobody really knows whose long runs were real long runs, who was running low engine modes, who was running high engine modes. So yeah, unfortunately, I do not have an accurate answer for you. And if it's the answer's not accurate, then there's probably no point in giving you an answer anyway. 225 there for Alonso. Yeah, it looks like it is over, folks, for the Aston Martin fans. That this number is pretty critical. And if this number was really big here in terms of the speed trap going down the straight, and then this was small, it would be understandable, but it's not. The rotating rear wing is back, is it? Oh, there we go, folks. So yeah, Ferrari still switching around from one side, from one type of rear wing to the other to try and work out which one's better. The wind is also blowing. 9.4 kilometers per hour, so maybe that's affecting things. Maybe in really windy conditions, or if you've got a headwind, one rear wing is better than the other. Still yet to see. Right. But Hamilton's out now on a fresh set of hards as well. So let's see. Maybe we'll be able to compare lap times between Lewis Hamilton and Fernando Alonso. What is that going to be? 18 years later. 18 years later from 2007. I know. Not 18. 19 years later. Yeah, let's see how the two former teammates rack up against each other. Alonso's times have dropped to a 1:41 now on the fresh set. Surprising that Hülkenberg and Bortoleto are kind of in a good place. Yeah, I mean, it is Audi as a new team, but you've got to remember Sauber is the team that did most of the development work for the chassis, for the aero, and all of that sort of things. So they have got quite a lot of experience, quite a lot of knowledge, and yeah, like it's if you look at it in that way, it sort of makes sense. Extra money, extra funding from Audi very helps. I have seen the Ferrari new rear wing. I have seen it. It's quite the nice idea. It seems like it, in theory, it seems like it would work. But what's that Oppenheimer quote like? Oh, everything works in theory until it's done or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, exactly what that quote is, right? We don't know if it's actually beneficial until they test it out, they use it, they look at the numbers, and now they're back to the normal rear wing because they want to compare. Hamilton's just opened it up on the way to turn 11, and it is the normal rear wing. What's the reason for the speed discrepancy between Verstappen reached last week and much slower this week? Verstappen has decided, when he did reach 344 kilometers per hour last week down the start-finish straight, he was probably deploying all of his battery down the start-finish straight to see what speed he could reach, and then he realized, oh, that's not optimal, really. Ideally, what I should do is only deploy 50% of my battery here and then save some of it for the rest of the circuit. So that's why we've probably seen a decrease. And maybe Audi will find that out soon as well. Or maybe they're just going to continue on. But I did see Hülkenberg on his best possible lap. I don't think he went 3:41 down the straight. He was doing more like 3:30 down the straight because it's better to save a little bit of battery from the straight and use it somewhere else. Are they all sandbagging ? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Young drivers, complex new cars, do you think the simulation generation has an advantage? I think so. I think in a way, they will have an advantage of, well, being familiar with all of these electrics and trying to sort of game the system. A lot of them have grown up on simulators, right, and where they've used weird tricks. I know back in like 2000 and F1 2018, the best way to get engine braking out of some of these corners was never to shift up into 8th gear. So you would actually just stay in 7th gear for the entire duration of the straight, be out the rev limiter, and then you would get really good braking performance into the next corner. And this is just an example, but trying to explore for these tricks, thinking even what is possible, maybe they'll have a bit of an advantage there. But on the flip side, the older drivers, they will have a lot more experience with adapting to new cars. Like Alonso, how many generations of Formula One cars has he adapted to reach the level that he is right now? So and also the tricks that maybe the youngsters do learn that can very easily be copied, right? Someone can watch it on board, someone can realize that someone's pressing something on the dash going through this corner, or they're using this gear going through that corner, and these sort of things can be copied. So yeah, it's a difficult one to answer, really. It's interesting to observe what Fernando does. He does appear to be fine-tuning the car in different aspects of the performance, probing the limits of each corner. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what the drivers are supposed to be doing. And the drivers can't immediately find the limits of grip on every single corner straight away. So you build up to it, especially in a new car. But you can see here Alonso doing a bit better. Down the straight at 312 kilometers per hour, and then also through the speed trap at 232. Overall, 63 laps completed. Good work. It looks like Lewis Hamilton is also doing long runs, but Lewis Hamilton is nearly 2 seconds quicker in the 138s compared to Alonso's 140s. Honda engine not even reaching 11,500 RPM. Well, again, folks, I would be, we are saying it's the Honda engine isn't reaching that many RPM, but is it maybe the gearbox that's having those problems? Because we do know that yesterday they had gearbox issues, right? When Stroll crashed, it's in the data, the telemetry data that gets transmitted back to the teams. It said that Stroll was in 60th gear. That is 60th gear. So, clearly something had broken yesterday with the gearbox, and we've been hearing about it for the past few days as well. So, when they shift at 11.5k RPM, is that more so the gearbox? Audi putting in some high performance speed, high speed performance, exactly. They're doing a good job, and still some more laps on the board needed, I think, from the Audi team, because Bortoleto was a bit short this morning. But I think if they can reach 100, or if they can reach 100 with Hulkenberg, that's 130 done for the day. Pretty solid. When will they freeze engine development for the season, or can they constantly develop throughout the season? They can constantly develop throughout the season. It's not sort of you start off the season with this engine, you have to finish it off. But that does come with its sort of upsides and downsides. So let's imagine, right, you've got your 4 engines for the season. And at the first race of the season, you crash your first, someone has a crash and you lose your first engine. It's totally destroyed, so you can't use it. So you've only got 3 engines remaining, and you're using one engine, and then you keep alternating between one engine for practice and then the other engine for the race, and you're alternating, and then you get an upgrade package. You're going to have to take engine penalties if you get more than 2 or 3 major upgrades to the engines throughout the season. So that's something we saw in 2018 with Toro Rosso when they first brought Honda on as their engine manufacturer. They had multiple engine penalties throughout the entire season, and that was quite catastrophic for the amount of points that the Toro Rosso team scored, but they did gain overall 40 horsepower from all of those engine upgrades. So yes, that one season you may be compromised, but overall you're getting more performance. So is it worth it at the end of the day? If you're in a championship battle, then maybe it's not worth it to take the engine penalties, even if you are going to get an extra 2 horsepower or an extra 3 horsepower. Is it worth to start one race right at the back of the grid for it? Who knows? Piastri's pushing, is he? 30.1 in the first sector. Not bad, yeah. He is going reasonably hard. Yet to see Albon come out into the circuit. Yeah, it's been in the pits for a while actually as Albon. So maybe something going on down at Williams. Alonso shifts at 11,000 RPM. Well, he's definitely been shifting. Look at that. He's 11.2k RPM as he shifts from 6th gear to 7th gear. So it's not fixed for every single gear, but definitely sometimes he will shift early. Any updates on when Perez will hit the track? I'll try and find out for you guys. But it should have happened already, to be honest. Let's see. Yeah, no, I haven't. I can't see any information about when Perez is going to come out. Unfortunately, right. So Alonso there, 280, 278 before he gets onto the brakes for the final corner, and then onto the power again. So let's see what's he doing. When's he shifting? 11.4. 11.4 again, yeah. It looks like he's shifting at 11.4. He's up to speeds of 317, and then he starts clipping back down again. Onto the brakes for turn number 1. Okay. That Aston is 2.5 seconds slower in the race runs. They're going to get screwed in quali? Yeah, potentially. Why is the second speed indication bad for Aston Martin? Because the lower we've seen quite often here, right? If you prioritize deploying coming through turn 11 and 12, what that will do is make it very easy. It's very easy to get high speed through the speed trap if you focus on deploying there. Piastri did it yesterday, so did Norris. And the fact that Alonso's going slowly through there indicates to me that going through turns number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, where you can recharge the battery, you've got the opportunity to recharge. They recharge it, but they still don't have enough battery to deploy effectively through turn 12. Yeah, essentially that's my reasoning. They could deploy effectively going through this corner, but they don't because their battery charging system isn't that great. And yeah, you can see there 230 Ks there for Alonso. So let's see, what speed is he reaching up to here as well? It's not like he's saving his battery and then deploying it all down this straight either, because we've seen drivers reach 300 by this point, and Alonso's only reaching 280. And then when he comes across the line again, let's see what speed does he come across the line at. He comes across the line at 280, which is around about in line with what we've seen with a few of the other drivers. I think Hulkenberg's done that at 280, so is Verstappen. But yeah, not deploying as much battery through this part of the circuit or through this part, which indicates that either their engine's lacking, their charging system's lacking, something. Okay. But I think I'm going to pause a little bit on the Alonso talk. We'll let him do his laps, right? We'll see what comes of it. And supposedly, of course, in Australia they're going to have a brand new car anyway, or a car that's totally different. So we'll see how that sort of turns out for them. Lewis Hamilton on the flip side, let's talk about him a little bit. So he's going up to 315 Ks, then clipping back down about to 305 before he gets onto the brakes for turn number 1. Seems about standard with everyone else, to be honest. And yeah, he's lapping all right. Is the S1 microsectors the battery levels? No, these are how quickly the drivers are going through each little bit. So yellow means that they are slower than their personal best. Green is quicker. So it's just like the normal sectors, but just split up into even finer little bits. So if they go purple through the first 3 purple, mini sectors here, that they've got like a very good slipstream, or they're deploying loads of battery. And then maybe in the 4th or the 5th one, if they're purple, then they were super late on the brakes. So it sort of gives you a bit more nuanced information. All right. Lewis 305 through the speed trap, and let's see what he's doing then with the Ferrari powering it in the back of his car. And he goes 229 through there. Not too shabby. I mean, I guess sort of similar to Alonso. Alonso did 229 as well. Yeah, let's see. Alonso's into the... Oh no, he's back out again. Yeah, I don't know. Why is he second to last? because he hasn't done any sort of quick runs, right? Like he has been doing just race runs since he got out this morning. Oh, yellow flag. Alonso, turn 4, yellow flag, stopped at the side of the circuit. Yellow hazard lights are flashing. What gear is he in? What gear is Alonso in? Sixth gear. Oh my God. Sixth gear, 0 revs. Looks like his gearbox broke while he was downshifting. Okay, I'm going to just sort of guess here, right? He's downshifting into the corner. He's trying to downshift. The gears don't shift. He goes too slow. The car stalls. 0 RPM. Engine off. Alonso's jumped out of the car. Yellow flag is out. Red flag. Everyone's coming back in. But yeah, you can see that. You can see here, right? Alonso, sixth gear, 0 RPM. GP2 engine, GP2. The engine feels good, much slower than before. Yeah. Aston are cooked. Yeah, they're cooked. And yeah, on the pit wall, they don't seem all that happy. And right, well, that's going to put about a 10-minute break or so. It's not too far away from the exit road, so they'll get a truck out there relatively quickly. Right, we've got a replay here from Alonso, so he's going in towards turn number 1. And downshifting things seem all right. Misses the apex a little bit. And then he's sort of working his way up. I already try, so you try yourself, yeah. The car's sort of downshifting, it sounds a bit weird. Yeah, it just sort of switches off. It's making this weird noise, like it goes into limp home mode or anti-stall or something. And wait, Alonso jumped off the car, folks. We've just got the replay, right? I was mentioning this earlier. I don't know if this was intentional or if Alonso has done this on purpose because there could have been some sort of electrical issue. But I mentioned this, in the morning session. If there's a potential electrical issue, the drivers are instructed to jump off the car as to not electrocute themselves. I think most likely it is a gearbox issue, and Alonso's sort of just done that out of habit. But on the replay, Alonso did jump from the halo off onto the ground. But no, I think much more likely it's just a gearbox issue. Given that we already know that gearbox is broken and it's terrible. So yeah. In fact, I found a meme about the Aston Martin gearbox. Let me pull it up. Red flag removed. Yeah, he'll be coming out soon enough. Like it's not going to take too long. Yeah, let me just pop this meme up onto the screen, folks. I'm sure you guys are going to love it. Where is it? What's the date today? 19th. Yeah, let's go now. Here we go. This is what happens, right? To the Aston Martin gearbox. That 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, they've got the tractor out onto the circuit to pick his car up. But Alonso's just standing there, just not very pleased. Still got his helmet on. Yeah. Metallic confetti. That's a good way to put it, isn't it? It's straight from Formula Dank, by the way. Formula Dank, incredible source of memes. Aston Martin taking sandbagging too real and literally putting sand in their gearbox. Yeah, bro. How come I didn't think of that one? All right. Yeah. All right. How did Hulk hit 340? Because he deployed loads of his battery down the straight, and then they realized, oh, we probably shouldn't deploy all of it down the straight, and they decided to deploy it somewhere else. Alonso's frozen. Yeah, he's just like, bro's had enough. Bro is yeah. Oh, they've got a different safety car. Wait, what car is this? It looks like some. It looks like a Ford Mustang. They've got a Ford Mustang safety car, and that looks like they're going to go pick up Fernando Alonso. The safety car is faster than the Aston Martin. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, having a Mustang as a safety car isn't the smartest idea, is it? They're quite prone to crashing. But I guess driven by the right person, it's all right. Yeah, 3 hours. 3 hours remain on the clock. Aston Martin this year decided to pull out the safety car and bring an unsafety car. Facts. F1 Gamer, it's just like how Logan Sargent jumped out of the car in the Dutch Grand Prix 2024 and then he gets fired without any notice. Just a sad day for all F1 fans. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if when he crashed in the Dutch Grand Prix 2024, if that was if there was an electrical issue there, but yeah, it's not ideal really. Why not a Ferrari safety car? Probably because I don't know, Ferrari don't want to sponsor a safety car. I think you also need a relative amount of space to keep other stuff. Like, also you want to be able to carry passengers. I think it has to be a 4-seater, right? Is the Aston Martin a 4-seater? I think it is, right? Or is it not? It would make sense, right? Having a safety car potentially being able to carry people. It is, okay. Did Aston blow up again? Yeah. This is what happened. Right. Yeah, 3 hours left. Medical car's a 4-seater, fair enough. Is it a dark horse Mustang or a regular GT? Unfortunately, I have no idea. I'm not up to date with my Mustangs. Oh, is it a dark horse? Okay, well there you go. No, I used to be able to call to be able to name out every single car on the road back when I was a kid. But yeah, I'm past my prime, to be honest. I'm totally washed, and unfortunately, I can't name every car on the road right now. Yeah. When the Aston Martin gearbox touches 12k RPM, yeah. Did Crofty say anything about why there's no AMG safety car? It's because it's not an official race event or anything like that. If it was Australia, I think that we'll still have the same Aston Martin and Mercedes swapping around in terms of safety car. But yes, for preseason testing, I think whichever safety car the Bahrain circuit has, that is the one that they use. Did the gearbox exploded? How do they fix that? They said a new gearbox is a half year away. Half a year away? I don't know. Also, the other thing is, Alonso was meant to do long runs today. He did a total of, I think, 38 laps. Oh no, 28 laps. He did 28 laps in the afternoon session, and then his gearbox broke. Is that even going to last a full race distance? Like 28 laps of race running, and then his gearbox broke. After having the lunch break, right, so everything cooled down again, and then they started the engine from afresh, and he was doing race runs, not super high energy deployment, not super high RPM, and after 28 laps. And Stroll had, wait, Stroll had his gearbox break yesterday, which means I don't think they would have repaired the gearbox. It's quite likely they would have just replaced it, and that means they put in a new gearbox yesterday, and today, after 68 laps, the gearbox is broken. I mean, this is speculation. I do not know for a fact if they put a new gearbox in after Stroll broke it yesterday, or not, or after it broke while Stroll was driving. But yeah, What am I studying at uni? Mechanical engineering. Maybe I should make the gearbox. Does Aston Martin make the gearbox themselves, or does Honda make it alongside the PU? I think Aston Martin are the ones that are making it. Yeah, I think the power unit and the gearbox can be different, and for that reason, I think Aston Martin are making it, because they've already said Honda are behind, but then when talking about the gearbox, it's their own fault. It's not they haven't blamed that on Honda. Yeah, Aston Martin actually playing 4D chess here. They're taking really long for a red flag, so everyone else can't run as hard. True, true. Do you think if Aston had a Mercedes gearbox and PU, would they be a good car? Potentially, but the thing is, Adrian Newey would not have got his way in terms of fitting in the Mercedes power unit into his car design, right? Like Adrian Newey wants the most extreme aerodynamic package possible, and for that reason, you have to make compromises in the engine department and cooling department and so on and so forth. Oh wait, oh no, I think there is an electrical issue with the car. Oh wait, no, maybe not. Let's see. Oh no, the engineers are touching it. It's all good. So there wasn't an electrical issue with the car. Alonso just jumped off for no reason, rather than walking off. But it's up to him. Yes, so Adrian Newey wouldn't have had the freedom that he has to design the car that he's got right now. So for that reason, I don't think that the power unit, Mercedes power unit, would have been what they wanted, but potentially could have been quicker, right? Like, I guess in theory, the Mercedes one is better than the Honda one because Honda's breaking down all the time. Aston should buy the gearbox from Honda. Newey should know better. Yeah, I mean, but now it's a little bit late to transfer all responsibility over to Honda to help them make the gearbox, right? I think maybe at best what they can do is get a few people from Honda to help with the gearbox, but the Honda internal combustion engine is also behind, reportedly, right? So does it make sense to then transfer resources away from the engine to get the gearbox working? Maybe it does in one regard because you don't want the car to stop, break down every 68 laps, right? Yeah. What happened? This happened. Oh, they're showing the video, actually. They're showing the video that was up on Twitter, of Adrian Newey, Lance Stroll, all talking about the car and just not being particularly happy. Yeah. They're showing that on Sky Sports Italy. I do quite like the Sky Sports Italy coverage. Not that I can understand any of it, but it's like they sort of show more stuff than Sky Sports UK do. Oh, also, folks, if you do want to watch the footage on Sky Sports Italy, you get Proton VPN, and then once you've done that, you can connect to an Italian VPN server, and you just go over to YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1 live. Yeah, also that should probably change, right? From 1,000 horsepower, it should probably be more like 900. We're not so sure how much horsepower the Astons are making. Okay, I'll take you through a lap of the circuit while we're here waiting for some running. So here we go. Oh, I'm driving the Aston Martin, right? So let's do Aston Martin simulator. We come out of the final corner and our gearbox is broken. Okay, well, okay, I think I can stop ragging on Aston Martin now. I think. Well, let's just continue on. You make your way down in towards turn number 1, and well, you brake as late as possible. You're probably clipping by this point as well to recharge a little bit of your battery, and then into turn number 1, hit that apex smoothly onto the power, and then you try and go flat up the hill. Probably going to reach 7th gear, and in the 2026 cars, you're not going to go up to 8th, right? So you can see here, I shift up into 8th before getting onto the brakes, but 2026 cars, you're going to be only into 7th gear. Hit the apex for turn 4, have your gearbox brake again, and then you carry on down the hill. Tap the brakes, flick it to the right, and then flick it to the left, and down the hill again. Turn number 8, very easy to lock up, so you're going to shift your brake balance a little bit rearward here, so you can turn in while braking. Same thing for this corner, shift your brake balance rearward, and then brake in a straight line. And then again get the rotation in at the last second. Slowly on the power, you've got your active aero section here. You drop your front wing, drop your rear wing, extra top speed down the straights. And turn number 11, use as much of the entry curb as you want because it's relatively flat, and then run it as wide as possible. If you're deploying all of your battery at this very moment, you're going to have to lift through turn number 12, but most teams aren't, so you can go flat through turn number 12. And turn number 13, again, deploy a little bit of battery here on the exit to ensure your car gets up to speed, and then yeah, hit the brakes for the final corner, and try not to lose the rear. The electric motor will be providing around 500 horsepower right on demand, so you got to be careful not to let the rear spin out. But that's a lap of Bahrain. Okay. What happened to Alonso? His car broke down. His gearbox broke. You can still see there actually. He's still in 6th gear when his gearbox broke. Both drivers driving the same car under the test? Yes, they are. Why not 8th gear? Because you're not deploying as much battery as you were, right? You're not deploying as much battery, and that's why. Ocon started his car, so is Hamilton. So yeah, a few more car drivers now idling their engines, getting ready to go out because Alonso's been safely taken away to the inside of the circuit. Do you think Ferrari is hiding its full potential? Yes. What's the fastest car in F1 history? Well, it'd have to be the 2020 Mercedes, no? I think there are a few tracks where the 2004 Ferrari was slightly quicker, but then that has those rules or records been broken, right? So I think in terms of outright downforce, the 2020 Mercedes. But I think the 2004 Ferrari was on lines, or was on tires that were treaded. They were even on slicks. Like, imagine what the 2004 Ferrari could do if it was on slick Pirelli super soft tires, ultra soft tires. Like, imagine that. I would like to see. I'm sure Ferrari will have the. Yes, who actually owns the 2004 Ferrari? Surely Ferrari have it in a museum somewhere. Or does Schumacher have it? Aston Martin, the engineers say when Honda go low, I go lower. Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. Hamilton, Colapinto, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Lawson, Antonelli, and Perez, and Piastri all coming out onto the circuit. Oh, it looks like Perez is coming out as well. Okay, he's building up his revs there at 11,000 RPM with the Ferrari power unit, and then he'll find himself coming out onto the circuit. Track is clear, and as you can see, you know, we're back out onto the circuit. Okay. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, if you haven't subscribed, be sure to do so. It goes a long way to helping out. I think Hamilton will push a lap today. Unlikely. I mean, I'll check how many tires, how many soft tires Ferrari have got. Right, I think it's up here. Ferrari have got 4 sets of C4 tires, and they've got no C5s. So unlikely that they're going to be doing lots of push laps. They'll probably say maybe we could see one right at the end of today. Actually, we may see 2, because, right, if the Ferrari team wants to be fair between its 2 drivers and it's going to give Leclerc 2 push laps tomorrow, then they should give Hamilton 2 push laps today, and that would mean using 2 of those soft tyres, and that could be pretty good. But yeah, Ferrari currently back on the regular rear wing. They haven't got the flipping style one because, well, maybe they found it wasn't good enough. But yeah. How about the Red Bull 2023? It won almost every race. I mean, no, it's a quick car, right? But in terms of quickest car, in terms of just pure speed and lap time, rather than beating all of its competitors. There we go. We've got Verstappen out onto the circuit. Larry, thanks for the coverage. You've done well. Very much is appreciated there, buddy. Oh, Exoteric, $10 donation. Much appreciated. So cool to see so many people here for a practice session. F1 Gamer, what's your average viewership for last year's practice streams? I think it was around 8,000. I mean, it sort of depends, right, on what time zone it is in. But I think around 8,000 to 9,000. So, yeah, it's been pretty surprising to get nearly half of that for just pre-season testing. So, thanks, Exoteric, for the donation. The T tyre is the test tyre from Pirelli. It's supposedly a tyre that's made from a different factory, but I could not find any confirming information regarding that. Mainly probably because I haven't looked hard enough, but you know. Yeah, let's see. Let's just pick a random race, right? Let's pick the... Let's just pick the Austrian FP2 session, right? How many people did I get watching Austria FP2 last year? Yeah, about 7,000 people at peak, and on average about 5,000 or so. So I guess it's relatively similar, isn't it? And then towards the end of the season, of course, with things getting more and more exciting, I got more people watching. Ferrari did switch back to the old wing. Can you please explain why Lewis is so slow? Is he not on quick runs? Well, no, he is on race runs, and that's why he's doing 1 minute 38 lap times rather than 1 minute 33s. I really, there really isn't any further explanation. He's on the hard tyres. He's got a lot of fuel in the car. He's not shifting right at the end of the rev range. He's conserving the engine a little bit, and he's also not deploying all of his battery over the course of one lap. So that is why his lap times aren't all that quick, right? He's just had a reasonably good lap there, a 1:37.3, but only 12th position. Where are Williams? Some sort of problem with Williams, to be honest. Yeah. Alex Albon hasn't been out on the track for an hour and 45 minutes, I think. So... yeah, Williams are having some issues as well. I mean, I think everyone has had some sort of issues at some point. Apart from maybe Haas, I think Haas have been, at least not that I can remember of directly. But they probably have, at least for an hour or two or something. So everyone's been working through the small sort of little issues, but in terms of major breakdowns, we're seeing Aston Martin sort of in front of us having their breakdowns. And yeah. Can you explain the Ferrari rear wing? Right, okay, so you have three elements to your rear wing, right? You have the lower element, you've got the middle element, and then you've got the upper element here, right? Oh my god, Piastri third position. What a lap. Hard tyres as well, and he's only 2/10 off Max Verstappen and his teammate. Oscar Piastri's cooking, right? He is cooking. Okay. And given the fact that he's on hard tyres, that middle sector would have been a lot better, right? He did 40.999, but he could have been way closer to Lando if he was on the mediums. So good job there from Oscar. And yeah, just to get back to the rear wing, you've got your lower element, your middle element, and your higher element. And did Verstappen just improve? Verstappen just improved and went quicker. And... is now 3/10 clear of Lando Norris and a lap time of a 1:33.1. Very nice there from Max. So it looks like we are definitely going into the 1 minute 22s. Yeah. All right. Very nice. Very nice. What was I saying? Oh, yes, the rear wing. Now for the third time. You've got your lower element, middle element, higher element. And when you have your DRS flap open or your active aero open, you can have it so it opens up horizontally, but that isn't generating much downforce, but it is generating drag. What Ferrari have is their middle element and their rear element flip around the other way, and that generates lift instead. So it lifts the rear of the car up a little bit, which means there's less force squeezing the tyres into the ground, which means there's less friction on the tyres on the ground, which means that they can go for a higher top speed. That is essentially what they're doing. The rear wing itself isn't less draggy, or maybe it's even slightly more draggy than what it was before, but it should help the tyres get less friction and less resistance, and then hence go quicker. But they've put it away and not using it, so potentially it was just a thing that they tried and it hasn't worked out as expected. Do you think Aston will be the slowest? Well, if they take this exact car and gearbox to Melbourne, yes. However, I think because they'll just DNF from the race because their gearbox will break. But I think if they make some changes and things like that, things could be quite different. Yep. If it lifts the rear up, it will stall the diffuser and reduce drag. Yeah, it will also do that, but it's not going to lift it up like a huge amount, right? It will just reduce the load that's already on the on the car. So, yeah. It's tough to say, really, without running the simulations yourself and figuring it out. And, well, we haven't done that, obviously. Aston did blow up another gearbox, yes. Alonso stopped in sixth gear. You can, in fact, still see it on his row. It says he's in the pits, but he's in sixth gear. Why is Red Bull doing less laps? Well, Verstappen has done 72 laps, and I think that's totally fine. He's probably about 10, 20 behind Piastri, or, well, not Piastri, but the McLaren team. But it's not the end of the world. With these new cars, I expect a slightly small difference between quali laps and race laps, given how they drive. Yeah, I think given how they drive, the difference will be not as big, but because of the battery, you'll see a big difference in lap time. Because firstly, you'll have the extra 100 kilogram factor, and then secondly, in a quali lap, you can deplete your battery from 100 all the way to 0. Whereas on a race lap, you have to keep it from whatever it starts at as 50. You have to keep it again for the next lap to be 50. Otherwise, you're going to run out, and then your next lap is going to be horrendously slow. Can you explain the C4 and the C5 tires? They're just softer compounds, so they're more grippy, but they're less durable, and they also overheat a lot. So you've got to wait for track temperature here to come down. It's 34.7 degrees right now, track temperature. Once it maybe gets down to 27, you can put on the softer compounds. Do you know about the Abu Dhabi curse? Since 2018, the driver that's won the Abu Dhabi has won the World Drivers' Championship next year. Well, who won Abu Dhabi this year? It was Max, right? In 2025? Yeah, it was Max who won Abu Dhabi in 2025, because on the stream, I nearly said Max won the World Drivers' Championship instead of saying he won the Abu Dhabi race. I truly messed that one up. Truly aura losing moment right there for me. But I don't know. We'll see. F1 Invincible, your thought about the front runners? Well, because you spammed that message in the chat, you're not getting an answer, buddy. Okay. What tyre did Max use for his lap? McLaren faster. Max used a fresh set of mediums, and so did McLaren. Right. Are the sector times correct because they don't add up? Yes, it's just because each of these sectors doesn't have to be from a single lap, right? So when Max set this sector, that could have been on his second best lap, which isn't on the leaderboard right now. This lap could have been from his best lap. This one could have been from his slowest lap. So they're not all from the same lap, and that's why they don't add up. All right. Yeah, I'm going to have some water. Okay. Perez only has 4 laps. I was hoping they solved the reliability issue in the morning, but I guess not. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, really. Is he coming out of the pits? No, Perez isn't. Hulkenberg up into 5th position, goes ahead of George Russell. Fresh set of medium tyres, of course, for Hulkenberg again. But green in all 3 sectors, 27.9, 29.7 in the first sector, so about 3/10 down from Max in that one. He is about he's 3/10 down on Max in the middle sector, but nearly 6/10 down on Norris in the middle sector. And then for the final sector, he is about 3/10 down. So still some more improvements to be made there for Nico Hulkenberg in all different aspects of the thing. But the car's looking good. And also they've got their new side pod, remember? The side pod that everyone was sort of saying that, it looks really strange, it looks very odd. It's sort of like what Red Bull did in 2023 and it didn't work for them. Why would it work for Audi? But here they are with their new side pods that seem to be performing great. Hamilton doing a race run, so he's going slower. Exactly, that is the case, folks. His best lap is a 1:37, but as the tyres have worn out a little bit, he's now up to the 1:38s. Piastri's not even on the mediums that he's on. Yeah, he's on that. So, we'll see what he does once he goes on to the mediums. There's around about I'd say, here in Bahrain, there's around about a 6/10 difference, maybe, or 8/10 difference between the medium and the hards. Mm-hmm. All right. Do you think Ferrari will use the new rear wing again? Well, they'll analyze the data overnight and we'll figure out. Oh my god, the Sky Italia coverage is showing the Alonso 1,000-yard stare, and then they're showing the same shot again of Alonso today, side by side. Oh, you've got to love Sky Italia. Incredible scenes. Okay. Does anyone know last year Bahrain testing result? The quickest that the team that set the quickest lap last year in Bahrain was Williams. And they ended up getting 2 podiums. Wait, I leave for 3 seconds and Aston broke a gearbox again. Maybe the Honda engine is too powerful for real. Maybe Honda cooked so hard that Aston can't make a gearbox to compete. Are these cars less physical than the ones in the previous years? They are less physical, that is correct. They go slower through the corners, so slower through the corners, less G-force, less physical. Okay. They're pushing the Aston Martin car back into the garage now, so shouldn't be too long before before they get him going again. Any news on Williams? Don't know actually. I will double check, find maybe see if there's any more information about what's going on with Williams. But no, he's still been. Yeah, not that I can find any. Yeah, in fact, Carlos Sainz today said that he was happy with the reliability, and then the Williams goes and breaks down today. A bit ironic, isn't it? No, unfortunately, I don't know. Also, folks, So sometimes in qualifying, right, we have drivers that go and do a push lap and then a cool down lap and then a push lap again, all on the same run, right? Same set of fuel, and then they'll come into the pits after two hot laps. With the way that the cars are going this year, it seems like that might not be possible because so what you need to do to charge the battery up, you need to drive relatively quickly, then get onto the brakes and do a lot of accelerating and then slowing back down again. But that isn't great for your tires. That's going to wear out your tires quite a bit, overheat them, which ideally on a slow lap you want to cool down. So you either, when you're doing this hot, cold, hot strategy, you risk overheating your tires, or you risk not having a full battery on your second hot lap. So yeah, that's another thing to consider really with the potential quali strategies going into the season. Depending on the circuit and the conditions that you're in, you might not actually be able to fully recharge your battery over the course of one cool lap. So you might have to do hot, double cold lap. First one to recharge the battery, the second one to keep the tires and get them cooled down again. Yeah, cool. Guess we'll see. Do you think Williams is keeping fat side pods just to keep everything cool, or is it intentional choice? I was thinking it might be something because of their rake. It's a bit difficult really to say for me. Again, I don't know the internal details of the Williams team. However, I do know two people that do know the internal details of the aerodynamics team at Williams. So I will see. But they're not going to tell me, right? They can't tell me. Yeah, with regards to sort of the cooling package and such like that, there will be a lower limit that Williams ideally don't want to touch. So their reliability has been pretty solid. So I think that they're just running more cooling because they can, and they don't want to take that risk, especially with the new power units. You need to run more adverts. Nah, don't worry about it, folks. I think it's better to just have no adverts. Like, I'm sure many of you are listening while at work and or while you're studying for an exam or whatever. And why play an advert? It's all good. Hopefully, I'm gonna get employed. Hopefully, I should be getting an email today about. Yeah. Okay. Will we see teams push harder? Yes, there's definitely a chance that tomorrow we'll get one or two glory runs, one or two push laps. But as of today, no. I think there's a much smaller chance today. We still could see some, with the interest of some teams wanting to be fair to both of their drivers, or just want to give both of their drivers the opportunity to do push laps. You could have Hamilton do some push laps today on the C4 tires that Ferrari have got, and then Leclerc does some push laps tomorrow on the C4s. Or they could have just brought the C4 tires for the purpose of gathering clutch information data, right? Because they could have just, because they're going to need to know what how grippy those C4 tires are if they're going to start a race on the C4s. So they could have just brought them to just do a few race starts on and to get the clutch information and not do any hot laps. In terms of getting all of this data, it's called Multiviewer. That's what the program is called, but you do need F1 TV to actually get access to it. You see Audi's new RS5 that just got released? No. Let me Google it. Audi RS5 2020 2026. I'm sure it's just I'm sure it looks pretty similar to their normal ones now. Yeah, I mean it just looks like an Audi. I don't know. No Hadjar today, only Max. Hadjar will be driving tomorrow, so half the day for Hadjar, I think, and half the day for Max. Yeah, tomorrow. F1 Gamer, I think if you're sponsored by F1, there's a Bahrain ad down below. Bahrain tickets. There's what it says saying sponsored, but I'm not sure. No, I think that advert is sponsored. I'm not sponsored by F1, at least not yet. I've got their email, and we're working something out potentially for the first few races of the season. But right now, no, I'm not sponsored. So okay. Williams are trying setups to squeeze more performance out of the car as Albon hasn't improved from yesterday's time. Oh, has he not? Okay. Well, it's taken them an awful long time to change the setup on their car, isn't it? That's the thing. Your opinion on the rear wing? It looks good. The rear wing looks good. It seems like an interesting idea. Perez back out on track. That's good to see. If it works for them, then fantastic idea. But it will be copied quite easily. You know, if Ferrari decide to use it, then a few more teams will test it out, and then you'll get everyone using it. Okay. Okay. How was Isaac's best time compared to Max's today? Well, Isaac wasn't pushing yesterday. He had a few issues with his cooling and stuff like that. So I don't think there's any point really comparing. Okay, yeah, we're getting Antonelli driving around here. The sunset is getting nice and low in the sun is getting nice and low in Bahrain. Honestly, I do have to say, right, in the Middle East, the sunsets they have are incredible. Antonelli's doing fixed speed runs here at 150. You can see his speed was fixed at 150 while he was going down, going through there. So gathering some aero data, and now he's fixed at 180. Is he? Yeah, it looks like he's fixed at 180 going through that corner. So nice and interesting. Let's see what he does through the next straight. Just keep an eye out on this number here. Yeah, look there. He's holding 150 exactly. Third gear, 10,400 revs. And yeah, now he's going to come into the pits. Can't they just patent them? I think I want the Tifosi to win. Speed fix, is that like cruise control? It is very much like cruise control. Of course, the teams will work out. What they'll do is they'll just fix an RPM limit. So they'll say, if I want to go 100 kilometers per hour, they'll work out what speed it is in each gear, what RPM it is in each gear, and then they'll just set it to that is the maximum RPM they can go, because they want to gather aerodynamic data and how the aero changes with effects to the wind, right? So you can see here 9 kilometers per hour. And on the racetrack, right, you've got these straights, one that goes in this direction, one that goes in another, and then two that are parallel. So you can see how the wind will affect your downforce levels in each of the different straights depending on the direction. And again, more useful information. The blue mini sectors mean that you're coming out of the pits or coming into the pits, and the red here is you've stopped on the circuit or you've crashed. So Alonso broke his gearbox in 6th gear, and that's why he stopped there. Very validating about specific amounts of downforce and drag for a specific speed. Exactly. Where'd you get the data on the screen from? From Multiviewer. Okay. Is Piastri going to push lap? It looks like he is, ladies and gentlemen. Here goes Oscar Piastri up the hill towards turn number 4 and braking all over the curb, kicking up a little bit of dust. He's on a set of C3 tyres. He on the oh my god, he's gone purple. 1.5 tenths in the first sector goes Oscar Piastri. 3:31 through the speed trap. Right, let's have a look what his minimum speed's going to be through turn number 10. The McLaren minimum speed is incredible, really. Through turn number 10, so let's see what Piastri can hold it at. Onto the brakes, and 72 kilometers per hour. That is I think third highest that I've seen on all of these flying laps. So here comes Oscar Piastri now towards turn number 11, all over the curbs again on the entry, and up the hill he goes. What can he do? What's his speed going to be through there? Foot is flat to the floor, 240k, so he's going nearly about 15 kilometers per hour slower through that part of the circuit because he's not deploying his battery there, right? He is making the conscious decision, or the McLaren power unit team is making the conscious decision not to deploy the battery at that point. Then you go through turn number 14 and 15, onto the power you go, and let's see what speed he comes across the line at. 260 to 285. That's the quickest speed I've seen coming across the line, and it goes up into P1 by 0.3 of a second, and it's a 132.8 from Oscar Piastri. Quickest speed coming across the line, 285 k's per hour. Very nice, very nice. P1. It's Oscar Piastri in the full red, like Anakin Skywalker. Bro is going to be cooking this year. Okay, folks. Oh, I have a question to pose you guys. In fact, let's hold a poll in the chat, right? Who this season, right? Of course, last season we know who came out ahead between the two drivers, between Piastri and Norris. But this season, who comes out ahead? Is it going to be Oscar Piastri, or is it going to be Lando Norris in terms of points? You know, these drivers may be competing for championships, they may not be. But who do you think is going to come out ahead? How's Hamilton's run compared to Max and Leclerc? Well, again, you've spammed your question in the chat, so you're not getting your question answered. 2 hours and 21 minutes remain on the clock. Hamilton in the pit lane after doing 43 laps, about half, close enough to about half the laps that Verstappen's done, and that's mainly because of Hamilton's chassis issue earlier in the day. 76% of people think that Piastri is going to be going for the quickest time. It's going to be, sorry, not the quickest time. It's going to be beating Lando Norris. Interesting. Payback from last season. Oscar has had enough of the papaya rules. Interesting. Is there a time frame on when Alonso's out of the pits, please? I will double check. However, given that the gearbox is broken, and I don't know how many more gearboxes they will have, right? Because if they replace the gearbox after Stroll broke it yesterday, then yeah, this will be the second gearbox that they've broken. And were they going to have 3 gearboxes on hand? I'm not sure. So I was trying to see on F1 Twitter if there's anyone that's got any information or anything like this. Yeah, let's see. Oh, apparently the car was left in some sort of uncertain condition. I'm sure they shipped one out when it broke. Yeah, so I don't know if it will have arrived today though. So I don't know if Aston Martin are even going to come out whatsoever. Because they may not have another gearbox to put in the car. They can maybe try and repair the one that they've already got. So, but unfortunately for that, I cannot give you an accurate number on when the Aston Martin team are going to come out. Has to be a low fuel glory run from Piastri's back to the pits. Yeah, maybe it was a low fuel glory run from Oscar Piastri. Trying to steal away the headlines. They're trying to go back to back for the World Championship. Who knows? but only time will tell. Is Audi competitive now? Well, they're looking stronger. Again, we don't know. Everyone else could be sandbagging a lot, and Audi could not be. But as of what we've seen today, Audi look stronger than what they seemed last week. Cadillac is for sure trolling. Well, only 12 laps done for Sergio Perez, and it's been 2 hours, so more issues, yet more issues for the Cadillac team. I'm really uncertain about what those issues even are, to be honest, because it's not like the Ferrari power unit has had huge amounts of issues. Perez now just does come out onto the circuit, but yeah, seems very, very odd. There are issues for Hamilton in the morning, not today right now though. Well, not right now. Antonelli will be interesting to watch if Mercedes is strong as predicted. Yeah. I mean, Antonelli is currently in the pit lane now with relatively used medium tyres. We'll see what he comes out on. Piastri's out on a fresh set of Pirelli test tyres. So, track temperature down to 32 degrees Celsius, and we'll see what Oscar Piastri can do with that. Never put softs on. Piastri is going to break the lap record. Well, I guess we'll see. Maybe tomorrow we will get some lap records broken. Who's driving the afternoon session tomorrow for the McLaren team? I think it's Norris driving the afternoon session tomorrow. So is Russell. So is Verstappen. So those 3 drivers are driving the afternoon session, and if there were hypothetically any glory runs to happen, then that's when they would happen, tomorrow in the afternoon session. So just a FYI, Verstappen driving in the afternoon. Yeah. Don't break the car, Hadjar. Yeah, don't crash the car in the morning, Hadjar. Let Max do a quick lap. Okay. Is Haas looking more promising than the other midfield teams? Yeah, Haas look to seem to have very minimal issues, and they've just got their head down and laps under their belt. So, in that regard, yes, they've done quite well. Yeah. In terms of outright pace or anything, no clue. They could have been doing totally different run plans, but they seem to be doing all right. New follower here. Oh, thank you guys for tuning into the stream. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Also, be sure to go follow me on Instagram. My Instagram is F1gamer_official. So we've got a few people that have sent me a DM. Someone sent me a DM, in fact, a few minutes ago. Let's see. Cool. All right. Antonelli fresh mediums, ladies and gentlemen. Is Antonelli going to go quicker than Oscar Piastri? It's a fresh set of medium tyres for is it 19-year-old Italian? Is he 19 or is he now 20? Either way, he's out on a fresh set. And let's see what that Mercedes power unit can do. For me, being the cheapest team, Haas has surprised me. Yeah, Haas have done a pretty good job, really, especially considering the budget that they've got. But yeah, with the might of Toyota, they've got quite a lot of resources. That's the thing. Toyota Gazoo Racing has got a lot of people behind it. And they don't do too badly, to be honest. Well, they do pretty well, to be honest. That's a better way of putting it. Okay. Well, here comes Kimi Antonelli then, folks. Let's see what he can do. He is second gear coming out of the final corner. Half throttle, half throttle. Yeah, this seems like it's going to be a hot lap. And then full onto the power at 230 and accelerating up now to 310 to 320. And 320 is where he holds it, starts clipping down onto the brakes for Kimi Antonelli. All right, very good. And he's now making his way through turns number 1 and 2. Okay. Piastri's on a relatively quick lap himself as well, actually, making his way through the middle sector now. So we've got 2 relatively quick laps coming on. And Antonelli, first sector 29.9, so that's, well, 7/10 off Piastri, so it doesn't look like that's going to be breaking any sort of records. Okay. 40.7 in the middle sector, so still, well, it's, to be fair, pretty similar to his previous time. So I think this sort of reinforces the idea that the test tyres are supposedly C3s, not too different lap times that you're seeing from Piastri. What do you think about the Racing Bulls? I think they're doing all right. I mean, Lawson's racked up a huge amount of laps today, 69 laps, despite the issues that he had this morning. Purple final sector for Piastri, actually. So clearly refocusing some of his deployment power into the final sector. But overall, didn't help his lap time. He was still about 3/10 back. So whatever his deployment strategy was on the previous lap, that worked out a little bit better. How am I watching it live? You can get Proton VPN, and once you get Proton VPN, you can connect to an Italian VPN server and then just go over to YouTube and search Sky Sports F1 Italy, and job done. And you can watch the coverage. So that's how I'm watching it. And it looks like, according to the stats, about 75 people or so have bought it. 75 people also have got Proton VPN. So yeah, it's only $1 for a month, and you can watch testing and also the Australian Grand Prix and also the Chinese Grand Prix, all for that $1. So yeah, pretty good deal. Right. Here comes Sergio Perez then out of the final corner. What speed is he crossing the line now? Oh, wow. He crosses the line at nearly 300 kilometers per hour. So really building up that speed early and then clipping on a little bit later on, and lifting and coasting as well a little bit from Sergio Perez. Will it be in English on Sky Italy? No, the commentary is in Italian. However, they do bring up memes and random stuff like that quite often. So I find it a little bit more enjoyable than the normal English one. Your Instagram, I go and I looked it up. There are so many variations to that name. It's F1 Gamer _official. I've got about 800 followers, I think. 814. A few more people followed me. Oh, we got someone DM'd me. Hey man, I love your commentary, everything about your channel. Love tuning into streams. Appreciate the dedication. Well, thank you very much, buddy, for the Instagram DM. I'm not going to read out your name in case, of course, you don't want it to be public. All right. It's for testing the rotating flap. They've dropped the idea for now. Maybe we'll see it back tomorrow, but the engineers have got enough data to look at for now, and they will analyze it overnight. And then, tomorrow if they still have the rotating flap tomorrow, it'll be a good sign that they're using it. Or maybe they will even use it tomorrow. Maybe they'll just bring it directly to Australia to sort of stop other people from copying them. F1 Gamer, please watch the Bottas edit I made for you. Did you send it to me on Instagram? I don't know. Mumra321. Please say hi to my 6-year-old son Hugo. Well, thank you for the donation, buddy. And hello, Hugo. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're liking some Formula One action. Yeah, it's an interesting donation. Yeah. Is Red Bull full push? Not really, given that Max is in the garage right now. Yeah. Antonelli's out. Let's see what tyres he comes out on. It looks like it's a used set of mediums, potentially. Yeah, used set of mediums maybe for Antonelli. I don't understand one thing. New cars, but it's the same. Both Verstappen and Hadjar. Verstappen clearly outperforms his teammate. How does it happen? No one can ever challenge him, even in testing. Um, what can I say apart from the fact that Max is quicker? Like he brakes later, he turns in. He turns in at a higher speed. He gets onto the power earlier. Like he's a quicker driver. Um, I don't know. He's confident, more confident in the car, but I don't know exactly how to describe it. Like the guy's got more skill essentially. Like without being any rude to Isaac Hadjar, Verstappen is a quicker driver, and there are so many different factors that will play into the fact that Verstappen is a quicker driver. That and it's not just the driving style, right? There are. I'm sure you could put Hadjar and you could put Verstappen into a GT3 car. You could put them into a rally car, and I think Verstappen would beat Hadjar most of the time. Amazing feel of the slip angle, right? Okay, slip angle. It's quite an interesting comment, actually. I will explain that a little bit. So, if you have got a um, okay, how's the best way to describe it? Right, so you've got a curve of grip. So you've got grip on the vertical axis here, right? So up and down you've got grip, and then on the bottom you have got slip angle. Now, slip angle is the amount of the car, the amount by which the car is drifting. So like when the car's like really sideways, you've got a lot of slip angle, and that is bad. That gives you less grip. So when the car is going exactly in the direction of where the wheels are pointing, that is 0 degree slip angle. And when you're sort of your car's pointed one way, but you're actually going another way, that is a lot of slip angle. And the tires that we've got here with Pirelli, and not just Pirelli tires, all tires for the most part, they do not have their maximum grip level at 0 degree slip angle. So if the tires are going the exact same direction as which way the car is going, they have, let's say, 95% grip. But if the slip angle is 1% or not 1%, 1 degree or maybe 2 degrees, the grip actually increases up to 100% sort of maximum grip that you can get out of the tires. But then if you go to 3 degrees or 4 degrees of slip angle, it plummets down to like 50% grip or 60% grip, right? So a lot of what Formula One drivers do is balance the car on this slip angle number. They try to keep it at 1 degree, try to keep it at 2 degrees. Go any further, you lose a lot of grip and you spin out. You go if you're lower than that, you're underdriving the car. There's still more performance left on the table, and Max Verstappen supposedly has a very, very good feel of this slip angle and is able to hold the car at that level. Hopefully I've explained that in an understandable way, but do let me know if it's still a bit confusing. Yeah, I do wonder. Like on a lot of these, technical sort of explanations. Obviously, I've got no graphs or things to show you, but I do wonder: do most of you sort of understand what I'm on about, or is it all just a bit sort of over your head? Like, do let me know. Because obviously, if they are reasonably confusing, then I can obviously get some more graphs and some graphics and things like that to sort of help make it easier. But I'm also pretty sure that my explanation skills aren't perfect. You understand it, fair enough. Fair enough. I think most people have got it. All right. Yeah. 2 hours remain on the clock. I'd say that's a pretty good explanation of slip angle. Fair enough. Okay. Nice, nice. Okay. The aim is for most people to get it. Of course, I'm not going to be able to explain it in such a way that everyone in the world could do it. Otherwise, that would make me the best teacher in the world. But yeah. Okay. In terms of quick laps, is anyone out on fresh tyres? Albon's out now, so they did have some issues a little bit earlier on, but Albon is out now, out on the circuit, fresh set of hard tyres for him, so he's going to be doing some long runs as well. Franco Colapinto doing the same thing. He's already done 11 laps on his set of hard tyres. Esteban Ocon starting his long run. He's done 4 laps so far, and long run again for the French driver. Essentially, the most grip is when you're oversteering like a tiny bit. Yeah, essentially that's what it is. And you have a little bit more grip, and whoever can balance it on that edge of ever so slightly a little bit of understeer is usually the driver that is the quickest. Schumacher could do it, Senna could do it, Verstappen can, Hamilton, Vettel, all of these drivers that have won, they could all do it, especially, in the year that they've won. That year they're very, very good at it. But there are very few drivers that I would say can do it in every single racing category at all of the time. And it's not going to be the same for every single tyre, of course. The Pirelli Formula 1 tyres are going to be so different to the GT3 tyres, to the Le Mans tyres, to the IndyCar tyres. But there's but there are some things that are reasonably common between all of them. Did you read any main race engineering books? I have read a few of them. I also did read, of course, Adrian Newey's book on how to build a Formula 1 car. I think Adrian Newey should have read his own book, to be honest, because clearly he wasn't cooking with the Aston Martin. He maybe should have given it to the rest of the factory as well, to how to read that book. But no, I've read a few of them. How the quality rounds at the first few race? How many rounds can you do without depleting your battery completely? Oh, the drivers will deplete their battery within 11 seconds of fully deploying it. In theory it's 11 seconds. In reality it's more like 8. But yeah, that's sort of what we're looking at. Is Alonso coming out back on track? I don't think so. I don't think they've got another gearbox to put in the car and to send him back out. So Alonso might just go home. Yeah, recommendation: watch the F1 YouTube channel tech videos. Yeah, the F1 channel, the Formula 1 F1 channel has got some really good tech videos. Is it Sam Collins who hosts them? He's pretty solid at explaining a lot of these things. So yeah, I would give him a recommend. Right. Gashu needs another year, maybe. George is on peak mode right now. Yeah, I think George is definitely at the age where he's going to be performing at a very high level. Now, will he have the car underneath him this year? He seems quite pleased with how the car's going, with how Mercedes is doing. So potentially it could be the year. Hulkenberg 341. Yes, it is. That is how quick Hulkenberg's gone. Some rocket ship speed there's from the Audi. F1 Gamer, why is there a few people talking about the Lewis practice start at the end of the morning session? What happened at the Lewis's practice start at the end of the morning session? I did not fully see it. So feel free to let me know. And that's probably why people aren't talking about it, because I didn't see it at least. I read somewhere that the engines can't run well on the new fuel. Is that true, or is that just rumours? I think the new engines will be fine to run on the new fuels. They are synthetic fuels, so they've been sort of made up in a chemical lab rather than sort of extracted from the ground, and they're sort of designed to have very similar chemicals and chemical structures and makeups as the normal fuel that we've got. So I think it'll be fine. Nice headphones, look good on you, thank you. I honestly think the FIA Tech Talks lack all the technical details you'll expect from a tech talk. Well, I guess it's, different levels of technicality will suit different people. So I think it's sort of aimed at a general audience, or maybe people that are a little bit more interested in the technical side. But yeah, there are other sort of YouTube channels that will analyze it even more in details. But you just can't get all of these numbers from the Formula One team to run the proper technical analysis. Probably all the fuels was run slightly different with new synthetic fuels. You have to adjust the fuel-air ratio. The bigger problem might be the consistency of the fuel. I think the consistency should be all right. At the end of the day, if they're made in a lab, right, they can just throw out the bad ones. It's not like Petronas have got a limit to the amount of money that they spend making these fuels. At least, or maybe, yeah, I think it'll be all right in terms of getting the same fuels. Reddit F1 Technical, yeah, F1 Technical on Reddit is relatively good. There's quite a few F1 engineers on there. Okay. Lap. Max is out on a fresh set of mediums. Okay. Let's see what he can do. Hulkenberg's out on a fresh set of hard, so more long runs for Nico Hulkenberg. Yeah, everyone who is out is on a fresh set of is on hard tires doing long runs, or you've got Antonelli on mediums doing long runs, and Verstappen now who's out. Let's see what he's doing. Alonso had a run again after breaking down. No, Alonso he's still got this little red dot here, right? Since he broke down, so no more laps completed since then. 43 laps in a full day, Hamilton screwed by Ferrari. I mean, look, if the Ferrari car isn't working, if they've got a chassis issue like they had all morning, then he's just not going to get many laps done, is he? Not much that he can really do about that one. Okay. It's kind of like the worst team in 2020. What it's kind of like the worst team in 2025. I mean, if you're going to spam a message, at least spam it correctly, mate. It's 2026 now. Does the cost cap apply before the first race? Yeah, it applies for the entire duration of the year. Yeah, Sergio Perez only 20 laps completed. 2 hours, 20 laps completed. Suboptimal. But slightly better going than Valtteri Bottas, but still their issues have been very, very often. Can you tell me if it's actually working or if it's some experiment? Well, for today, it's an experiment. If Ferrari have it on the car over in Australia, then it's actually working. There are a few people talking about how Hamilton got off the line really well at the practice start. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, Ferrari have that smaller turbo, so supposedly it gives them more boost pressure, more horsepower, more speed. So potentially, yes, Hamilton could have got a really good start. Yeah, we're yet to see, because we don't know if his competitors were really going all out. They could have gone all out to 50 kilometers per hour and then backed out, or they could have gone all out to 75 and then backed out. Like, it's so we don't really know. That's all I'm saying. Or potentially, what could happen is if you could have the teams that are right on the front of the grid. They do like a triple burnout just before they stop on the starting grid. And maybe that helps them keep the turbo RPM high. Like they could do, because their teams normally do 3 burnouts over the course of the formation lap to warm the rears up. But if they save them all right for the end, just before they stop, maybe that could help keep the turbo RPM up. I'm not sure how quickly it'll decrease, but yeah, it's there are loads of different things that the teams will try now that they know that they're at a potential disadvantage to Ferrari. The yellow dashes, they're all sort of just indicating if the drivers are going slower than their personal best on all of these laps. So it's not really the most useful thing in the world, of course, because everyone's on long runs, so they're all going slower than their quick laps. So it's all just yellow the whole time. But when someone is going on a quick lap, you can see purple, purple, green, green, and that just it's just the track map that you can see here. It just gets split into even smaller sections. So sector 2 of this is even smaller sections of sector 2 like this. It's a bit trippy. I've got 2 mouses on the screen. Anyway. Hey, if I'm going with the edits on YouTube, I'd love to see your reaction. I will check it out, buddy, and I'll mention it tomorrow. Let me just go to your channel page. Oh yeah, I do see the Bottas edit. Cheers. Where is the track on the speed trap? Where I think you mean the speed trap on the track. You have got one speed trap here, where Nico Hülkenberg's about to go by, and you'll be able to see his speed update. So over here, he goes by at 3:04 for Nico Hülkenberg, and then you've got the second speed trap over here, between turn 13 and 14, where it changes from blue to yellow. Hamilton is still in the pits because he must have an issue with his car. Why else do you think he's in the pits, guys? Is it because he's bored? Is it because Ferrari just don't want to do any more running? Is it because they ran out of fuel? No, it's because the car's broken. Okay. I think Aston Martin is just sandbagging (brackets Alonso copium). Yeah, yeah, that's definitely. Just wait till Australia. Wait till Australia, guys. Come on. Have you been watching the Olympics at all? No, I have just sort of watched the slalom skiing, the one where they're going like in between the poles, but that's about it. Which team am I supporting? I'm sort of going for Williams this year. That's what sort of supporting, but I'm not really too fussed. Is a test tyre just a C4 or a softer? It's supposedly a C3. Yeah, C3 tyre. No evidence Ferrari is broken. There are testing garage time is necessary for all teams, Ferrari included. Hamilton's been on 43 laps for quite the while. As far as I can tell. Yeah. But maybe they are just in the garage. Oh, his engine started now, so maybe he's coming back out onto the circuit. Whoa. His engine started, his engine's back off again. Okie doke. So let me see. When was the last time Hamilton was out on the racetrack? The last time Hamilton was out on the racetrack was about 40 minutes ago. Yeah, 40 minutes he's been sat in the garage now. So, I mean, it's up to you to decide whether that's part of their run plan or not. Alonso crashed. No, Alonso didn't crash. His gearbox broke. My opinion for Kimi, I don't know, he's doing all right. I mean, his job is now to get as close to as George Russell as possible to prove himself. Otherwise, he will sort of just be perpetually the number 2 driver that is not as good as George Russell. So he, on a few occasions there, he competed with Russell last year. Now he's going to have to pump those numbers up, and maybe half and half with the quali record and something like that. That'll be his aim. But in terms of his rookie season, it's been pretty great. He'll beat Russell this season. Well, let's have a poll. Let's have a poll. Which of the two Mercedes drivers do you guys think is going to be the one with more points at the end of the season? Russell or Antonelli? Okay. Is Alonso's gearbox factory made? Yes, it's not from Honda. It's Aston Martin made the gearbox, and well, they can't make the gearbox. Finally, Hamilton out onto the circuit. Well, there you go. 40 minutes since the last time he was out on the track. I guess not horrific, but I think Antonelli may have the raw speed, but the lack of experience is why he loses to Russell this year. Fair enough. No, I think Russell's got quite a lot of raw speed as well. I mean, I'm just looking back to Russell in his first few years in Formula One, like incredible on Saturdays, in quali. So let's see. There we got 71-29. Fairs. I think Hamilton waited for suitable conditions to finish his race sim, then he'll do a quali run. Okay. Well, he is now out on 12 lap old hard tyres, and track temperature is 30 degrees Celsius. So there we go. I personally don't think it's that makes a lot of sense to split your race run into when conditions are slightly more optimal, because you just lose the accuracy of your data, right? You have your track temperature being the same, or it changes ever so slightly over the course of your race run. But now if you sit in the pits for 40 minutes, your track temperature drops way further, the wind changes direction, and then your data is no longer comparable. Is the throttle input real? Yeah. I mean, I don't know why I'd be faking the throttle input. Yeah. What's Piastri doing stopping the pit out? He's probably doing a practice start. That's most likely what it was. To be fair, he did drag a Williams into Q3, so I think that's a solid proof of speed. Yeah, exactly. I think, his quality performance is pretty good. He beat Lewis Hamilton as well in terms of points when he was teammates with him. So, yeah. It's weird we see the gradient on the throttle and not the brake. You would think the throttle management under these new engines would give away a lot more than trail braking. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure why they don't show off the brake pressures. It will reveal some sort of techniques and what the drivers are using, but I guess throttle as well, it'll be doing a similar thing. So, who knows? It's just sort of been like that way for ages, and I don't really remember them changing it. It takes them a solid 4 to 5 seconds to get onto the gas fully. Um, Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's these newer cars, right? I know that obviously everyone is very familiar with the older cars and how much more downforce that they had. But with these new cars, we've got the same 1,000 horsepower, but way less downforce, which means that getting onto the power is a bit more sketchy, and you've got to be a bit more careful. And that's why oversteer is so much more common. Right. James Val says Red Bull turned down their power unit after last week. Does the top speed data back it up? I mean, look, we didn't have all of the data, and we can just see instantaneously what's going on. But maybe they have turned it down, maybe they haven't, and we're only going to find out in Melbourne. And why is James Vowles going to say that? Is he going to say it based off the numbers, or is he just going to say it to deflect? We don't know. Is Verstappen going for another push lap? Let's have a look. Well, he came across the line now in a 1 minute 40, so I don't think he's doing particularly a lot of pushing. It's mainly in the middle sector, 44 seconds in the middle sector, and that is because he's recharging his battery there, and that's how he can gain 4 seconds by not recharging his battery. Well, obviously, if he starts out the lap at 100, then he can not recharge it, but the RPMs on the Audi are crazy, going over 12,000 consistently. Well, they know how to build an engine, and they also know how to build our gearbox. So, yeah, they go into 12.2 quite frequently, actually. Very nice there from Nico Hülkenberg. But, they're going over 12,000 RPM. Not a lot of the other engines are going over 12,000 RPM. So does that mean they're doing less sandbagging than everyone else? Who knows? Maybe the Mercedes, once they go to 12,500 RPM, they'll have loads more horsepower. So the Audi burnt its paintwork, though. Yeah, well, the engine gets hot, surprise, surprise sort of thing, right? Like, maybe they hadn't thought of that and they weren't expecting the heat to get transferred through the paintwork, but yeah. Yeah, Lewis does need a few more laps under his belt, ideally. Ideally, at least 70. Well, ideally, it's a double race distance. It's 57 laps here to do a race in Bahrain. So if you can do 114 laps, that'd be a solid day for the team. Verstappen's on 90 so far. Albon's on 87. Colapinto's on 91. Paint burns off mid-race equals weight savings. Well, weight savings, and until you fail the minimum weight requirement, and then you get disqualified. Yeah. Well, I'm off to tear open a $40,000 digital mixing console. Might listen to this on the drive, but won't be filling up the chat. Well, thanks for watching, Bionic Burke. Appreciate you tuning in for a lot of these streaming sessions for the practice. Who's going to be the first one to reach 100 laps? Well, Colapinto's on 91. Doesn't seem to be stopping. He's on a fresh set of medium, so maybe it's Colapinto. Who would I say are the top 3 drivers on the grid? I don't know. I guess you've got to put Verstappen there. Colapinto across the line. Oh, fresh set of mediums, put himself up to 7th position. Not bad. Ahead of Williams as well. Pretty good. I don't know. I guess you guys can sort of decide for yourselves who are the top three drivers. I'm not going to put my thoughts out there, mainly because I haven't thought about it too much. I just don't really think about it too much, to be honest. Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, yeah, seems about right. Who knows? Do you think 2026 is going to be more interesting than previous years? Well, to be fair, 2025 was very interesting, right? Going down right to the last race. So I don't know if it can get more interesting than that. But I think it'll be interesting. I think definitely the first 5 races or so, till we all sort of understand how these regulations work and what goes on with them, I think will be quite the exciting time. Lewis, Alonso, Verstappen. Yeah, it could be those. In terms of championships, of course, it is Lewis, Alonso, Verstappen. Take some tests, take some rest, man. Take care of yourself. No, I appreciate it, buddy. I will be taking lots of rest in on the weekend. I guess haven't got too many plans for the weekend, so it's gonna be hitting snooze on my alarm. Tell the chat to like the stream. Well, folks, if you are enjoying the stream, it'd be much appreciated. I've been live for 7 hours and 36 minutes, so if you haven't hit the like button, very much would be appreciated if you do. Yeah. What happened to Aston Martin? Their gearbox broke. I can show you the meme that explains it really well. Their gearbox turned into metallic confetti. Alrighty. Colapinto stopped. No, Colapinto's not stopped. This happens when the drivers drive too slowly in the middle sector. They end up sort of going. It says stopped on the screen, but they're just going. Their little dot just turns very small, and they're driving through turn 11 and 12. Audi fastest in the speed trap, right? Hulk World Drivers Champion 2026. Okay. Okay, folks, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put up on the screen what tyres the teams have got, and then you guys can let me know if you think anyone is coming out to do glory runs today, right? So you can see Williams have got 2 sets of C5s, Aston Martin have got 2 sets of C5s, Alpine have got 2 sets of C5s, and Cadillac have got 1 set. Do you think any of those teams are going to come out and give us some glory runs here in the final hour of pre-season testing in Bahrain? James Vowles just said performance of the tracks and character is specific. He thinks the pecking order won't be as solid as the previous years because of it. Yes, maybe. I think that might be true actually. Yeah. It seems about right. It's still a little bit difficult to tell how important different aspects of the engine and the power unit is, and the recharging system and all of this stuff. So yeah, there's definitely potential that could be the case, because something that we sort of typically have is, this car is very quick in a straight line, so they're going to be good at a high-speed circuit, and this car is good at a slow-speed circuit, so they're going to be good here. But we haven't had much in sort of the, this power unit is very good at high altitude, or this power unit is very good at circuits where you've got big braking zones. So it's interesting to see. Maybe we could get a few more factors affecting who's going to be quick when. Cadillac glory runs for sure. I do quite like the for sure meme. Yeah, we could see Cadillac, to be fair, but they need to get a car that's working. Really, Perez hasn't been able to get out many laps, has he? Only 20 laps on the board so far. How's Hamilton's Ferrari looking? It's looking all right. It's doing some more laps, getting the long runs in. He's just coming to the pits now. All right. We need a bottle of water sponsor. Bottle of water. Yeah, I do. We'll see. Saint Daniel Ricciardo grant us a banger dive bomb for this new season. Yeah, we may see some big dive bombs. Who knows? Who knows how it goes? Some team could start braking. Someone could start braking early to help recharge the battery. Some team could, and then someone could send it down the inside. What's the foreshore meme? The foreshore meme is it is, who is it? Macron, who is the French, is it president, prime minister? I don't know what the word is for the French one, but he was at some conference, and yeah, he just had sunglasses on and said for sure in quite a funny way. Will using the overtake mode mean that your battery will be completely depleted for the rest of the sectors? Well, it depends on how much battery charge you've got, right? Like if you're on 20% battery charge and you use overtake mode for or like 3 seconds, then yeah, you might run out of charge. But if you have 100% battery charge and you only use overtake button for like 1 second or 2 seconds, then you'll probably have battery left for the rest of the sectors. Yeah. Which team do you actually prefer? I mean, I actually prefer the team that Sebastian Vettel is driving in, but yeah, as of someone that's on the grid right now, it'd be Williams. How is McLaren's performance? Could you point out their weakness? Um, a weakness for McLaren while they're in first and third position is a bit difficult to point out. Um, yeah, I can't really give you a good answer for that one. I think they've had a few technical niggles here or there, but nothing serious. Um, yeah, I don't know. They've been doing pretty well. They've got the Mercedes power unit, so McLaren's weakness is Max Verstappen. True, true. Is it legal to go into first gear? That's how Verstappen does it to get more RPM. Yeah, yeah, it's legal. You can go as high in the RPM range as you want. I think there's a rule saying there's a maximum RPM, but you can go as high as you want up until that rule. There's no one's going to stop you. Lewis Hamilton improves on a set of hard tyres here. He goes up into 12th position. Fresh set of hard tyres as well, so it looks like it's another long run for the British driver. Hmm. Any news on the Aston coming back out? I'll check. However, I think the Spanish media have basically just gone home at this point. They're just not too interested anymore with the performances of Fernando Alonso and the antics going down at Aston Martin. Let's see. Okay. Mm, I can't. Not that I've seen. Let's see. Is there any other further news? No, not that I can see any further news here, folks, about Fernando Alonso. Again, I think the gearbox is just broken and they may not have another one. So I have a feeling that the people that are making the gearbox in the Aston Martin factory are flying one out ASAP. Yep. Alonso isn't going out, they're done. Is it? Okay. Cheers. Thanks for the info. Yellow Perez looked like the safety car. Yeah, a little bit. Actually, I think it might be the same color as the safety car. I don't think it's going to be an issue, however, because I don't think Perez and Bottas are going to be in the front of the queue to confuse them with the safety car anyway. 100 laps completed. Not yet for anyone, but 97 for Max and 96 for Colapinto. Shouldn't hards be a lot more important for testing because the hards have less variability in test times than the mediums? No, the teams sort of want to see the tyre wear, right? So it's not Oh, we got Hamilton racing Piastri here, going down into turn 10. I'll comment on the hards in a moment. Let's see what they do into turn 10. Oh, Hamilton gets so close, pretty much pushing Piastri through that corner. And Hamilton, his lights were flashing on the back of his car before, so he couldn't get close. But now, maybe he's pressing overtake, but gets past Oscar Piastri in towards turn number 11. Easy, folks. That's confirmed. Ferrari faster than McLaren. Job done. Yeah, no, so the hard tyres, when the teams are doing race runs, they want to see the tyre degradation. So it doesn't really matter to them if they're using the hard tyres or the medium tyres. When it does matter to them, if they're doing comparison laps between a new upgrade and an old upgrade, if they have hard tyres on, the lap times are more consistent, so you can focus more on working out whether the upgrades is working or not. Whereas if you're on mediums, then you've got to try and calculate, the tyres are getting slower by this amount per lap, and it's a bit more complicated. Yeah, Piastri on mediums, Hamilton on hards. Easy victory for Lewis. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that Hamilton got such good drive out of the final corner as well, not so much wheel spin or anything like that, is pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Does Hamilton still have the rotating wing or not? As far as I know, no, he doesn't. They took it off after doing some testing with it this morning. Why does it look like Cadillac doesn't have the pace? Well, they're having too many reliability issues to push the car hard. So that is their main issue, to be honest. That is why they are having all of these problems. I mean, Perez is... They're shifting the car at such high RPMs as well. Perez, for a moment there, was at 12,400. There we go, improves up to 14th. So I guess they're doing better than Aston Martin, which is a very high bar to reach. But yeah, 14th position there for Sergio Perez. Fresh set of medium tyres and a 37.365. Is Hamilton hitting the brakes early? The data might be ever so slightly out of sync. It is the accurate data, but it might not be synced up perfectly with where the drivers are up on the map. So sort of keep that in mind, I guess. Okay. But you can see, in fact, Hamilton is following Albon, and if you go back 5 seconds in the stream, you can look at the telemetry of both of the drivers getting onto the throttle. Hamilton has to be way more cautious. So if you are on your phone or your computer or whatever, you just tap back maybe 20 seconds and watch them coming out of turn number 1, and you can see. Albon gets onto the power very confidently, just sort of one smooth thing. Hamilton gets on the power, has to back off, and then comes back on again. So that is still the dirty air effect. We're still sort of noticing it, of course. It's not going to disappear in its entirety, but it's hopefully going to be less. Engine braking seems like it might be the key for this year. Charging the power bank seems the key to success. Yeah, it does seem like the key to success, because that's the most energy efficient way of driving. Using your brakes as little as possible and using your engine to brake as much as possible. Brother, logically, the fastest driver should be the driver who's the smoothest on the throttle and gets the lowest wheel spin. No, because that's because low RPMs charge the battery, and when you're low RPMs, you go on throttle wheel spin. I mean, just because someone is smoothest on the throttle and has got the least amount of wheel spin, they could be smooth on the throttle, but if they're getting on the throttle, half a second too late, but they're just doing it smoothly, doesn't mean they're going to be quick, right? So I think there's a difference between energy efficient driving and quick driving, and the drivers have to find a balance between both of them. If you want to be the most energy efficient, then don't go quickly. Go onto the throttle super smoothly, but that's not going to be quick, so you've got to find a balance. Is engine braking the same as reducing gears? Yeah, I guess sort of. Like when you drop through the gears, your engine is slowing you down rather than your brakes. So, in your road car, for example, you are, I guess you sort of have to have a manual, but you also do get engine braking in automatics. It's just the higher you are in your revs, the more friction there is internally in the engine. And if you stop putting fuel into the cylinders, then there's no power to continue spinning the engine around, right? So then all of that friction, the engine spinning at 12,000 RPM, that is what is slowing you down. And that's because the engine is still connected to your wheels, right? So then that's what's slowing you down. Now, of course, if you pull the clutch in, then you are not going to get engine braking because you disconnect the engine from the wheels. But the drivers obviously have the clutch in. So that's why it's called engine braking. Yeah, that is why it's called engine braking. F1 Gamer, is the Red Bull engine toned down in terms of raw speed because it's lower than before? Toned down in terms of raw speed because it's slower. Look, it could be, but we just don't know, right? I don't know how to keep saying the same thing in 100 different ways. Hamilton improved his lap again. Yeah, it's interesting with so now that he's on slightly lower fuel, he is burning off fuel, of course, as he's driving around, but his tires are also getting worn out a little bit more, and that means that it's sort of balancing out. His tires wearing out is making him slower, but the fuel burning off is making him quicker, and he improves on his lap time. Going to rain soon. The sky is so dark. I don't think it's going to be raining in Bahrain, to be honest. I think Bahrain is pretty rain-free. Okay, 1 hour and 21 minutes left on the clock. Okie dokes. Hamilton's not shifting into 8th gear because he hasn't got enough battery to use the electric motor to actually shift up into 8th. So that's your answer. And he's now in 7th. And is he going to shift up into 8th? He goes to 315 in there. Yeah, there you go. He does shift up into 8th gear. Oh, sorry. No, he's not. He's still in 7th gear. I was reading the wrong number. I was reading the age of the tyres. But no, he was still in 7th gear. And that's because he's not got enough power to... Well, he could shift up into 8th if he wanted to, but it's not optimal for then recharging your battery, which is it's just something else that he also wants to do. So you're going to see a lot of drivers just staying in 7th gear at the end of straights because it will help them when they inevitably lift off the brakes to recharge the battery more effectively. See the recent Lando comment, another one of... I think the Lando comment was quite a while ago. Piastri out onto the circuit. Fresh set of hard tyres. Why isn't Mercedes shifting into 8th and Sector 3 performance? Isn't this a form of sandbagging per chance? Well, as I said, folks, if you stay in 7th gear, you get better engine braking. Better engine braking means better recharging, and better recharging means more battery, which overall helps. So it's the correct strategy, really, to stay in 7th gear. Any news on Alonso? Alonso had a broken gearbox, and I think they're done for the day. I don't think Aston Martin are coming out to do any more laps, mainly because they probably don't have another gearbox. And I think the gearbox that broke today, it's not an easy fix to just repair. Yeah, Piastri and Perez racing. Quite nice. Quite nice to see there. Oh, we got Hamilton racing Ocon as well. Damn, this season is just battery maxing. Yeah, and that's why the drivers aren't too happy about it. Okay. If everything is about energy management, does it discourage two stops even more because they can't push all the time to catch back up? Um, Potentially. I'd have to think about it a little bit more though. I think you could still justify a two stop regardless because the tire wear itself will be enough to let you catch up. Um, yeah. Also, folks, just should mention this because Proton VPN are sponsoring the stream. If you want to get Proton VPN, you can watch the Formula One coverage or for free as long as you have the Proton VPN. It's $1 for the month, which will get you to watch testing today, testing tomorrow, the Australian Grand Prix and the Chinese Grand Prix, and yeah, all you've got to do is go into YouTube after you've connected to an Italian VPN server, and then search Sky Sports F1 Italy, and it'll come up. Why lift and coast might be faster in the 2026 car? Yeah, why? Because when you lift and coast, you are allowing yourself to charge up the battery more, which is pretty beneficial. Do you think the amount of time given to testing is enough, too little, too much? It's definitely too much today. Today is not the last day of testing. Tomorrow is the last day of testing. Yeah. And it is definitely too much testing, to be honest. I think they should have had just the Barcelona test, and then they should have had the second Bahrain test. So this test that we're having, I don't think there was the need for the test to have the ones that they had last week. Will Melbourne GP on Sky Sports Italia? No, the Melbourne GP will be on... it'll be on the Austrian server, so you go onto Austrian VPN and you go onto Servers TV, and you can watch the Australian Grand Prix that way. Yeah, Ferrari, the masters at lift and coast. So this is the year. This is why it's Ferrari's year. You've got firstly that they are the masters of lift and coast. 2026 is the year of the horse. What other reasons are there that this year is Ferrari's year? I don't know. I'm sure you guys will have some sort of reasons. Aston saying they detected a problem in the power unit and shut it down as a precaution. Yeah, sure, mate. Sure. I mean, maybe they did, but would shutting it down as a precaution in sixth gear make sense? Again, we don't have the team radios. I gave over to Alonso, so of course, if we had the team radios, maybe we could confirm that. But we'll see what it says. Because a lot of the stuff you've got to consider here, right? Not even just what the teams say, but even what the drivers say in press conferences, what they say in the interviews, what they say in the funny social media videos that we think are all sort of unscripted. In a way, of course, they are unscripted, but all of these videos before they get posted get checked through with the PR team, and the PR team's job is to keep the driver in the best possible image possible, or the team in the best possible image possible. And yeah, so some of the stuff that comes through there, may not be 100% true, may not be 100% of the story. So for that reason, I would take all of this stuff with a grain of salt. Like, for example, right, if they stopped it as a precaution, then surely they could have just brought Alonso back to the pits, fixed whatever's in his car, and then sent him back out again. RTBF also gives the free coverage of all the races in French when on the Belgian VPN. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, so if you are French, then you can watch it on the Belgian VPN. But I think you can only watch the races there. I don't think quali is available there. If your battery starts failing and you become a sitting duck and you can't DNF, well, you would just retire the car, really. And it's sort of like, you could say that for any component, though. Oh, imagine your front wing breaks and then you have to retire the car. Imagine your rear wing breaks and you've got to retire the car. Or your hydraulics, or your battery, or your engine, right? Like, all of the cars in Formula One cars are relatively critical. Are there any rules as to why testing will be conducted other than they test it? Can't they conduct it other than Bahrain? Well, Bahrain pays quite a bit of money to host testing, and they can host it anywhere else as long as you can host a Formula One race there. They are happy to host it.
But, let's be realistic. The Australian government isn't going to let Formula One shut down the roads for, 2 weeks. So then Formula One cars can test, right? So it makes sense to do it at an actual racetrack. It makes sense to do it from a racetrack that isn't too far away from Europe, so the teams can fly parts out. And it makes sense to do it at a racetrack where the weather is very consistent and you're not getting loads of rain. So, all of these factors considered, and who's willing to give the money for it, and then, you get Bahrain as your practice circuit or preseason test circuit. Quali is also available, just no FP sessions. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, brilliant then. So, yeah, if you guys normally don't watch the practice sessions and you just watch quali and the race, then and you're French and you want to listen to the French coverage, then you can get Proton VPN and you can watch the RTBF coverage. All right, Max 107 laps completed. Colapinto 97 laps and he's in the pit lane. Who else have we got in the 90s? 96 for Alex Albon as well. Pretty solid. Okay. They should do a test Grand Prix instead of second test without giving points. That would be really interesting to watch instead of 12 sprints. Well, the thing is, if there are no points, on the line, then the teams aren't going to try as hard. So I don't know. They would sort of just treat it like a practice session. Like they will say, "Oh, you've got to complete 58 laps to do the race," but then the teams will just come into the pits. They'll change some random things and they'll go out again. So it wouldn't be a proper race because if there's no points on the line, the teams don't care. Okay, Sergio Perez improves again on the previous lap after 2 laps on a fresh set of mediums. Let's see what he can do now again. How have the practice starts been so far? I think the practice starts have been all right. I think Hulkenberg stalled maybe today, maybe yesterday, I can't remember. And Lando Norris had a few slow starts, but with the exception of that, I think it's been mostly okay. Ferrari supposedly have got away really well from some of these practice starts compared to the other teams, so it's a good sign for Ferrari. Why do you want to know 001? Remember me? Yeah, I do. Did Hamilton have reliability? Yes. Why Red Bull slow on the straights? Because they've turned down their engine mode, they're doing a long run, they can't use up all their battery in one lap, so they're going slowly. Yeah, nobody's on softs, but there's also an hour and 10 minutes left, right? So there's still a little bit of time to wait. What about a race in France? I mean, it would be great to have a race in Paul Ricard. I think it's quite a nice circuit. Currently the layout that they used in 2018 and things like that wasn't probably the best, but they have loads of different opportunities on ways to make it better. So Paul Ricard would be a great place to race. But yeah, anywhere where we've got a racetrack super wide, loads of overtaking opportunities, I'd love to see. Why can we not watch the broadcast? I thought practice 2 was broadcast. We can watch the broadcast. You can watch the broadcast. I mean, it's on Sky Sports Italia if you're on Italian VPN. Do the other teams have managed the legal fuel or not? So we have got Ferrari have passed with their biofuel, Shell's second version biofuel that they've been developing for quite a while. Audi have passed with BP on a synthetic fuel. I think ExxonMobil have passed the Ford Red Bull powertrains, and reportedly Aramco haven't submitted a thing yet, and Petronas have failed their first one, and will be submitting a second one pretty soon. So, or maybe Aramco's in the process of getting their thing sorted out. But yeah, so there's Aramco and Petronas that are left. F1 Gamer, I appreciate you sitting all day and providing all the coverage and the commentary. Thank you very much. You're doing great. Very much appreciated there. God gift boy. Yeah, appreciated. Yeah, I mean, I'm having my, reasonable amount of fun here as well. Listening to music is definitely making the day go by a little bit quicker. And my posture's not so bad either, so my back is not hurting, surprisingly, after sitting here for 8 hours. But I guess I'm also pretty young, so we'll see how that changes. Does every car's wing rotate completely or only Ferraris? Ferraris is the only one that rotates completely, but they have taken it off and they're no longer using it. How's the weather there? I mean, it's starting to get dark in Bahrain. Track temperature is down to 28 degrees. Air temperature is at 26.6 degrees. Yeah. And if you're asking about the weather, about where I am in the UK, it's cloudy. Do you think that Aston will pass the 107 rule? Yes, they will. The sunset's looking quite nice, or the sort of the orangey sky. I do have to, yeah. I think I said this earlier, but the sunsets in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi, in Bahrain, in Saudi Arabia, they do look spectacular all of the time. Like every time we go there, they look mega. There must be some sort of there must be something about, what the weather conditions are like there. Maybe it's something with the humidity or the clouds or something like that, that always makes the sunsets look really cool. But I'd love to know if anyone does know, if anyone's a meteorologist. Can you please wear the suit again for the first race? I don't know. I don't know if the first race is inappropriate for a suit. I will see. I was thinking, maybe over the off-season, maybe I should just wear a suit every race. Why not? New suit as well. Middle East sunsets are exceptionally vivid due to high atmospheric dust, sand particles, and dry air that scatter sunlight, emphasizing brilliant red, orange, and yellow hues. Okay. Interesting. It's due to the dust in the air, right? Cool. Well, I guess I would like some nice dust in the air in the UK. Get some nice sunsets. F1 Gamer, I'm from Somerset down south. Are you from London? Well, I'm from somewhere in the UK. I'm not gonna disclose my location. Yeah. Any prediction on the front row for Melbourne? Look, folks, my prediction last year in 2025 when everyone asked me this question was Williams is going to be top and Aston Martin is going to be second fastest. So, yeah, maybe my predictions are going to be a little bit wrong, but I'm gonna stick with those answers. Max just set a decent sector 1. Yeah, 31.3. I mean, like, on hard tyres, Piastri, who's on 6-lap older hard tyres, has set a 31.2, so I guess it's reasonable. Max, what a machine, this guy, man. 111 laps so far today. Do you know much about the gear ratios? Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at specifically the gear ratios, your best way to figure it out is looking at what RPM and what gears the drivers are using when they're coming out the pit lane. I had a look at it yesterday, and we were varying between drivers in first gear at 9,600 RPM driving down the pit lane, and we had also some drivers that were in second gear at 7,200 RPM. Yeah, but we can't. It's a little bit difficult to really get information about specific third, fourth, fifth gears for all of the different teams. You'd have to go back, watch the first few days of testing, and look at when they were doing their fixed speed runs. So I think, all of the teams have done fixed speed runs at 100 k's per hour or 150 k's per hour, and then look at what gear they are, what RPM they are, and try and work out the ratios backwards. But the teams do have fixed gear ratios for the entire season, right? So they cannot just change them from one race to another. And for that reason, in Monaco, the drivers aren't going to touch 8th gear. They're only going to be going up into 7th, maybe even just 6th on some laps, because of how short the straights are. And in other laps, in other circuits, they'll be using the full 8th gears. But yeah. Lawson and fresh mediums, yeah. Wear a suit. The Sky and the Channel 4 wear suits. F1 Game, you're doing a good job. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could, it's my channel at the end of the day. That's why, on Sky Sports, I've got to wear what they tell me to wear. I've got to say what they tell me to say, and I'm not allowed to say whatever. But here, I can talk about whatever. I can wear whatever. So it's quite nice. Well, do they use first gear in Monza? Yeah, they probably will. They probably will use first gear in Monza for the chicanes maybe. But we'll have to see. Really, depends on what speeds that they can hold through the chicane. Is it Sky Sports F1 Italy on YouTube? It is, but you do have to be connected to an Italian VPN server to be able to access it. Okay, Lawson's on a flying lap, 29.9 in the first sector there. Fresh set of medium tyres for him. He's about 0.6 back from Piastri's time. McLaren look formidable. They do. And here he is going up the hill. Is he backed out of his lap, or is his foot flat to the floor? No, he's backed out of his lap, hasn't he? Yep. Verstappen pulling out these times being on 17-lap-old hards is crazy consistent. Well, his last lap was a 1:39, but I presume that's because he backed out of it for some reason. But yeah, relatively consistent were his earlier laps at least. Which corner uses first gear? Turn 10 sometimes, maybe turn 8, potentially turn 1 as well, depending on, sort of how slow you're going, what fuel levels you are. Perez is going through first turn 1 in first gear, but Perez is also on a slow lap. So let's keep an eye on Verstappen, right? So you can see Verstappen's gear over here, right? And as he's going in towards turn number 8, yeah, there he goes. First gear, 9,000 revs, slowly onto the throttle. And then by the time he's fully on the throttle, he's already up into 4th gear. And then again, onto the brakes, and then 3rd gear, 2nd gear, 1st gear, minimum speed of 67 kilometers per hour, then slowly onto the throttle. And then by the time he's full on the throttle, he's back up into 4th gear, 5th gear. So a lot of short shifting going on here to prevent wheel spin as well. Okay. Piastri has been consistently 4 to 5 tenths of a second quicker than Verstappen for the past few laps. Well, Piastri is also on 6-lap fresher tyres, right? So there is that element. Let's see what they do when they come across the line here. So in the first sector, Piastri goes about 2 tenths quicker. Then second sector, 4 tenths quicker. Verstappen into the pit lane. Just as we were looking at the numbers. Right. But yeah, you can see Verstappen there. Second gear, 7,200 revs before he comes into the pit lane. And a 138.6 there from Piastri. Which track would you pick? Las Vegas or the Bahrain International Circuit in India? I'd pick the one in India because it's a natural racetrack. It'll be good to have it back on the calendar, really. Yeah. But I, personally, as a Seb Vettel fan, would like to see that record of Seb Vettel winning every race in India held. But unfortunately, that probably won't happen, will it? Piastri's engine is a bit more powered at the point, at least. Okay. Yeah, 58 minutes remain of the day, folks. Let's see what Hulkenberg is doing coming down the start-finish straight. What speed is he doing? 3:14 before he starts clipping. Hey, brother, you remember the statement made by Toto for Hamilton back then? Would you say he made the car now in Mercedes or not? I don't know. I don't remember what that means. Don't know what statement Toto made back in the day. So yeah. Oh, also, folks, what I would like to say, the F1 movie, whether you liked it or you didn't like it, there is a version of the F1 song made by the Imperial Orchestra. F1, it's called F1 Symphonic Version. Maybe that's how you say it. It's made by the Imperial Orchestra, and honestly, it is an absolute banger. I don't know if I've recommended it before on the stream or not, but would highly recommend. Colapinto's on a flying lap, is he? Here we go then. Coming across the line for lap number 100 of Franco Colapinto, and it's a 134.887, a little bit down on his previous lap. But 100 laps completed. And Albon's on 99, pretty good going from him as well. Any update on Aston Martin? No, they are not coming out into the circuit by the looks of it for the rest of the day. In 2025, was the 13 to 14 straight a DRS zone? No, it wasn't. So we just had this straight here, the one over there, and then the one over there. Those three were the DRS zones, and then this is not a DRS zone per se, but it's a straight mode section between turn 13 and 14. Oh, also, folks, do you think that in Saudi Arabia where we've got those straights, but they're sort of like they've got these like subtle curves on them, do you think those sections in Saudi Arabia will have the straight mode activated, or do you think they won't have the straight mode activated? Yeah. Can I cancel the subscription after testing? Oh yeah, you can cancel the subscription anytime. I think they will. Yeah, they probably would have it. I mean, I don't know. It's potentially a little risky depending on how curved some of them are, but because right, the straight modes, you've also got to consider that in wet conditions, the straight modes are still active, right? They don't get disabled. Like, you know how DRS normally just gets disabled when it starts raining? That is absolutely not the... Oh my goodness me, Antonelli P1. Half a tenth clear of Oscar Piastri there. Purple in the middle sector. And P1. Very nice. Okay, fresh set of mediums for Antonelli. So... Okay, but yes, so during those, when it's raining, those sections don't get disabled like DRS does. So the FIA, even though it probably isn't going to rain in Saudi Arabia, they've still got to think, if it does rain, would it still be safe to be going there with minimal downforce levels? And I think maybe in that scenario, it wouldn't be safe, but I guess we'll see what they do. Yeah, with medium tyres as well for Kimi Antonelli. Pretty good going. All right, folks. Appreciate everyone for tuning in as well. We got 7,000. Oh, not 7,000. We got 4,000 people tuned into the live stream. Very much is appreciated. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage. I certainly am. The maximum RPM. I mean, the drivers realistically are hitting maybe 13,000. Like in the pit lane or something like that, but most of the time when they're shifting it's about 11,700, 12,000 maybe when they're shifting. Yeah, Hamilton is out onto the circuit now. Yeah, let's see what he can do. All right, yeah, and it is fresh mediums as well for Lewis Hamilton. So let's see what the Ferraris are made of, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they can do. It is the C3, I think. Let me double check. I think it's a C3. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's the same medium tyre as everyone else, right? The same one that Antelli used, same one that Piastri and Verstappen and Norris, all of them use the same tyre. So Hamilton in towards turn 1, 310 through the speed trap, and does he get onto the power nice and smoothly? A little bit of an extra jab at the throttle, but good enough, I think, there from Lewis Hamilton. You can see some green, a lot of green mini sectors as he goes up the hill towards turn number 4, and third gear onto the power nice and early for Lewis, and yeah, it's a C3 there for Lewis as he heads into sector 2. So it's a 29.6 in the first sector. So that is about 4/10 off Piastri in sector number 1, and he's backed out of it after going wide at turn number 8. Oh, Lewis. One lap. That's what we needed. All right, well, he's going to go again. He's going to recharge his battery. You'll probably have to wait some more to let the tyres cool down, drive really slow through sector 2, and yeah. Sergio Perez goes quicker than Lewis Hamilton, and it's a 13th position there for Sergio Perez. Some more laps on the board for him. Yeah. Okay. Wind has dropped to almost 0 kilometers per hour of wind. Interesting. Right. What's Piastri doing? Just more long runs for him. Piastri's holding 296 there, going down the straight in 8th gear. Right, let's see what Lewis is doing. Is he going to go again? Yeah, half throttle, full throttle. Right, what speed is he going to reach going down the start-finish straight? 300, 310, 320, 324, and then starts clipping, and it's 304 before he gets onto the brakes. Okay. Up the hill he goes. His previous first sector on the previous lap was a 29.6, and it looks like this occasion is looking even better. Hamilton learning from his previous lap, looking like he can attack even harder in towards turn number 1. And, well, let's have a look at this first sector time. Through turn number 4 he goes within track limits, just a little bounce over the curb, and he goes half a tenth quicker in the first sector. All right. Second sector now keeps it under control through turn 8. Now towards turn number 10. It's a tricky braking zone there, but no locking up for Lewis Hamilton. Maybe a little wide and the rear snaps out a little bit, but his foot is still planted to the floor. And what speed is he going to approach? 7th gear, 292 before a bit of clipping and then getting onto the brakes for turn number 11. All right. And now foot is planted, 240, 250, a little tiny lift as he went through 12 there, but holds 247 through the speed trap, onto the brakes for turn 13. And now the next important thing will be, what speed does he hit before he brakes? It's 285, 288. So not that high. We've seen drivers hit 300 there before. What speed does he cross the line at? It's green in sector 1, green in sector 2. He crosses the line at 267 kilometers per hour. It's 5th position there. And ideally, he would have liked a bit more speed in that final sector, a few more battery percentages to deploy, because his closing speed in towards turn 14 and coming across the line, both a little bit lackluster. Did he lock up? To be fair, I was watching the what's it called? The telemetry a little bit more than the actual lap itself. Let's have a look. Oh no, it seems alright. Lap seems okay. Ferrari is back never. Or is he sandbagging? Up for you guys to decide. 69 laps completed though from Lewis Hamilton. Very nice. Temps dropping, yeah. Track temperature is getting lower. You've got to keep that in mind as well. You know, when Piastri set his quick lap, that was with much worse track conditions than it is right now. So who knows? Looks like Piastri's coming into the pits. Yep. Okay, 47 seconds remain. 47 seconds? 47 minutes. Last sector is sandbag. Okay, well, maybe he did. Maybe he did, folks. Don't they lock up when F1 cars hit a brake 100%? The telemetry keeps showing us 100% brake. The telemetry only tells you if the brake is on or off, so it indicates. Oh, soft tires for Alex Albon. Okay, it looks like we're getting a glory run from the Williams team. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, the telemetry, what it does is it's only on or off. For the brakes, for the throttle, it actually tells you the accurate sort of percentage, but for the brakes, it's either just on or off. So in reality, the drivers could just be braking for like 2% or 5%, but we don't know. All right, Albono. What's the time going to be, like, folks? Is it going to be quicker than Kimi Antonelli's time? Antonelli a 1:32.8. Alex Albon, his previous best, a 1:34.9, nearly 2 seconds slower. So here he is, fresh set of softs as he is going down in towards turn number 1. Half on the throttle onto the power fully, and he hits 290, 300, 310, 320, 330. Oh my goodness me, 330. He's holding it as well. Starts clipping onto the brakes for Alex Albon. All right, this lap's going to be good then. Onto the power, super smooth as well for Alex Albon. And, well, here he goes, up towards turn number 4. All right, so that speed zone, drop in the DRS, of course, to get that bit more top speed. And again, super smooth on the throttle for Alex Albon. And his first sector time is a 29.780. Now, the middle sector is really where he's going to gain a lot of time. It's where the soft tires are going to help him out the most, because he's going to get the mechanical grip from the soft tires. Lawson up into 10th position. And what's the minimum speed? It's 69 kilometers per hour minimum speed there for Alex Albon. Very, very good. And onto the power, nice and quick as well. Okay, 295 before he gets onto the brakes at turn 11. Now, what speed can he hold through turn 12? Is he going to go fully flat onto the power? Yes, he holds it flat. Oh my goodness me, 257 kilometers per hour, deploying a lot of battery there. Will he have enough for turn number 14 and 15? So it's 250, 270, 280, 290, 300 before he gets onto the brakes at turn 14. So that's better than what Lewis Hamilton could do. And now he's got the final corner remaining. And what speed is he going to cross the line at? Here comes Alex Albon, and it is 274 kilometers per hour to come across the line. And 8th position only on a set of soft tires. So it was a relatively good lap. The final sector still wasn't amazing compared to his previous ones, but 1.7 seconds off the pace. Is Williams cooked? What's going on there? Yeah, I mean, in the middle sector, that's where it was, right? I said he would get an advantage, and he did get an advantage relative to his hard tyre laps and his medium tyre laps, but he's still an entire second off in the middle sector compared to Antonelli. There's so much sandbagging going on that there's reports that Bahrain is running out of sand. That's pretty good. Yeah. Cooked. Williams 2019 flashbacks. Well, 104 laps completed for Alex Albon. Audi looking very good. Well, you know, Audi have got some C4 tires actually to go out on, so they could send out Hulkenberg on some C4s. Let Albon cook. Yeah. I mean, it does seem interesting, though. How is there an entire 1 second difference in the middle sector? I know that it's obviously practice, and normally in testing, you sort of get these big things. But what is Antonelli doing different to Albon? Is he just getting way more power out of the corners? Is he braking so much later? Like, what is it? I'd be quite interested to see. Is there F1 Live or is there no broadcasting? There is broadcasting. You can watch it on Sky Sports Italy on YouTube. You just have to be connected to an Italian VPN. And Proton VPN can sort you out there for $1 for a month. Any problems with Ferrari? Lewis not trying to fly? Yeah, I mean, I just don't think Lewis is trying for a flying lap. He's done 70 laps currently, which is pretty solid. 40 minutes remain on the clock for him to come out and do some more laps. Audi top speed, yeah, Audi have been going very, very quickly down the straights. They have revealed their sort of top speed card, or maybe they've just changed where they were deploying the battery. Right? Previously, they were deploying it in other places, but now they're deploying it down the main straight. The top four are really close according to the long run speeds. Well, yeah, but there could be one person in the top four that is sandbagging way more than the rest, right? Yeah. What's the Italian F1 site called? It's called YouTube. Yeah, you go onto YouTube and you just search Sky Sports F1 Italy live, and it'll come up as long as you are connected to an Italian VPN. Have you always supported Williams? No, I've always supported whichever team Sebastian Vettel drives for. So, yeah, I mean, I haven't really supported anyone, to be honest, for a while. And also Williams, I'm not like a super dedicated fan or anything like that. It's always Seb Vettel first. Thoughts on Seb Vettel doing Le Mans with Max, mate? That would be incredible. I'd watch it. Maybe I'd go to Le Mans that year. Actually, I always would. I always thought that going to Le Mans would be pretty cool. And I'm pretty sure the tickets aren't that expensive as well, right? So, yeah, maybe I'd go to Le Mans that if Seb Vettel was racing. Who knows? Yeah, Antonelli backed out of it. He was doing all right, to be fair, but test tyre for him. Is my health good? My health is all pretty good. F1 Gamer World, they're most likely doing Le Mans next year or this year. Yeah. I'd have to see really. And watch the race maybe by the side of the circuit. Bro, any tips you want to give me? I have a physics exam tomorrow. Zlatan 8242. I don't know. Probably should prepare rather than watching my live stream. To be honest. But yeah, Antonelli went pretty deep on his braking zone. Do you have a new favourite considering Seb's gone? Well, not really. I'm sure a lot of people that watch the stream consistently might think that I've got a favourite, and maybe you're right, but I don't know. Maybe Piastri, maybe Alonso, maybe Tsunoda. Well, Tsunoda's not here anymore, is he? Yeah, or Williams. Yeah. When is the Aston getting repaired? I don't know. When they can find when they can fix the gearbox or when they can get a new one flown out to them. Do I have a pet? No, I do not. T is the test tyre. Apparently it's being made in a different Pirelli factory and they just want to make sure everything's working as expected. I think the new Ferrari 360 anti-gravity wing. 360 anti-gravity wing. That's a pretty good name. It's going to be counterproductive on energy recovery, but my maths will never math. Okay. It's a nice name, actually. I think I might start calling it that. The Ferrari anti-gravity wing. Mm-hmm. Okay. Making some changes to the front of Hamilton's car, I think. Just some setup changes, probably modifying the stiffness of the suspension and stuff like that. What do you think the pecking order is? Well, look, I just don't really have any sort of idea. I think the top four teams seem to be as strong as they were last year, but we'll see. Piastri's so fast, he's zero point 0.7 seconds faster than Max. Well, he is again on fresher tyres than Max. He could also be on different fuel loads than Max. He could also be on a different engine mode than Max. So, yeah. This is why testing does not matter. Why is nobody going on the soft tyres? Maybe they're saving that for tomorrow. Maybe they want the headlines tomorrow. But Alex Albon, on his previous lap, a 134.9, so he was about 4 tenths slower on his second run on the soft tyres, and now he's going for another one. So let's see what Albon can do on this occasion. Oh, he's coming into the pits. I'm still partially confused to why Albon is like why all of these teams go half throttle in towards the start finish line, because it would make so much more sense to go full throttle but have the electric motor disabled, right? So you're on like mode, let's call it mode 1, where you've just got the internal combustion engine, and it would make so much more sense to just be on mode 1 and you go full throttle to accelerate as much as you can with just the internal combustion engine, and then once you're about just like, I don't know, 100 meters, 200 meters before the start finish line, then you switch it onto the mode where you have all of the electric power available to you. Surely going on half throttle is a bit counterintuitive, and you're not actually getting the full power of not getting the full power of the internal combustion engine, because you can use as much of that as you want. Like, you're not going to run out of fuel on a quali lap. So does anyone have any sort of explanation for why that may be the case? Yeah. Unless it's sort of automatically set up in their car that the first half of the throttle pedal will just be only internal combustion engine, and then the second half will be the electric motor. That could also be a way to set up the car, right? That also works and makes sense. Because let's say you got 1,000 horsepower and you want to use as little of the battery as possible, so you go. Your first half of the throttle pedal will give you 500 horsepower from the engine, and then the second half will give you 500 horsepower from the electric motor. I don't know, that might be a bit complicated to sort of map in the ECU and things like that, but these guys are pretty competent, so. Supposedly the test tyres are C3s, guys, C3s, so the mediums. Yeah. Yeah. I think they have to be deploying minimum energy all the time, but I'm not sure if that's connected. Okay. Potentially. Proton Unlimited is the goat. Well, much appreciated there. Job bad Baslad. Yeah, Proton sponsoring the stream, which is pretty nice of them. And yeah, things are going well. The sudden torque input from the motor might also destabilize the rear end, better for the driver to go half and half and then ramp up. Yeah, potentially. Can you create an average lapse of under 1? I mean, it's a little bit difficult to sort of tell, really, by just looking at all the lap times under 1:45 is not going to give you an accurate look, because again, you don't know fuel loads and upgrades. Ferrari have brought quite a few upgrades over the course of testing, right? So a lot of their data that they gathered in the first week is not going to be as relevant as all of the stuff that they gather in the second week. Oh, we got a flying lap from Ocon, eh? 29.7 in the first sector. Okay, let's see what his middle sector like. Is he still going to be, a second off Antonelli? Is it like, what are the Mercedes doing, or the Mercedes or the McLarens doing in the middle sector? Seems almost a bit magical, to be honest. 41.3, yeah, like, look at that. Ocon a second off in the middle sector. Are you tired? I mean, a little bit. I've been streaming for, 8 hours and 41 minutes now. I did take a little break in the middle, but, yeah, a bit tired. Ocon up into 8th. Very nice. And Piastri continues his long run, and so does Verstappen. And the pace difference between them now is 4 tenths. Do we see more overtakes based off major driver mistakes? Because I think it's much more different these cars are. What do you think? I mean, look, these cars are a little bit harder to drive, especially coming off the throttle and things like that. So it's very easy to sort of spin your wheels and get the rear twitching out. So in that sort of regard, you could see some more mistakes, but I'm not really too certain. Perez about to cook, is he? Well, he's on a set of soft tyres. I don't know if this is the C5 or the C4 for Perez, but either way, he might be about to cook. The Cadillac has been, he's in 14th position right now, fresh set of softs. What can Sergio Perez, the Mexican Minister of Defense, do? Right. There he is, coming down the straight. What's his speed? 331, 333. Incredible speed down the straight. Slams onto the brakes for turn 1. Here comes Sergio Perez, ladies and gentlemen. Up through turn number 2 and 3. And look at those green mini sectors. Things are looking good for Sergio Perez as he goes up the hill. Pretty solid. And that is, in the first sector, 29.8. So that is, again, 6 tenths down. 6 tenths down. And now, what is he going to be able to do in the middle sector? Track temperature is down to 27 degrees, so you could still see some overheating, right? Like, there's still potential for overheating in the middle sector. But we'll just have to wait and see. It's the downfalls giving Antonelli the advantage. Could be, yeah, could be. Colapinto up into 9th. Nice job there from Colapinto. Fresh set of medium tyres for him. Lawson's also out on a fresh set of mediums. And here comes Perez across the middle sector line. 42.2. That is 2 full seconds down on Antonelli in the middle sector. I mean, even if he's on fresh soft, it's not even close. What's going on? Missed 2 whole hours. Is the Aston fixed? No. I don't think it's going to get fixed till the end of the day, to be honest. Across the line goes Sergio Perez, and look at that, a few purple as well. Actually, in the start of the third sector, he was a little bit of purple. So I have a feeling that here Sergio Perez deployed a whole lot of battery because he went purple out of everyone. But yeah, overall, it's not helped him out that much. He's still 14th position on soft tires. Yeah, I mean, he could be on, of course, more fuel. Like, this is the thing. He is on softs, but that doesn't stop the team from put loads of fuel in the car. Hamilton out. Yeah, fresh set of mediums for Lewis Hamilton. Okay, well, let's see if he can go above 5th position, because that's what he did on the last time when he was on fresh mediums. I don't understand this Colapinto about back. Alpine built a car around his specifications, maybe. No, Alpine are just a decent team. We'll see what Gasly can do. But Colapinto is doing well, but that most likely will mean that Gasly will do even better. So let's see. Why don't more teams use the softs? Well, not all of them have lots of them, to be honest. I can quickly flash up on the screen who's got what softs, but you can see Mercedes don't even have any C4s or C5s. No quick runs from the Mercedes whatsoever, at least not on the soft tyres. Then you've got only, Aston Martin have only got two C4s. So have Audi, they've only got 2 C4s. So, yeah. Hi, bro. Love your analysis. Well, much appreciated there. Arnav. Okay. Right, well, here comes Lewis Hamilton then. Sending it down the straight. It's 3:23, and then he starts clipping back down. How do they decide this? The teams decide. The teams pick, and they have their idea of, oh, we want to do X, Y, Z things, and we want X, Y, Z tires to do them with. So that's how they pick. Yeah, Alpine having a Merc power unit will definitely help them as well. So Hamilton in the first sector at 29.577. Mostly all yellow, but then a little bit of purple here and there. So I'm not sure exactly how that's happened, but maybe battery deployment. Hard to tell. And then he's, has he backed out of it? Oh no, he's continuing on. In towards turn number 10. What's his minimum speed going to be? 70 kilometers per hour minimum speed. That's some pretty solid minimum speed there that Hamilton's holding. And here he goes then. A lot of green that you can see there as well for Lewis Hamilton down that straight in terms of all of the mini sectors. And can he continue that run up through the hill? Yes, he can. And 246 kilometers per hour before that. And now let's see what speed he's going to hit before this braking zone here. We've seen other drivers get up to 300. Lewis Hamilton, 310. Wow, a lot of speed there then. Onto the brakes for Lewis. And here he is going to come 40.8 in the middle sector. So 6 tenths down on Antonelli. And now, does he back out of it? He backs out of it. Ah, wait, is that on purpose or did he make a mistake? Oh, he went wide. Yeah, Hamilton went wide in the final corner and overcooked it, and he backs out the lap. Unfortunate for Lewis Hamilton. And into the pits he goes. Do they deploy the battery equally steady on the straights, or is it more beneficial to deploy in different areas? It's much more beneficial to deploy your battery right at the start of the straight. I'll sort of give you a reason why, right? So if you are here and you deploy your battery right at the start of the straight, and let's say you get an extra 10 kilometers per hour for deploying your battery, then you carry the extra 10 kilometers per hour all the way down the entire straight. Whereas if you deploy your battery just over here and you get an extra 10 kilometers per hour, you're only going to carry that for that extra final little bit here. So it makes a lot of sense coming out of the corners to deploy as much battery as possible and then slowly ramp down the battery deployment as you get closer to the braking zone. And yeah. Without the mistake, it's probably near Norris's time. That's correct. It wasn't going to be hugely fast or anything like that, or like going top of the times. Can Max hit 150? With 25 minutes, it's unlikely that he'll be able to do 15 laps. No, he could. He could if he just fits it in now. Yeah, he's not going to have to stop. He's going to have to go right till the end of the session without coming into the pits to refuel. So if he's got 45 laps worth of fuel in the car, then 35 laps worth of fuel in the car, then he'll be able to do so. He's done 20 already. Will Max do a quali run now? No. Max has got the afternoon session for tomorrow, and Red Bull have got some soft tyres, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Max will do it tomorrow. Oh no, Max doesn't need to go to 150. It'll just be, sort of nice for him. Maybe a round number. But Red Bull normally stop their long runs after about 20, 25 laps or so. Yeah. Okay. Merc is just pit stop practicing, are they? They were doing that with George Russell. Like, the confidence that they have to just be doing pit stop practice. But, it's the final 20 minutes of the session. What are they really going to do? It's much better to have the pit stop practice get done. It's a very important part of the race. It can screw up a lot of strategy if it goes wrong. So, got to practice it at some point at full speed. Just tuning in now. Anything interesting from this session? Aston Martin broke another gearbox. And not much really, not much. We've seen a few soft tyre runs. Albon did one, so did Perez, but no astonishingly fast lap times or anything. I think Audi are definitely getting better, yeah. Do you do commentary of the races as well? Yeah, I do all of them. I do all of the races, all of the qualifying sessions, all of the practice sessions. I commentate all of them. So be sure to tune in if you're enjoying this sort of commentary. Of course, it'll be potentially a little bit more focused around what's going on the racetrack rather than, talking about just general Formula One topics or just, sort of what's going on in the world or my life. Yeah. Okay. Alonso must be fuming that every time he works with Honda, the car just implodes. Yeah, it's not great, really. Where am I from? Well, I live in the UK, in the very cloudy UK, but I was born in India. Yeah. 22 minutes remain on the clock, folks. 22 minutes remain. F1 Gamer, how are the job applications coming along? The graduate job market is cooked. Yeah, I think employment just hit an all-time high in the UK. Unemployment just hit an all-time high in the UK, or something like that. I don't know. It was 5 point something, but I had an interview. What was it, on Tuesday? And they said that they were going to email me by the end of the week. And I've just been checking my email very frequently today and yesterday. But no, not heard a thing yet. So, if they're watching my live stream, send me an email. But no, it's quite difficult, really. Ray may as well be a full-time F1 commentator. Maybe. It's just sort of not on my. I don't know, it could be done, but I would quite like to sort of, I've gone to university now, so I'd quite like to sort of use my university degree at least a little bit for a few years, and then maybe I'd think about it. Will there be any race start stuff? Yes, they'll be doing about with 7 minutes left on the clock. They'll probably deploy a red flag, and we'll have the same the race start procedure. I study mechanical engineering. Yeah. Is it true about Aston being 4 seconds off the pace? Maybe. I mean, with the way that they're going, they're not 4 seconds off the pace. They're just DNFing because they're not going to finish the race. So. You only need to run more ads. I mean, I personally don't really want to run adverts. I am not a big fan of adverts, so I'm not going to be running too many. At least on YouTube adverts, if I get sponsored or whatever by F1 TV, then sure I'll mention their stuff a few times. All right. Nico top speed, yeah, no, Nico's just been very, very quick. They realised that deploying all of the battery down the straight isn't the smartest idea, so Nico did that about 2 laps and then realised, it's probably better to save the battery for somewhere else, so you won't see them doing it again, but yes, they theoretically can. Oh. Okay. Guys, in terms of, I'm not going to answer questions that are too personal. So, if you spam the message about 10 times in the chat, then I'm just not going to be answering that, is it? So, all right. Yeah. Colapinto's out on softs. We'll see what he can do, but we haven't really seen any astonishingly quick lap times from Okay, okay, never mind. I was clearly proven wrong. Fifth position there from Franco Colapinto, fresh set of softs, and he puts himself up into fifth. I was about to say we haven't seen any astonishingly quick laps from the drivers who have come out on soft tyres, but yeah, he's just gone up into fifth, and Hamilton goes ahead of him. Very nice there. Lewis Hamilton, fifth position, takes it away from Colapinto, but nice job. Let Franco cook. Well, if Franco Colapinto can do this, then imagine what Pierre Gasly can. Best of luck on hearing back from them. Hope they didn't pull out any weirder questions in the interview. No, I did get asked about my YouTube channel though in the interview. One of the interviewers had watched, was given a link to my stream and they'd watched a little bit of it. So who knows? Is it a free VPN for the Italian server? Well, Proton VPN is not free. It's $1 for the month. So yeah. Is Lewis still using the rotating wing? No, he is not. He used it in the morning. Ferrari will do the data analysis overnight and figure out whether it's useful or not to use. And maybe they'll show it tomorrow, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just bring it straight to Australia. Yeah, we're not too far away from the like target, folks. If we could hit 2,400 likes, that would be mega. I forgot to sort of say it during the stream today quite often, but yeah, would be much appreciated with 16 minutes left to go. Imagine Mercs or softs, Merc or McLarens on soft tyre runs. Yeah, we'll see, won't we? We will see. Mercedes don't have any soft tyres, so they won't be doing any soft tyre runs, but potentially McLaren. Okay. Are they not running the cars as low as 2025? No, the cars are much, much higher than they were in 2025. So yeah, there's not as much bouncing. There's not as many sparks as well. I was quite a big fan of the sparks, to be honest. I did quite like it. It just looked cool, but no, not as many sparks this year as we had before. But that obviously means less downforce from the diffuser, and the cars are going slower as well. Right. What's the lowest that they can run? I mean, they could probably run it a little bit lower, but it will be not optimal for them, right? They want to have soft suspension as well, a little bit to deal with the bumps, so that's why they run it a little bit higher. Yeah. How do your parents allow you to stream for so long? Well, I'm at university, so I'm not living with my parents right now. But there's a pretty good chance that my parents are listening, and I think they're fine with it as long as my university grades are good. Yeah. All right. Like if I had an exam tomorrow, then obviously I wouldn't be streaming right now. But given that I haven't got too much to do, I can sort of manage and write up my reports a little bit later on in the day and things like that. So I have got what is it, 3 reports to write and yeah, a few more things to do as well. So it will. I'll get it sorted. It's all right. Okay. Should Ivan get his maiden podium this year? Well, I think there needs to be quite a bit of chaos, maybe some DNFs as well, because I don't think the Racing Bull is that quick. You actually stream for such long hours. When do you find the time, like, throughout the day? For example, you have a report to submit tomorrow, and today is the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, for example. Well, I would know that I have a report to submit well in advance, because my university is quite nice with telling me when stuff's going to be due. So I would just do it beforehand. I've done that quite a few times, really. Yeah, it's sort of simple, isn't it? You know, if you've got a report due and you've also got to stream the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, you finish the report beforehand. Okay, we have got Lewis Hamilton out onto the circuit on a 3-lap-old set of medium tyres. Verstappen 137 laps. Yeah, he comes into the pits there after 23 laps on one stint. And Piastri, I'm sure, will be coming in pretty soon as well. 21 laps completed on hard tyres. Do you know anything about cricket? Yeah, I do know quite a few things about cricket. I played myself back in the day. How are you getting the timings? I can't find it on F1 TV or Multiviewer. If you go onto Multiviewer and you press the top 3 dots and then press live timing, then you can get all of this information. Not in the exact format, but you know you'll be able to get access to it. Okay, 11 minutes left on the clock. So in about, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes time, we'll probably get the red flag procedure starting, where everyone will get brought back into the pits. They'll do a formation lap, then they'll do starting launches, and then another formation lap, another starting launch, and then that'll be the end of the session. So, yeah. Would the start procedure for the race be changed to charge the turbos? I don't think it will be changed. A lot of the drivers have come out and said it's not a safety issue, and if the drivers aren't saying it's a safety issue, it's highly unlikely that the FIA are going to say it's a safety issue, and therefore, well, Ferrari could have some really good race starts. That could be incredible for them. You know, gain an extra 3 positions off the race start because you've got a slightly quicker turbo to rev up. But who knows? Do they charge the battery in the pits? Yeah, let's just plug in the battery. No, it's actually what the drivers do is they have a power bank in their pocket and they plug that into the car, and that's how the cars charge up. And they also have solar panels. So the next rear wing upgrade for Ferrari is that they're going to have solar panels on the rear wing to charge up. I heard there was a little leak that the Honda power unit, they were going to add a nuclear reactor to charge up the battery. So, you know, quite a few different options right there. Okay. Makes sense. Thanks, Larry. Yeah, no worries. Always here to provide the most accurate information possible about the world of Formula One. This is my first live stream. I definitely enjoyed it a lot. You earned a long-time sub of a fellow F1 fan. Excited to join in with the other streams. Well, I appreciate it, folks. Yeah, I'm sure quite a lot of people will have. Well, this will be the first time that you've tuned in. So welcome to the channel. Some wind turbines. Ah, yeah. How did I not think of that? Wind turbines as well. Facts. Oh, Hamilton up into 4th position. Brilliant. Don't forget the train line metal poles as well. Yeah. They're gonna have the wires and then the little poles that stick up from the cars to charge up the battery. 4th position for Lewis Hamilton, 6/10 off Kimi Antonelli, and yeah, goes ahead of Lando Norris. Very similar to the previous lap that he did, but of course the previous lap he messed up in the final corner. Will there be more or less tire deg? Someone asked this question last time. I think it will just be very similar because Pirelli know how quick the cars are going to go, how much downforce they're going to have, and they will have designed the tyres to have similar levels of degradation. So Yes, the cars are slower, so they've got less downforce, so that means less force on the tyres, but they're narrower, so that's going to maybe increase deg, but Pirelli will ensure that the deg is similar because that's what they've been told by the FIA and Formula One to do, right? So ensure that it's always a little bit uncertain whether a one stop's the best strategy or the two stop. So Pirelli have ensured that the deg will be similar to last year. One of the most go-to F1 streamers right now. Well, appreciated. I mean, I think I might. Well, given that I got the email from Twitch today, I might also start streaming on Twitch. Do both of them. Yeah. Major upgrade from nuclear reactor to fusion core. Fusion core. Yeah, there you go. Oh, folks, we've got a red flag. Oh no. Nobody's crashed. We're doing the red flag procedure. So everyone's coming back into the pits. Formation laps, race car start, standing start, and then another formation lap, and then another standing start. Okay. Yeah. Pretty sort of standard stuff. I think the only thing that you guys maybe want to look out for is see how the Ferrari powered cars handle the standing starts. Maybe Hamilton, maybe Behrman, or Ocon will have a few more laps. Yeah, it'll be Ocon that's driving the Haas. They'll have maybe a slightly better race starts than the Mercedes powered cars because the Ferraris have got smaller turbos. Gotta leave now. Good night from my side. Have a great day or night, folks. Yeah, no, folks. I'm sure some of you will leave now. There's not much to see really with the standing starts, but yeah, have a wonderful morning, day, afternoon, evening, or night, depending on where you are around the world. I'll be back tomorrow for the final day of testing, for the final 9-hour and 15-minute stint of commentary, and then it'll get a lot easier for the rest of the season. So. 164 laps to add up for the McLaren team. Exactly. Very, very good total there for McLaren. I was out for 3 hours calming down after seeing Alonso recreate 2012. Yeah, I think for Alonso fans, this is going to be a little bit rough, isn't it? I think Rick's F1 Addiction is going to come out with a banger video. I think he's an Alonso fan, right? Yeah, he's going to come out with a with a pretty good video, I think. Have you done anything RC related? Is that race car related? I don't know exactly what that means. Hello from Alaska. It's 6:55 a.m. Hello. How are you doing in Alaska? Will be a pretty cool place to live, I think. Well, I think a lot of places are cool to live, to be honest. Mainly because I'm not going to stop complaining about the UK weather because this is like half of what I talk about on the stream. But yeah. I heard somewhere that the FIA would have a wet test somewhere between now and between this week and Australia. Yes, they're going to have a wet test in Bahrain. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming that. I'm probably not going to get access to the data for that one. And also it's a wet tyre test. And I suspect what they're going to do is going to get water tankers and just get them to drop water on the circuit. Yeah. What do I do for a living? Well, I'm currently in university, hopefully. After university finishes, I'll have a job. F1 Gamer, who's your favourite football team? I don't really watch football, so yeah, I can't really have a favourite, can I? Once you get your job, does that mean no more F1 streams? Well, folks, you got to remember, F1 streams are on the weekends, right? Maybe pre-season testing, maybe not. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know why it says Piastri is stopped there. I can't see Piastri stopped on the circuit. So, is that his GPS broken? Oh no, Piastri has stopped. He's pulled up to the right-hand side. Oh, yeah, Piastri has stopped. So an issue there for Piastri. Pulled up to the right-hand side of the circuit. All right. Well, McLaren. That I was saying that they, a little bit earlier on that they seemed relatively bulletproof, but no, he stopped to the side of the circuit, engine off, neutral, 0 revs, and I think Piastri will be getting out the car pretty soon, unless he can figure out how to restart the car. Yeah, it's quite a lot of laps. No, it was something 150 plus. So. Is he messing with things on the steering wheel? No, he seems to sort of just be sat there. I'm not sure. 3 minutes left on the clock. They're going to come around. I still think they'll do the standing start and just drive slowly. Piastri's, well out of the way anyway, so. Let's see if he uses the no shock double jump technique. Yeah. Double jump, just jumping like with both feet together. We'll see if the practice start is no more. They've still announced it on the race control thing, saying that there's going to be a standing start. So I suspect there will be. All right, in the front of the queue, we got Esteban Ocon, then we got Lewis Hamilton. Yeah, I think Piastri will get out of the car soon enough. Now, this is what people want to look at. Who's going to be revving for how long, and what are the speeds going to be for the off the line? Ferrari's changed back to the normal rear wing. We'll see if they switch back to it later on. Okay, a lot of cars lined up here, right? And here we go. Let's see now. Are we getting the lights coming on at any point? Are they building up the revs? Look, they're all sat there, 4,000 revs. Some of them in first gear. Now they're building up the revs up at the front, especially Verstappen. And we've got... and the lights are green, and then they can go. It's a bit tough to say, really. Who's getting good launches and who's not. Some of them just aren't fully going on the throttle. You can see, right, in the throttle pedal, like nobody's pretty much gone to full throttle. Like you can see, Perez did, and then they've all backed off of it. So it's very, very hard to say who's going to get a better race start. But the teams just want to do it to get the clutch settings correct. We've got a replay here from Piastri. Has he hit anti-stall twice or something? Because his head's just moving along like this. But maybe he got told over the radio to stop the car or something. But yeah, we're having another go over the standing start. Verstappen likes BP1, yeah. Is Piastri out? Well, he's moving again, so he's managed to get his car going. Yeah. Okie doke. So we'll catch up, and then they'll do another race start. Highest starting position for Ocon all year. Yeah. What were those grid panel things that they added on the cars this morning? I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to regarding the grid panel things. Yeah. Either way, the drivers are making their way around for the standing start, and we're going to be getting underway very, very shortly for the final standing start of the day. All right. Verstappen's lined up on his slot. You got the hazard lights flashing, and some of them are building up the revs, and some of them are still just, well, some of them are not building up the revs, some of them just idling, and we'll see if Piastri can get his standing start to work. Clearly had some sort of issues when he was moving off the line at the end of the pit lane. Okay. And here we go then. 1 light, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights, and well, it's lights out and away we go. And some people fully building up to the throttle, and yeah, you can see quite a lot of people building up, and you might be able to get some accurate acceleration numbers out of that as well. So it seemed like the Ferrari's got a good start off the line, but yeah, there you go, Hamilton P1. So that's it, folks. Hamilton P1 World Drivers' Championship confirmed, and I think that's all from me. So thank you all for tuning in. Much appreciated. It's been a good fun stream, and we've had a nice amount of action. And I think that's about it. So the drivers will be making their way back to the pits. Okie dokes. So I will be back for the stream tomorrow. What I'm going to do, I'm going to end the stream. It'll take you over to tomorrow's stream. Just hit the like button, hit the reminder button. It goes a long way to helping out the channel. And I'll be back tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. UK time to commentate. Okay. Much appreciated. Have a wonderful morning, day, afternoon, evening, or night, depending on where you are in the world, and I will see you all later. Cheers, folks. Bye-bye.